Microphone test 1, 2, 3. Okay. Habari za asubuhi, everybody. Good morning, or good morgen, or bonjour, and buenos dias. So everybody covered, eh? Whom have I not covered? The Chinese, ni hao. Who else? Those online, you're most welcome to the third and the final day of our very important engagement this week. So far, we have progressed very well. And today, you are very unlucky to have me as your moderator. I pray for you that you're able to manage the day. My name is Gerard or Gerard Banaga Baiji. I've been working on this fuel economy and green mobility for almost now close to 20 years. So far we have had good discussions and a lot of knowledge. So we come to the final day and we see what to cover. Today is mainly going to be electric mobility, which is the mobility for the future. The unavoidable good disruption, the mobility for the future. But I think the future has already started. So we're already here. So to kick us off, we'll have a summary of what did we do yesterday, and then what do we expect today. And to do that, we'll have Anika Berlin. Anika Berlin is a program officer at the Sustainable Mobility Unit based here at the UNEP, and she will take us through the opening session, giving us what did we do yesterday and what do we expect today. Anika, please.
Thanks a lot, Gerald. And actually, I just realized you also started off yesterday talking about what's happening in Uganda on electric two-wheelers. So actually, we also had an electric mobility session at the beginning, which was very interesting. Now, he told us about the very high growth rate of electric motorbikes in Uganda. I think it was 18% of like motorbike growth rate. So we saw there's a big market potential actually to move to electrification of these vehicles. And he actually also mentioned how COVID also helped to create momentum for electric vehicles. And I think we've seen it in many things, how some disruptions can also like help us change for the weather. Like now we're all very capable of using online communication tools, right? More than we were before. So I think this is also something that's relevant now for the transition to electric mobility or any other new technologies. And that was actually part of the session on Africa, where after Uganda, we heard from Mrs. Gora from Mauritius, on their incredible progress on how they moved from within, I think, 20 years from 5,000 BPM sulfur to 10 within only 20 years. And I think this is very inspirational for many other countries in the region. And then we heard from our colleague Etienne from Côte d'Ivoire. Also, he mentioned how they actually also have learned to adapt with some of the policies that Kenya and Mauritius have done on fuel economy. And he also highlighted to us the high importance of the availability of high quality fuel in the countries. And then we also touched upon the importance of having age restrictions for import of vehicles, how in Côte d'Ivoire it's 5 years for light duty vehicles and 7 years for heavy duty vehicles. And I think that's like 5 years is kind of the standard across the region that is being aimed for in terms of import of vehicles. And then he also said that they're also already looking at electric mobility, right? He presented to us the GEF project. I think we'll hear a bit more about this GEF program today from my colleague Alex. And he already said how the project is structured, like we look into policies, the importance of piloting for electric mobility. I think that's also a topic we'll talk about later today. And then we heard from Jepras from the Environmental Compliance Institute in Kenya on that they developed some communication materials on how to do the fuel economy roadmap for West Africa and where these documents are available. And I also took note that there's a 1,000 picture library that I will use for my future presentations, hopefully. And then after Africa, we moved over to Asia Pacific, where we heard from Vu on Vietnam. the amazing work they've done for the fuel economy policies. We heard from Nuong on the work they're doing in Thailand, and I also I learned a lot on the standards for battery swapping later on. I think that's also a topic that is going to be relevant for today. So I think actually today is the e-mobility day, but I think we've already covered a lot of ground throughout the other sessions. And now we see the very strong link between fuel economy policies and electrification. And then we heard from Raymond from Clean Air Asia, also on the importance of communication and awareness raising. So why do we need all these materials? How do we reach different target audiences, not decision makers, but also the general public, no? Because I think these eco labels and fuel economy standards is something that's maybe very far from people that are not in this room. So I think also making this interesting to people that are not experts on the topic is very, very relevant. I think Clean Air Asia is doing a great job there. And then after lunch, we crossed the ocean and moved over to Latin America, where we had a very interesting presentation from our colleagues from Chile. But they gave us also an overview about efficiency labels in different Latin American countries. They showed us through Argentina, Mexico, Ecuador, Colombia, and of course Chile, and say that actually the biggest difference is between the countries that do regulate CO2, which is not a lot, and the ones that are not. So we see the importance to look at CO2 emissions and not only, for example, at age restrictions for vehicles. And then we heard from our colleague Alexandra from Costa Rica on the view from SICA, Central America, showing us a bit about the regional context of these countries, right? That they have many similarities, but also some differences. But I think what I took away, the main similarities, the clean electricity metrics in these countries, which is of course also a big enabler now for electrifications, right? Because we will only have large greenhouse gas emission benefits if the electricity matrix is green. And then we heard from Juan Camilo from Colombia, also again on the communications and some interesting podcasts. And he all welcomed us to learn Spanish, so we can learn from these podcasts. And then last but not least, we came back a bit closer to Eastern Europe and Caucasus, where we heard from Ms. Nana Yanisha on Georgia. Also very interesting, the work they're doing and how they frame it all around the importance of reducing air pollution. I think it's always in the local context much more important than greenhouse gas emissions. So because air pollutions, I just went for a run this morning and I was running behind a matatu along Wayaki Way, and I wasn't sure if I was doing myself any good or if I should have rather stayed in bed a bit longer. So, and yeah, in conclusion, my big takeaway was data is very important, but it's only important if we use it, to adapt policies. We can collect as much data as we want and keep it somewhere, but if we don't use it to inform policy making, it's not going to help us. I think this is one. And the other one is also about the importance of looking at all the different modes, like electric two-wheelers, I think, especially for Asia and Africa, were mentioned as the key mode. And I think that's also something we'll talk about today. So yeah, that was for yesterday. And then today, I think Gerard already mentioned it, we'll focus on e-mobility. So we'll start off with just in general, the overview about climate targets. Why are we talking about electric mobility? Why is this relevant globally and for us? Then we hear from Alex on the global electric mobility program that UNEP is leading. Then we'll have a session on e-mobility and the relationship with fuel economy policies with Ms. Gala from Sedare, Jean-Pierre from Rwanda, and Sebastian and Marcelo from Chile. And then we have a session on monitoring, reporting, and verification frameworks and quantification of transport emissions, which I think is very important if you also want to communicate the benefits of the projects we are all working on, because in the end, that's also very important. Leading over to the next topic, which is financing, because many financiers, we know they look out for the reduction in CO2 emissions, but if we can't measure the impact of our projects on emissions, it will be harder to attract climate funds to support our work. And in that session, we hear from Beatriz Mutoni from Infarco Africa, who are investing in several e-mobility companies in Africa. So I'm very excited for that. And we also hear about further funding opportunities to the GFEI cycle, which is just kicking off. And then just before dinner, I have the best spot, last hour of the conference. I'll talk again a bit, but I think mostly that will be an open space for us to discuss a bit on what are the support needs that you and in your work have, and where you can receive support not only from UNEP, but in general from other financiers. And I'll also tell you a bit about what we have planned for the next year in terms of training on e-mobility and support offer that's available for you. But I think what would be most important for me is just have like an open conversation and not another presentation just before dinner. And then we'll head over just next door for dinner and closure of the conference. That's for today, and I hand back to Gerald.
Okay, that's great. So we already covered a lot. So let's go straight to the climate targets on the role of efficient and zero emissions. And who is going to take us through? That's Cordelia Mateo, with the transport analyst and modeler at the International Transport Forum. And this we shall receive virtually. Is Cordelia Mateo online?
I am indeed. Can you hear me?
Oh, fantastic. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can indeed. Perfect.
We can even see you.
Excellent. I'll just share. Host is disabled screen sharing. So I can't yet share my screen, but now I can. Perfect.
Great, that's right. Just put in a, yeah, okay, good, that's okay.
Do I need to swap? Just all right?
Yeah, that's,
you can see the main
mode, one screen.
Sorry?
Just have one screen. Remove your notes.
Notes,
presentation
okay.
mode, yeah.
Like this?
Yeah, that's
perfect. Excellent. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you to the organizers for inviting the International Transport Forum to speak. It's an honor to be part of these important discussions. So I'm Matteo Craglia. I work, as I said, at the International Transport Forum, and I'll be giving a short presentation about the global transition to cleaner vehicles and how fuel economy improvements and how electrification can help fit into ambitious climate targets. Before I start, I'll just give a very quick introduction about the International Transport Forum for those who might not know who we are. So we're an intergovernmental organization housed at the OECD in Paris, but with a greater number of member countries. So we have 64 member countries at the moment from around the world. And we're the only global intergovernmental organization that covers all transport modes. And as part of our work, we organize an annual summit of transport ministers every year in Germany, and also act as an impartial think tank for transport policy. So as part of that work, we carry out research, specific case studies and reports. We also do modeling of the future and how policies affect climate targets and other transport policies, publish data and statistics, and also do countries helping them to strengthen their transport policies. Now, the ITF is also the focal point for transport as part of the UNFCCC Marrakesh partnership. And as part of that work, we help countries in their decarbonization targets. So one example of our work is tracking the nationally determined contributions, how countries are stacking up with their climate targets, and also how we can help them to strengthen those targets, substantiate them with policy frameworks. So we can see that globally, the vast majority of countries are wanting to take action on transport emissions, which is fantastic, and also includes transport measures. But at the moment, not so many actually have concrete CO2 reduction targets as part of their NDCs. So part of our work, and also hopefully part of the discussions today, is also how can we help to strengthen countries' abilities to make informed and strong policies to help set specific targets that can help to facilitate the transition towards electromobility and reductions of emissions. Now, what are the key ways to help reduce CO2 emissions from transport? Two of the main ones are, as we've heard, are fuel economy improvements, but also electric vehicles. So I guess just as a bit of context setting, these are some results of life cycle analysis that we've done, which hopefully is already well known, but I guess I'll just drive home the points that medium cars, buses, heavy trucks, and for different types of powertrains. So conventional gasoline and diesel at the top, and battery electric vehicles at the bottom. Now, what it shows is that already with the global average carbon intensity of electricity, battery electric vehicles already provide a substantial reduction in CO2 emissions compared to conventional vehicles. Now, this is true across different vehicle types, and as I say, is with using the global average. For countries which already have lower carbon electricity, and as we transition to more and more renewables in our electricity mix, that is only going to increase. The CO2 emissions will only reduce and become better for electric vehicles. So I guess just to drive home the key point here is that electrification can really help to cut emissions from transport. Now, as part of our work, we also survey what the market for electric vehicles is like at the moment, and what different organizations are expecting in terms of the uptake of electric vehicles. So in this graph, we collected a number of different scenarios from different organizations on the expected uptake in electric vehicles globally. Now, there are a mix here of sort of benchmark and higher ambition scenarios, but broadly, we can see a general consensus that there is going to be a strong uptake of electric vehicles globally. Now, this is going to vary by region, but broadly, this is part of a growing transition towards electrification. And this happens also on passenger vehicles on the left, and we're also seeing a number of scenarios now that are also including electric vehicles in medium and heavy duty trucks. And we at ITF have also been doing quite a bit of work on this and expect trucks to be increasingly feasible for electrification in the medium term. Now, some of the current ambition scenarios are shown, for example, by the IEA stated energy policies, the STEPS scenario. Also other forecasts such as S&P Platts and Benchmark Mineral Intelligence, which show that there's already going to be a transition globally. However, to meet the most ambitious climate targets, so to meet 1.5 degree scenarios or net zero, which are shown in green, so the scenarios in green, shows how rapid the adoption to electric vehicles will have to be to meet these ambitious climate targets. So globally, almost all new passenger cars are likely to have to be electric by 2040. Now, if that's going to be the case on the global average, then developed countries are likely to have to meet those targets earlier to then have some leeway for then other emerging economies to also if they face greater barriers, then to be able to also adopt electric vehicles in shortly afterwards. But I guess it just drives home how quick this transition has to be to meet these most ambitious climate targets. Now, as I said, electrification is not the only solution to decarbonizing transports. There are also fuel economy improvements. But broadly, many of the policies that can help drive both of them are similar. So when we look globally at which countries have been particularly effective at driving the market growth for cleaner vehicles, whether it's electric vehicles or whether it's for more efficient vehicles, these countries typically have these number of key policy frameworks that help to strengthen the adoption. We've heard about them already, some of them as part of this conference already, but having technical standards and regulations in place, partly to also help measure and benchmark what's happening for how clean are vehicles at the moment, and using those technical standards and regulations to then help set policies and set targets for the future is a vital prerequisite. And if you can't measure your improvements, it's very hard to understand the effectiveness of many policy measures. So technical standards and regulations are a key point. They then help to clearly communicate policy visions for the adoption of cleaner vehicles. An enabling environment on energy and carbon taxes, in particular trying to avoid fossil fuel subsidies where possible, has been particularly important in the adoption of cleaner vehicles. And then a number of other measures such as public procurement programs, enforcing regulatory requirements, and also leveraging the opportunities to do with sustainable finance as well. So these are broadly some of the key policy framework measures that can help to drive the adoption of cleaner vehicles. As part of our work at ITF, we also have then been working with countries that perhaps don't yet have some of these measures in place to help develop them. So a recent work that we've also worked closely in collaboration with UNEP was helping the ASEAN region in Southeast Asia on the development of fuel economy measurement schemes to help develop the technical regulations and policies to understand and measure fuel economy in their countries. So the ASEAN region has very high aspirations for improving the efficiency of new vehicles, which is fantastic. And by implementing some of these technical regulations on how to measure fuel economy as well, that can really help to strengthen and improve the adoption of efficient vehicles in the ASEAN region. And crucially here, as it was also mentioned before, it's important to target all motor vehicles and not just cars. There are lots of fuel efficiency improvements that potential in many countries still across different vehicle types, and it's important to focus on all of these different vehicle types, but to improve fuel use, reduce fuel use, and also improve air pollution. Then when we look broadly at what are the policy actions that we see as being increasingly important, so one is that there are significant opportunities with this transition to electric vehicles. They're likely to, in the long term, cost less to use than existing vehicles. And there are lots of potentials if countries can position themselves to benefit in the automotive sector and the energy industries that go along with the transition to electric vehicles. We see three key areas that deserve a greater consideration also by policymakers globally. The first is on changes in the demand for new materials. So moving towards electric vehicles is likely to increase the demand in materials for batteries, things like lithium, graphite, which, unless active measures are taken in the relatively short to medium term, could pose a bit of a delay in the transition to electric vehicles. So this just, some of the measures include potentially stockpiling and in the long term battery recycling, but also on the demand side, making sure that we're using battery capacity relatively in a sensible way, potentially through measures like vehicle right sizing, avoiding absolutely massive vehicles with huge batteries. Instead, perhaps favoring 2- and 3-wheelers, which we've seen are particularly important, particularly in emerging economies, as a sensible way of using that battery capacity and to reduce emissions. Another measure that is also worth thinking about of how to manage in the long term is that many countries leverage fuel taxes on conventional fuels. And as we transition towards electric vehicles, that is likely to drop. Here we see 2 scenarios, one with reaching 100% of sales in 2030 and another later in 2050. But broadly, you can see that the revenue from fuel duties is likely to drop in both cases. Now, this is not a reason to delay the transition, but it's important to think about long-term ways of perhaps making up that tax base, changing policies of how tax is collected to ensure that it's not a barrier to the transition to electric vehicles. And finally is the impact on jobs, particularly moving away from conventional internal combustion engine vehicles towards electric vehicles is likely to see a change in many industries. And it's important to be aware of that and try to shelter and manage that transition in the labor force towards these new technologies and take advantages of it where possible. So I guess finally, just some of the key recommendations we have are firstly maintaining and introducing near-term policy support for cleaner vehicles and for low carbon energy. They
try to move faster the transition and be able to achieve the targets. Thank you. So we go to our next presenter. The next presentation is on the UNEP's Global Electric Mobility Program. And who is better placed to present this than Alex Connor? You certainly know Alex Connor has been around for quite some time. He was somewhere and then boom, he came here and he has been driving this electric program around. So please tell us, where are we and where are we going, Alex? You are in the best driving seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald, for this nice introduction. I'm very happy to see us all here in this room. Maybe the room is a bit big, but it's a nice room, and it gives certainly very, this feeling of importance to what we are doing here. So that's also good. What I'd like to do is now in the next 30 minutes to talk a bit more about our e-mobility program. I mean, for many of you, that's not really news, because I'd say maybe half of the persons here in the room are probably involved, or even more than half of the persons, even maybe 67, maybe we should do an analysis on this, are involved in the one or the other way in e-mobility projects together with us, or together with our partners, like Solutions Plus, or like other e-mobility programs, maybe with TUMI, I don't know, with GSZ. So a lot is going on in that field of e-mobility. Matteo from ITF just told us sort of schedules and timelines and how we should proceed, and that it's really important that we need to proceed, because there's not really much of an alternative. So I think while the ITF while ITF and Matteo was sort of focusing on the, let's say, the rationale behind all this, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we can do this in practical terms, and how we can support you, being part of governments, or being part of other research institutions, or NGOs, or civil society, or whatever, or private sector. How can we support you with implementing steps towards the introduction of electric mobility? Next slide. I mean, that's also nothing new. The vehicle fleet is going to grow, and I think Matteo already mentioned it in his slides. Most of this growth is actually not taking place in the global north, because they're already so saturated with cars and with mobility and everything, which is not the case in many of the low and middle income countries. So yes, most of the growth is taking place in African countries, in Asian countries, in Latin American countries. And I think there's a big, or we think there's a big opportunity to sort of direct this growth in the right direction. Yeah, I think there's really a huge opportunity in a country like Kenya, where you have like 50 cars per 1,000 inhabitants compared to 500 cars per 1,000 inhabitants in Europe. Yeah, there's just, it's just very different, and there's a lot of opportunities. For example, by electrifying fleet vehicles in a country like Kenya, you cover already a lot of the passenger movement, a lot of the freight movement, while in a country like Germany, only looking at fleet vehicles will not get you there, because most of the people are traveling from A to B with their own car, which at the end of the day is not such a good idea. Next slide. I'm not going to talk much about this, because I think it was been discussed intensively in Matteo's slides. These two slides, they basically have a very simple message. On the left side, it looks into technology options of cars, and basically the black line is we are not doing anything. Cars emit, I don't know, 250 grams per kilometer, which is very high. I mean, this must be an old value from, because 250 grams is like 10 liters per 100 kilometers or something like this. But there are technologies like, for example, electric, which can get these emissions on a per car basis almost to zero. That other slide on the right side, that other graph on the right side basically shows, in terms of global emissions from road transport sector in the world, what is going to happen if we introduce a certain set of technologies, starting from doing not very much, which is the red line, basically what is already adopted right now. For example, that means all these policies in Europe, which are already adopted now. I think that slide is a bit old, so they didn't anticipate already what has been decided just the other day now, that EU is sort of banning the sales of ICE cars by 2035, I believe it was decided. Yeah, so I think it was not part of this slide. Otherwise, that red line would have gone a little bit lower already. But yeah, even if we do electric mobility and everything, we just get to the green line, basically just a little bit below what were the emissions in 2005. Yeah? So electric mobility is an important piece in the puzzle to decarbonize transportation, but it's certainly not the only thing to do. This is always very important. We also need to work on improving mass transit, making sure that people are continuing using a bus, or in Europe start using a bus. We need to make sure that active mobility is promoted. That's very important. We also have a program on this. Carly is leading this. We need to just make sure that the whole suite of what is called avoid, shift, and improve in the transport area is going to be implemented. Next slide. That is by now a pretty old citation of the IPCC. I'm saying, yeah, by 2035, basically all, or in the 2035 to 2050 timeframe, all vehicles which are added on the road need to be electric. But it's a good motivation for what we are doing. Next slide. Now we're coming to some more recent data. So what this graph is showing is the stock of electric vehicles worldwide until last year, 2021. It's taken from the most recent IEA Global Electric Vehicle Outlook, can be downloaded for free, and is actually really full of quite useful data. Yeah? So right now there's about, I don't know, 16 million electric vehicles on the road. That's really not so much, because there's about 1 billion almost. Yeah, there's about 1 billion light-duty vehicles on the road, and 16 million of these are electric. So the share is still relatively small. But next slide. But if we actually look into sales shares, like how many cars of the cars sold in a certain country in a certain year were electric, then I really was a bit blown away by that last data. I didn't really realize it. But if you look on the lower part, Germany, yeah, I mean, Germany is really a country which is known for driving big and fast and expensive cars. And I did not know myself that in 2021, 25% of all new cars sold in Germany were either battery electric or PHEV. Yeah? So this I didn't know. And maybe I also, during COVID, I slept for 2 years or something like this, because I was still of the impression that it was around 6, 5, or 10% maybe, but no, it was 25% out of a sudden. Wow. So that's interesting. That also means that countries which are getting used vehicles from Europe, yeah? And for example, that is mainly the West African region. Yeah? Here in East Africa, we are getting used cars mainly from Japan, because they have the steering wheel on the good side. Yeah? But in the West Africa, they have the steering wheel on the same side like in Europe, so they're getting the European cars. Now that means if by now 25% of the vehicles sold in Germany, and like, I don't know, 20% in France and 20% in United Kingdom, like in 5 years, that's maybe 50% there. And then they have already policies in place that vehicles imported, used from Europe cannot be older than 5 years. So in 5 years from now, they are seeing the same 30, 40, 50% of electric vehicles being imported as used vehicles to West African countries, for example. Yeah? So I think that is a transition which now actually seems to go quite fast. And it's not really a question whether we need to work on electric mobility or not. It's rather a question when we need to work, and the response to this is actually already quite clear. Rather sooner than later, we need to work on this. Yeah? So it's very important that all necessary requirements with regards to policy framework, with regard to registration these vehicles, with regards to setting some standards to charging and all this are in place, because these vehicles are coming to the countries we are from anyway. So we need to be prepared. Next slide. That one is looking into some emerging markets. Now, IEA has really a lot to say about developed countries and North America and Japan and Korea. I'm not so sure they know the situation in Africa, for example, very well. But what is interesting is that basically in all world regions, we see, first of all, there's a much higher availability of models on the market. Yeah? That is the red line going through the graphs. While a couple of years ago, there were only a few electric vehicles on the market. And of course, if there's only a few electric vehicles on the market, then it's a bit hard to convince consumers to buy them. But if you have already a choice of like 75 models, or I don't know, close to 100 models, like in Eastern Europe, Central and West Asia, then it's getting close to what we were used to when buying sort of a conventional car. Yeah? And again, this is also something which is going to increase quite rapidly over the next years, and also in African countries, because these vehicles will come here as used vehicles. Next. Electric 2- and 3-wheelers, maybe only one word which is important here. In terms of amount of vehicles sold, electric 2- and 3-wheelers sold, the Asian market, and especially China, is of course really outstanding. Yeah? But then on the other side, a lot of, let's say, lower middle income countries, for example, East African countries, West African countries, a lot of mobility actually depends on 2- and 3-wheelers. I'm using Kenyan examples because now I'm living here since 5 years. For example, Kenya right now imports about 250,000 motorcycles each year. That is now much more than what Kenya imports in terms of cars. And if you would go to Nairobi CBD, or if you would go, not really to CBD because they're banned there, but if you would, let's say, leave Gigiri, for example, then you would see quite an amount of motorcycles, and they're very important because they have a very important job to do, because a lot of people rely on this low-cost mobility option. So now what we would like to promote is to actually tell also the manufacturers in these producing countries like China or India but then also support manufacturers in Kenya, for example. But anyway, we need to make sure that the world understands there's actually quite a big market, and that is interesting, and people should invest there, because the products which are used in China are not the products which are required, for example, for the Kenyan market, because the vehicles are used as taxis. That means there are more persons on the vehicle. They need to be much faster, because they're not driving on a cycle lane, because there is no cycle lane, but they need to drive on the road, and they should not drive 30 kilometers per hour or something like this, because they would become an obstacle. So they need to be quite powerful. They need to have quite some range, because these drivers, they go 100 kilometers per day or 120 kilometers per day. So these vehicles are not so simple, because at the end of the day, it's again about the battery and the cost of the battery and the capacity of the battery and how to deal with all this. But yes, this is just to say that 2- and 3-wheelers, very important. Next slide. Buses, an equally important theme. Again, the market driven very much by Asia. Yeah? I mean, the red bubbles in the bus slide, they are actually interesting, because in 2021, it says in China, more than 25% of all new buses brought into service were electric. Yeah? And again, Europe, I also find sort of interesting, because it's more than 5%. So it's already there. It's significant. Yeah, it's not there. So yes, buses also very important. And that's basically the vehicle modes we support and on which we are working on. Next slide. So now I'm coming to our program. I'm going to talk through this quite quickly, because we then have also that financing session later in the afternoon. So right now we are supporting more than 50 low and middle income countries. When we say we, then it's of course not only us, but friends from Solutions Plus, other UN agencies, banks who are with us implementing e-mobility projects. It's funded by a multitude of funding agencies, among which the most important right now is the Global Environment Facility, the GEF. But then, of course, we have the German Climate Initiative with the demonstration projects, for example, in Uganda. We have the EU, we have foundations and other bilateral development aid. As I said, a lot of partners. And it's not only country projects, but it's also a global support program. Next slide. As I said, for the time being, we're really focusing on fleet vehicles. Reason for this is that fleet vehicles are used intensively. That means that they are driven very long distances every year. That means that advantage of having lower fuel cost compared to that disadvantage of having a higher investment cost, that balances out much better. Yeah? I mean, if you're saving on fuel costs and if you're using the vehicle intensively, then you basically pay back the higher investment costs over shorter time frame. Yeah? This is why fleet vehicles in general are more attractive for electrification, because it's just much more economical. And over the course of 3 years, you have already paid back the significantly higher investment costs. I mean, if you would buy a new electric vehicle, then you would probably need to pay like 40–50% more compared to an internal combustion engine vehicle. And these 40–50% you can only recover through lower maintenance costs, through lower fuel costs, maybe lower insurance or something like this. But basically, that much of this depends on the usage of the vehicle. Therefore, fleet vehicles are interesting. The other point, of course, is, I mean, already, let's say, European countries are struggling with putting in place the required charging infrastructure. That's not an easy job. So with fleet vehicles, much of that job, for the time being, doesn't need to be done. Especially if you look at captured fleets, because they are being parked somewhere overnight. In general, that entire, let's say, discussion of charging infrastructure is much less complicated with fleet vehicles. You don't need to have publicly accessible chargers alongside every highway or something like this. That is a next step, but it's a next step which needs to be thought about also right now, because that next step needs to come anyway in the foreseeable future. But yeah, for the time being, we're looking at fleet vehicles, we're looking at 2- and 3-wheelers, we're looking at cars used for taxis, and we're looking at buses. Now, I don't know what the time is. Okay. Next slide. Yes. The structure of this program, as I said, we have the country projects, but then we also have these, what we call regional support and investment platforms. One for Africa is managed by ourselves. The one for Asia and the Pacific is managed by the Asian Development Bank. Latin America and the Caribbean is managed again by ourselves together with Centro Movilidad Sostenible. And then Central and Eastern Europe, West Asia and Middle East is supported by the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. I'm going to say some more words about the purpose of these platforms in a couple of minutes. And then, so we have the country level, which is the country projects. We have the regional level, which are these support platforms. And then we have a global level whereby together with IEA, we put in place 4 global thematic working groups, one on electric light duty vehicles, one on electric 2- and 3-wheelers, one on electric heavy duty vehicles, and then one on charging infrastructure, batteries and grid integration. Next slide. So a couple of words about these country projects. I mean, certainly that is the most important part of the program. I mean, all the rest would have no purpose without things being implemented in countries on the ground. And what I'm saying here is mostly covering what we are doing so far with the GEF country projects. And a couple of you here have already a global environment facility funded electric mobility project in place. And these projects generally, they are a little bit more sizable. They are maybe the smaller projects, they have a budget of over $1 million. The larger projects, they have budgets of $2 or $3 million. And of course, that's not a huge amount of money, and we are not going to change the transport system with these funds immediately, but it is enough to really put in place the, let's say, a good basis to then now think about how we can upscale this. So what is that basis? So that basis is, for example, working on capacity building and awareness creation. I mean, a lot of the people now, not you, because you've been involved for so long time with the topic, so you know about this, but many other stakeholders, they don't know. Yeah, they are not really aware of what an electric vehicle is and what the let's say advantage of an electric vehicle over a conventional vehicle is. So we build capacity, we create awareness. We support countries in the establishment of roadmaps and strategies. I mean, roadmaps and strategies, there's a lot of roadmaps and strategies around, but in the end of the day, it's very important because it's planning instruments for governments, how to prioritize funding, how to prioritize expenditures. So you need to have these strategies, and e-mobility needs to play a role there. And that is why we are supporting the countries in doing this. Of course, developing national policy frameworks. This is what we did already a lot in the framework of the Global Fuel Economy Initiative. And this is being carried over into the GEF projects. How to make sure the right type of vehicle is imported, how to provide some incentives for consumers to make the vehicles a bit cheaper, for example, through waiving some importation taxes or waiving other levies and duties on electric vehicles and on electric vehicle support equipment. How to set standards for charging, how to work on, for example, a differentiated power tariff for electric vehicles. So there's a lot of measures which should be introduced over a short time frame. I mean, not forever, because electric vehicles will not need that support forever, but for a couple of years they need that support, and for a couple of years that support will cost some money, and this analysis needs to be done. How much does it cost to waive some taxes and to provide some other incentives, and how much do we gain in the future for all this by having a market for electric mobility and by, for example, not using imported gasoline, but using, for example, locally generated electricity. If you think about the e-mobility, there's a lot of co-benefits which make sense for a lot of countries, especially those who are dependent on fuel imports. But also you can create jobs, you can you of course, tackle the issue of air pollution. You tackle the issue of noise. There's a lot of co-benefits, and all these co-benefits and benefits can be summed up in some nice cost-benefit analysis. And that's part of what we're doing when we support countries with our e-mobility projects. Creating business models and finance schemes, again, maybe a little bit cryptic, but as I said, EVs are much more expensive when you want to buy them. So you need to think about how to spread these costs and how to actually benefit of the lower operation costs. And for this, you need to have better business schemes, better business models. And we need to work together with the financing sector to actually provide products which are adapted to e-mobility, which anticipate that, okay, there's this higher upfront cost, but then you have quite significant savings over the time of use of this vehicle. So, for example, we want to have financial products which have a longer payback time, and which maybe have lower interest rates because it's a green technology. And the bank itself has now options to refinance that green technology, because the bigger banks, like the development banks and all those, they have products which favor green investments. So yes, this is again something which is captured in these e-mobility projects. And then, of course, we try to pilot electric vehicles. Now, that is actually also part of the awareness raising, because in many of the countries, we're working with, we probably brought the first couple of electric motorcycles to the country. Now, again, 50 motorcycles or 100 motorcycles are not changing the transport sector, but they are providing evidence that a certain technology, which was foreign before, seems to work. Or if it not works, it gives some hints what can be improved over time so that it works. And that's why these pilots are important. And it's not only 2- and 3-wheelers, it shall be also buses. For example, Seychelles, we're having a bus project. They are going to demonstrate a couple of buses on some selected routes. Côte d'Ivoire, Abidjan, the World Bank is financing a big bus rapid transit project going through Abidjan from the east to the west. And the idea is that only electric buses will run on this BRT. So there's a lot of these things going on. Also Nairobi now in a stadium to again discuss the introduction of BRT buses. And similar developments are happening in a lot of countries around the world, in a lot of cities around the world, that the need for better public transportation is tackled. And I think we would like to see that the technology being used on these corridors should be electric. Next. So that slide gives an overview about the countries we are working in. It also shows what sort of vehicles are going to be demonstrated. It also shows the partners we are working with. And yeah, again, we can just say that it's not only UNIP, it's really a multitude of implementing agencies and project partners who help us or who lead actually on the implementation of these projects. Next slide. So what are these regional support and investment platforms for? They basically have 4 main objectives. First of all, to bring people together, like right now with the Global Fuel Economy Initiative conference here, to basically make sure that all these projects meet from time to time to exchange about what is working and what is not working and how they tackle various problems. And this is what we call creating communities of practice. We want to establish marketplaces. As I said, a lot of these projects, they have demonstration projects. So we want to bring the attention of these demonstration projects to manufacturers, telling them, okay, there will be a tender for a couple of electric buses in 3-4 countries. Can we lump them together and make it more attractive to you? We also want to bring them to the table to discuss how we can upscale these projects in the future. Now, with some of these projects, we basically really are working on the very basic requirements to even think about electric mobility. Based on this, and already during the projects, we want to bring together the cities, the national governments, the e-mobility industry, but also then the financing, the financiers, to discuss how can we upscale such a project. So, for example, in Kenya, there's a nice project under development, led by WRI, and the idea is to bring 25 million euros to Kenya to, on the one side, support the consumers to buy electric 2- and 3-wheelers through some financial mechanisms together with commercial banks. On the other side, to support the EV industry to make sure that they have enough capital to actually start producing at higher volumes. So I think this is for me, a very nice upscaling project. And for me, that sort of that sequence, GFEI, GEF, and something larger makes very much sense. And this is a little bit the idea of these marketplaces to now develop these bigger projects in a couple of countries around the world. Of course, the platforms will be the instrument to do the training, and Annika is basically leading the Africa platform, and she's we now started having some virtual meetings. The idea is to have a physical meeting maybe later in November. That's going to be discussed, and many of you, of course, will be invited to all this. Next slide. I need to accelerate a little bit because I'm running out of time. The global thematic working groups. So again, maybe two main objectives. One is to provide global advocacy, to for example, develop and discuss global and regional targets for the shift of electric mobility. So we have some targets for the phasing out of conventional light duty vehicles, conventional passenger cars. We have some campaigns working on buses and proposing targets. But for example, for the time being, there's no such target for the phasing out of conventional motorcycles, for example. And that is something we could propose. I think it's quite realistic to say that a lot of countries could actually ban petrol motorcycles by 2030. I think that this could be even something for a country like Kenya. Now, yes, policy advice, analytical tools. So this is now the other part of the working group, advocacy, and on the other side, development of support products, whatever reports, analytical tools, policy briefs, which help to design whatever is needed in the national projects. I can only recommend you to figure out that last that link on the last line. That is the toolbox which Solutions Plus with support from ourselves have developed over the last 2 years. I think it's a very nice toolbox. There are about 150 support products already on that toolbox. It's very nicely structured by vehicle mode, by policy type, by whatsoever. So you'll really find a broad offer of interesting reports there, and it's well structured and it can be well searched. Next slide. And that's it. So I hope we have a good and productive day on e-mobility today. There will be a session on financing afterwards. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what our concrete offer is to countries on GFEI, on other donors. With that, I'm leaving it here, and thank you so far.
Oh, great. Thank you, Alex. You've really given us a whole global view of where this electric mobility is heading. One point to make very clear that the vehicle fleet is growing around the world, and most of this growth is happening in the emerging and the transition economies. The 2- and 3-wheelers are very important. They are growing steadily fast. Asia is taking the lead, versus taking up places in Africa and the other developing countries, and we need to step up on the plate. But what we need are the right products. I think what Alex says is exactly correct, because you see the 2- and 3-wheelers used in Asia are for 1-2 passengers going. For us here, a 2-wheeler, can you define its role? At one time is carrying a person, another time is carrying 6 of them. Today you saw 4 on the road, but 4 are not too many. I have seen where we have like 6 plus a goat and a pig. And if you come to Uganda, they are really warriors. So but the 2 and 3 wheelers are a low-hanging fruit that the countries have got to pick up. But we're not focusing on 2 and 3 wheelers. Alex says we also have electric light-duty vehicles as well as the buses. Has given us on what the country programs are doing, building capacity, establishing roadmaps. That's very important, developing national policies, creating business models and financing schemes, which are needed to enable the investors and manufacturers provide these products, but also for consumers and the public to purchase them. And he has concluded with a regional support program on investment platforms, which we shall be speaking about later on in the day. That's a good beginning for today. So you've heard all the presentations. Maybe you want to ask some few questions. We can have some few questions just before we have a break. Do you have some questions? If you don't have, I ask you. Yes.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation, Alex. I had a question for you. What I have realized, for example, in my country is that this kind of initiatives, the funding that are in this kind of initiatives goes to the big cities in the countries. Sometimes there are small and medium cities that don't reach those fundings. So there is any way to get directly to go directly to get this kind of funding from the program, sorry?
Yes, that is actually, I mean, that's possible. And we have an example on this. For example, in Chile, we have a GEF project, and that project is not targeting Santiago, but it's targeting through three other cities, which I always forget, or I'm naming the wrong cities, but I think Felipe can say it. I thought it was Antofagasta and
Antofagasta, Puerto Montt, y Talca.
Yes, so I've never been in Chile, so it's a bit difficult. But yes, it is indeed important to not only focus at the let's say capitals or the biggest cities in the country. However, when we are doing that first step, we're looking for visibility, and that visibility very often can be found in the biggest cities. Now, this does not prevent us to develop follow-up projects to now target, let's say, secondary cities. So, for example, if a country has a GEF7 project, then, for example, it does not prevent to have a GEF8 project, and that GEF8 project now, for example, could target replication of the actions which have been undertaken under GEF7, but in another city or in another region, or let's say bringing lessons learned from what happened in the capital and what worked out in the capital to another part of the country. I think that is very, very valid project proposals, and we'd be happy to support you on things like this. Now, even in the other context, sometimes the rural areas, they are also very interesting because they have other, let's call it challenges, not problems, but maybe challenges and maybe also opportunities, and other vehicle types which play a role. Maybe 2 and 3 wheelers are a bit more important. So not so much in Latin America, I would say, but there are specific issues with regards to rural electric mobility, and of course special challenges. Now, rural electric mobility in Latin America means longer distances, means hilly whatever terrain. So that basically requires again other vehicles and maybe more expensive vehicles. So how to tackle this, how to work on this, that's certainly issues we would like to support.
Okay, thank you. I think we can also have questions for Craig Mateo. I don't know if Craig Mateo is still online. Is he with us? Mateo, are you there online? Okay, you can push the questions. Yes, over there.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is Francois. Thank you for the presentation. I was interested to hear from the experience of three-wheelers. So we have rural areas and our farmers needs to transport their produce to the market using the three-wheelers. But the current challenge is the availability of electricity in rural areas. I want to hear from you if there is any research or any practices so far where, for example, the solar panels can be installed on the board of the three-wheelers so that we don't need more of on-grid electricity to charge the three-wheelers. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Alex, you can take that.
Okay, so if I understood the question correctly, it was about the opportunities of, let's say, putting solar panels on the vehicles itself, on three-wheelers itself. I would say that's maybe not the top priority for the time being. Yeah? That solar cell, which is on the roof of a three-wheeler, will not be sufficient to propel that three-wheeler. Yeah? It can top up on the electricity which is used in the three-wheeler. It can maybe cover 30% or something like this. Eh? But on the other side, I think it makes the three-wheeler maybe quite a bit more expensive. I'm not so sure. Yeah, I mean it's a very valid questions. I believe there's a lot of benefit in conducting research on this, in working together with a local university, and they could probably purchase some vehicles from a manufacturer which has already some of these vehicles, and then equip them with a couple of solar cells, and then do some research on what is the added value of putting these solar panels on the three-wheeler versus the added cost. I think that would be my approach. Now, I think for that first, or for the introduction of electric three-wheelers, I think we need to focus to make sure that they actually have similar technical specifications with regards to speed and with regards to credibility, and that they provide sufficient range, and all this at somehow acceptable costs. And I think that is already a quite challenging task. So I think that is very important, yeah, to make sure that the electric vehicle which we want to introduce really substitutes or is better than the conventional vehicle, because otherwise it will be hard to have taxi riders who are convinced and who like riding such a vehicle. So I think that is important, and this is actually also something which we convene to the manufacturers, and I think we see some nice developments right now. There are some Indian manufacturers having some interesting three-wheelers on the market which have very promising specifications, and I think more of these vehicles will come as these manufacturers understand that the market in Africa, for example, requires for more powerful and longer distance vehicles. Thank you.
I think that's critical. Yeah, so solar charging is important. We are looking at those for stationary stations or fixed stations, yes. But them being on top of the three-wheeler, you might be complicating. But I think let's see where research takes that. I'm sure the industry is looking at it. We have a number of questions. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So can we ask them at once? You state whom you put it, then we can answer them at a go, right? So we start with the gentleman here.
Thank you. My question is, in Nigeria, we are at the level of developing strategies as well as the policy framework for electric vehicle or e-mobility. Being a greenfield in the country, there is actually a capacity gap for the stakeholders implementing the e-mobility project. So we want to know how can UNEP be of support to the agency of the government championing this cause. Thank you.
Then there was here, yes.
Good morning, Alex. I wanted to ask about the retrofitting of traditional motorcycles and scooters into electric scooters. The retrofitting kit, probably you can get it at around 40%. So wouldn't it be more cost effective just retrofitting traditional scooters and motorcycles into electric rather than going for the purchase of the new one? What has been the experience over there?
Okay, then we take next.
Thank you. The first one, I think, is just a comment. As we are moving towards our target of zero emission, I think what my other colleagues are saying is, I think we need to look at it holistically, because we also talk of access to electricity, which is also very critical. We have countries that are at maybe 11% access, but in this case, maybe access might be defined in another way. But I think we need to look at it holistically. My question is on the targets that we are giving the countries. I think we are looking at the demand side. Most of the targets are on the demand side, but I'm not sure whether we have targets for the suppliers of the vehicles. So in this particular case, maybe I can talk to the first presenter to indicate whether we also have targets for the suppliers. My thinking is, I think as the countries are targeting to reduce, the manufacturers should also target to reduce the production of these traditional vehicles to moving towards electric mobility. Why? Because from demand side, I think we'll still have that demand because countries, we are not acting as blocks. Because if we're acting as blocks, I think we can ban, and then it will be easier for manufacturers to produce as per the demand. But if we are acting as countries, one country would ban, the other countries will still be importing. For sure, like now, other countries are still importing maybe Euro 2, while others might move to Euro 6. So that disparity might be there. But if also we have targets for the manufacturers, my thinking is maybe they might be reducing the production. So by a way, still, whether you demand it, it will not be there, and then you'll be forced to buy from with the new technology. My other question is going to Alex, maybe you, Nep, in general. You talked of coming up with demonstration projects where maybe we can have all these parameters in. So my thinking is, can't we have a city within this part of the world that has pure, all these that we're talking about? So we support that particular city, and then we have everything. Because in that particular case, we'll be able to correct that, and then these other countries might be learning from that particular city. So
great.
Might be Rwanda, might be Uganda.
Yeah, we pick the question. Can we have a demo city? Yeah. Kebs, that should be the final one, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Gerald. Mine is not a question, it's more of a contribution to a question which was presented. The issue about off-grid solutions to the three-wheelers, I think that can present itself an opportunity now in terms of battery swapping, because essentially right now we're still grappling with the issue of electricity to rural areas, and battery swapping itself can actually be now the answer to what my brother had asked. That is, we have a battery swapping station in a common area, let's say a town, and now the village users or any other town member who does not have grid electricity can be able to now battery swap. And itself, given that the cost of electricity is usually high, we can, or rather the user can be able to just pay off the amount of electricity or amount of charge that he uses during the swap. So thank you.
Okay, I think we can answer those. First, from Nigeria on the capacity gap and support, if you can handle that together with the retrofitting kit. Yes, Alex?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I think these were all very good questions. Actually, yeah, it's good to learn about Nigeria being already very much on top of things and developing strategies and developing policy and framework. I actually just recently learned that Hyundai is already, or is planning to manufacture the electric Kona in Nigeria. So that is also very, very good to hear. Now you talked about this stakeholder capacity gap and how we can help with this. So what I would say is, so what Annika is doing now is, or what she has done already, setting up a schedule on training events over the next, let's say, 18 months. And just last week, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, we had our first virtual event whereby our friend Robert Giroga from CAPS, who just also spoke, introduced, for example, the experience of setting standards with regards to safety, with regards to charging, with regards to a couple of specificities of electric 2- and 3-wheelers in Kenya. Yeah? So this is a long process, and I think Kenya has done very good work on this over the past, I would say, maybe 3-4 years, to put in place a regulatory framework which allows to import the right type of vehicles to the country. So I think this is exactly that sort of support you are asking, and I would basically encourage you to reach out to Annika. She's going to share with you the schedule, and then you can pick which topics are of interest for you and which are of lesser interest. So I think there's an idea of doing something on electric buses maybe in November that year, but it's a rather preliminary idea, so I wouldn't say too much about this. But we are going to have at some point in-person trainings on issues of electric buses, for example. And these will be implemented by our friends from the bus operating company union, UITP. It's French, so anyway. I mean, that's the sort of support we want to provide. Now, I think I would, yes, retrofitting. Zudia, I think it's a very good question. Yeah, I think there's no simple answer, and certainly I can't say yes, it makes sense or it doesn't make sense. I think it would be good to have a bit more analysis around this. I mean, my gut feeling is that on a motorcycle, which shouldn't cost more than $1,300, or which, I mean, a conventional motorcycle with right now after taxes in Kenya costs $1,300, and which after 3 years is already, let's call it, quite used, having 100,000 kilometers on the clock and not looking that fresh anymore. I'm not sure it makes sense to now put an $800 battery in that semi-rack. So this is my impression to motorcycles. Now I think that looks very much different with the 3-wheelers, because with the 3-wheelers you have that nice chassis which has really a bit of a value and which is already quite sophisticated, and I have the feeling that for 3-wheelers under some certain conditions it makes sense, and I believe it also there's some opportunity to look into buses. For example, we have a project with Solutions Plus in Nepal, which is looking into the retrofitting of diesel buses. And I believe these diesel buses used there, they're already they're also of a pretty simple setup. And I think this is a requirement. Having a vehicle which is not very much integrated. I mean, looking at a Toyota Hiace and trying to electrify it, I think it's a task which needs a lot of money, because everything is to be supposed at a very specific place in the car. And now making this an electric vehicle, I think, seems to be quite complicated. But I would say, yes, for some types of buses and for some types of 3-wheelers, it makes sense under a certain regulatory framework. And I believe that regulatory framework, for example, imposes very high taxes on imported vehicles, like, for example, in many of the low and middle income countries. I mean, if you buy a car in Kenya, then depending on the price, you pay up to 70% or something like this in taxes. And this basically makes old vehicles valuable. And if old vehicles are valuable, then maybe retrofitting also makes sense. I think I would like to also directly respond to the other questions. So the colleague in front of us brought up that issue of harmonization. I mean, that is absolutely key. Yeah. So Jane is working on this since many years in East Africa community, in SADC, in ECOWAS, and I think it's very powerful to have this legislation at this sub-regional level in order to prevent what you actually said, that all these countries are doing similar things, different things, and then there's some sort of competition and it becomes difficult. Yeah? So I think harmonization is important. Then that other question, would it be possible to do something like a lighthouse project in a certain city, showcasing how well electric mobility works? I mean, yes and no. I don't think there should be one lighthouse, because who are we to decide now what city that should be? Yeah? I think that's going to be a tough decision, but I think certainly it makes sense to bring these pilot projects to the cities who are applying to this and to have in place already some requirements which are a bit more favorable. For example, if there's already a formal bus operating company who has the capacity to run buses, like for example in Tanzania, the DART, then I think that is a good starting point. Yeah? And it makes much sense to now say, okay, yes, we would like to have an electric bus there, because they have already a lot of other things which make it easier to introduce it. Now in other cities, there might be other modes and other vehicles which make sense, but sure, I mean, having this sort of front-running project is important. And then I think the last question to myself, or it wasn't really a question, Robert, what Robert Joroga from CAP said, that electric mobility can actually enable also access to electricity in rural areas. So we are having, in many African countries, we are having still relatively low power access rates. I mean, and this, of course, poses the question, why would you talk about electricity and electric mobility if there's no electricity? But for example, if you think about electric motorcycles, which could be charged with solar installations, which is a topic which is anyway now of very much interest in a lot of these countries, to think about decentralized power generation, then e-mobility could actually benefit, yeah? Because out of a sudden you have a bit of demand which is significantly higher than just a couple of fridges and televisions and mobile phones, which pose a problem to off-grid applications because there's actually so little electricity demand. But now having a 50 or 100 motorcycles in the same community actually could change the game.
And then there's one question
for Matteo.
Manufacturers.
Yes.
There is a question on
right.
manufacturers doing some kind of targets for them.
Okay, so
we're having all targets from the demand side, but we have targets from the supply side.
I mean, just the other week, the European Parliament decided on the effective ban of internal combustion engine passenger cars by 2035. So that is a very clear target to the supply side, because by 2035 they just can't sell them anymore. Now, what else could we do? Yes, of course. I mean, we have something like the COP26 declaration for phasing out conventional engine vehicles. Here, it's also targeting manufacturers, to basically publicly state that by a certain year we want to have only electric vehicles. To promote it, but to also say, okay, it's for them, they take it very serious, because it means a very, very high investment, and it means very, very big change for them. And I think a lot of these companies are actually doing it.
Okay. Do we have Matteo is still online? It's not. Okay, so I think we can take Alex's answers. I think that's okay. We need to end it here. We have eaten into our break time, so our break will be very short. But while we are in, I think I saw some important people walking. One is, there's a common name when you talk about sustainable mobility with the UN. There is a name you always see down. It's ROBDEYO. NG, Rob de Jong. And today he managed to walk in here. So we thought you could say something, but so you have an option, whether say something or you wave, because everyone knows your name, but maybe they don't know the person. But he's somewhere around here. I've seen him somewhere. Mr. Rob de Jong, he's over there.
If I remove my face mask, you recognize me. Hi, Gerald. Good, still morning, right? Good morning, everybody. Great seeing you all. See a lot of familiar faces here, a lot of new faces. I'm looking forward to meet you. I think we're having a break now, but also I think we're having dinner later this evening. I'll join you. So looking forward to catch up with you and thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Rob. Rob has been behind all this, and we are grateful for your efforts you put in. I also saw some senior colleagues from the government of Kenya. I think they walked in here. They're in the room, and Nigeria. So I think the governments are attaching a lot of importance to this work. So we'll be having some of them speak later on. Okay, so you are now dismissed for 10 minutes break. Those online, please go the back door, get a cup of tea, and 10 minutes we come back here, and then we resume. Thank you very much.
University Sokoto,
entrance. I pulled them all the way this side and then. We need to appoint a chief whip. George, hey, please do the chief whip. Huh? Okay, so let's get going. Everybody quickly take your seats, please. The next session is going to be fully packed, so and let's have all the presenters up here with me. Is Gada around?
Yes.
She's around? Yeah, so if we could have Miss Gada, Moni, then Javia, Tajirimana, Sebastian Graza, that will be by video, and I don't know how you address him, Mr. or right or whatever. The DG, how do you address him? The DG. No, you're too big. I didn't see you coming. Let's see with all the escorts. Most welcome, sir. Then, so I guess we are ready to get going. So the first online will be physically here is Mr. Gerani Ariu. Mr. Gerani Ariu is the Director General of the National Automotive Design and Development Council of Nigeria. Mr. Gerani Ariu is a veteran car designer with many years of industry experience. He worked with the General Motors of America, of the US. He designed groundbreaking vehicles such as the Chevrolet. Those who have driven these cars, you know them, Pontiac G6, Bumblebee, Camaro in 2014, the Transformers 4 movie. In 2017, he was appointed as the Director General of the National Automotive Design and Development Council of Nigeria, and is currently leading the team tasked with the design and the development of two cost-effective Nigeria and Africa applicable vehicles designed to be in tune with Nigeria's unique and extreme climate terrain and economic infrastructure. What a better person to have than the Director General, Mr. Gerani Ariu. Please, we have the floor is yours. You can speak, take there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is very exciting to be here today. I'm always excited when discussions border around electric mobility. I'm here today to talk about the challenges and opportunities to zero emission vehicles. Quite a bit of that has actually been discussed. So what we'll be looking at today is a slightly different perspective. My passion for automobiles took me from a city, Sokoto in Nigeria, to the United States to study and become an automotive designer. And actually, as I was making plans right after graduation to return home, the company General Motors offered me a job. I saw it as an opportunity to get experience as an automotive designer. And later on, it gave me the opportunity to come up with the design of the Chevrolet Volt electric car. It's a vehicle that at that time showcased how far GM had come after 100 years. And it also highlighted the company's future direction in electric mobility. My passion for Africa brought me back to the continent. It made me accept a job by Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari to go back to Nigeria and lead the country's National Automotive Design and Development Council, the agency with the responsibility of developing the local automotive sector in that country. Today, I'm very excited to be here because I strongly believe that Africa needs electric mobility more than any part of the world. There is no doubt that the lives of hundreds of millions of Africans could be better. Africa needs more smiles. The dreams, hopes, and aspirations of people across the continent in every nook and corner must be realized to create happier, more productive, more fulfilling lives within the shortest possible time. Such an aggressive transformation has happened before in human history, in the Americas, Europe, and now increasingly in Asia, where billions of people have been uplifted out of poverty and hardship into abundance, peace, and prosperity. There is no reason to believe that such type of dramatic transformation cannot happen in Africa. And advanced technology is the solution. Advanced intelligent technology that is good for Africa and that is good for the world. What is Africa? From the Great Plains of the Serengeti to the incredible mountaintop Eden of Ngorongoro, from the banks of the Zambezi to the hot water springs of Yankari, Africa has incredible habitats and ecosystems where for millions of years, both flora and fauna have existed and flourished in a perfectly choreographed dance of life. The people of Africa themselves have incredible heritage and history, from the times of the builders of the Great Pyramid of Giza, to the reign of Mansa Musa of Mali, to the dreams, hopes, and aspirations of modern-day Africans, dreams, hopes, and aspirations that must now be realized to positively change the lives of every man, woman, and child on the continent at an aggressive pace. That is why electric mobility is critical for Africa, for it is clear that with the need for massive industrialization and transformation, neither Africa nor the world can afford it to be powered by fossil fuels. E-mobility is definitely the only solution. Challenges and opportunities to zero-emission vehicles. Nigeria has started on this journey. We're very excited and we will be very aggressive with it. On this slide here are some of the things that we have started to do as a government and some of the things that we've started to do in support of the private sector. We have put together a technical committee to work on and create a legal framework for the promotion of the adoption, production, patronage, and usage of EVs in Nigeria. We hope that this will further support the further development of electric mobility in the country. And I believe this is an opportunity for us to get necessary support from the GEF programs of the United Nations. We have begun to promote and support stakeholder production of EVs, which has led to the beginning of local assembly of Hyundai Kona EV, an electric vehicle with about 482 kilometers of range. And an indigenous car company, Jet Systems, has also deployed an electric van in Nigeria. We have also Max E that have developed an electric two-wheeler in Nigeria. We are also directly, we have started our own design and development of 2 Nigeria-specific vehicles that are electric powered. These would be vehicles in tune with the culture, climate, terrain, and economic structure of Nigeria and Africa. We've also started the development of charging infrastructure. We have so far done 3 pilot studies of 100% solar-powered charging stations located at 3 universities, so as to enforce and support technology transfer, and hopefully with that type of technology at the footsteps of students, have them come up with more Nigeria and Africa applicable solutions. We're also collaborating with more academia, both within and without Nigeria, towards solar-powered traction platforms for small farmers and rural communities. This we see is the Hyundai Kona EV assembled in Nigeria. The first ever vehicle we believe that is electric that is being put together in West Africa. This we believe is a significant milestone showing that Nigeria has joined the race, and that we will continue to support other players from within Nigeria and outside to produce Nigeria applicable electric vehicles. This is the Jet Systems 100% electric bus that is currently undergoing testing by GIG Logistics in Lagos, and they'll expand operations to further prove the applicability of electric mobility in commercial applications. The green minivan is an effort by a group of young Nigerians that converted petrol-powered minibuses to run on electricity, and they're offering low-cost commercial fares within the city of Maiduguri. This is the Max E that was involved in a pilot program in a Bamu community in southwestern Nigeria. These electric motorcycles were developed to be best durable for Nigerian environment, and prove that you can use mini grids to power rural transportation. This is a quick video because when we started to promote vehicle electrification in Nigeria, we were hit with a lot of counter arguments saying that we had challenges with power, electricity comes and goes. How did we intend to power electric vehicles? We said, yes, we do have those challenges, but we believe that by leveraging on renewable energy, we can counter that challenge. So this was our vision video to show what we were visualizing, and then also I'll show you pictures of the realized project. May we?
The NADDC is starting on an electric vehicle technology transfer program. We're doing this in collaboration with 3 universities: Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, University of Lagos, and University of Nigeria in Nsukka. We are constructing 3 solar-powered charging stations, 1 at each of these universities, and shall deploy a series of electric vehicles which will allow the students to get first-hand experience of this advanced technology. This shall also empower the students to further develop vehicle electrification for more effective Nigerian and African applications. The NADDC is starting on an electric.
Yes. So we believe that for electric mobility to really be successful in Africa, it cannot be dependent on the importation of the products, nor the technology or the skill set. That this is a time to begin localizing the R&D that electric vehicles are all about. So when we did these pilot programs, we decided to site them in universities, like I mentioned, so that young Nigerians would get a firsthand feel of this new technology, understand it, and come up with even better applications based on the extreme conditions and local characteristics of Nigeria. These are pictures of it. And we deployed the Hyundai Kona at each one of these solar-powered electric charging stations to really support with that technology transfer. The challenges to e-mobility in Nigeria and Africa have been touched on, but we'll look at a slightly different perspective on them. Power, definitely at the very top, affordability, extreme environments, global policies as they may apply, and challenges related to the sourcing of raw materials. We all know that a little over 40% of Africans have access to electricity. So if you're talking about electric powered vehicle, that is a huge challenge. Affordability, yes, economies continue to grow in Africa, but the purchasing power of the average African is very low. Extreme environments, very high temperatures, in some places reaching 50 degrees Celsius, extreme dust, and in some places, extreme rainfall. Global policies, as countries across the world set targets on banning fossil fuels, what are the export and trade impacts on Africa? Will we see a flood of ICE vehicles coming into Africa? What needs to be done about that? The supply of raw materials, what are the effects of sourcing raw materials that go into EV and battery production? End of service disposal. When we reach critical mass of electric vehicles in Nigeria and Africa, what are the repercussions? How will they be recycled? Power. We believe, like I mentioned, that a solution is sustainable energy and mini-grid solar solutions, like the 3 pilots that we have done. These are the universities where we've had them: Usman Danfodio University, University of Lagos, and University of Nigeria, Nsukka. What we're doing is we're working very closely with the university and with the manufacturers of the Hyundai Kona on a monitoring and evaluation exercise to understand the problems and challenges and opportunities in electric vehicle space and how to come up with better solutions. The NADDC is beginning discussions with the UNDP to collaborate on setting up a charging station at their facility in Maiduguri. It'll also allow us to produce a blueprint for scalability across the country. The social and economic potential of this would be effective contribution to supporting projects on sustainable economic growth for human development in Nigeria and Africa. GIZ and the European Union have supported a solar mini-grid project in the Bamu community in southwestern Nigeria. This would also serve as a business model that can be replicated in rural communities across the country to effectively transform the already established cultural, social, and economic transportation activities. I think the success of electric vehicles and e-mobility in Africa has to be in such a way that these solutions come in and support already existing cultural, social, and economic activities, not to disrupt the social interaction within communities, but to come in, push out fossil fuel-powered vehicles, and bring in cheaper, cleaner solutions. Affordability. This perspective looks at it from the product development angle. We need, I believe, strategic research and development into products that are specifically designed for Nigeria and Africa. For the most part, during the history of the automotive industry, most of the vehicles that are used in Africa or other developing countries were actually designed for streets of advanced nations. I think for success, these products need to be in tune with the culture, climate, terrain, and economic structure of the market. That is why for vehicles to be most applicable, most durable for Nigeria and Africa, and for them to be affordable, they have to be designed with the end market in mind. So innovative design is necessary to develop applicable cost-effective manufacturing, maintenance, and recyclability components, to integrate local materials, systems, and labor, and shorten the value chain logistics, to emphasize on off-road rural electric vehicles. The economic and social potential in this would be to create highly affordable and attainable products, vitalization of the local economy through local material sourcing and the provision of local labor, effective transfer of technology and expedited upgrading of relevant skill sets, all leading to enhanced purchasing power, ensuring attainability of these vehicles. Second point, innovative product and power access, ownership, and financial models. We'll need intelligent programs to allow access and use of vehicles through community ownership, such as has been demonstrated with the Bamu Bamu project and the electric motorcycles. And also to provide innovative, sustainable energy provisions for cost-effective access to battery charging and swapping. Social economic potential, access and attainability to relevant EVs by a majority of society. If the purchasing power is low for communities, individuals don't have to buy individual products. They can come in as a community to finance them, to buy them, to lease them, and to use them for their daily activities. I mentioned the activities here by GIZ, and also the other company, Nigerian EV company, Phoenix Renewables, converts petrol minibuses to electric and offers cheaper commercial transportation services. The NADDC in-house and collaboration with the University of Nsukka, we're working towards developing a solar-powered agricultural tractor. This would develop an open source solution for cost-effective, sustainable tractor for small rural farmers. Trained fabricators and investors will be free to replicate and lease them out, sell or self-use. So once again, understanding the challenges, financial challenges of the end user, small farmers in rural Africa, rural Nigeria don't earn much. So it's important that they are provided a cost-effective, solar-powered agricultural traction that allow them increase their yield per hectare. Then also collaboration with local OEMs on the local production of e-tractor. We had opportunity not too long ago to attend the EVIS Electric Vehicle Innovation Summit in Abu Dhabi. And we were also opportune to meet with potential producers of electric tractors. These would be bigger than the ones we're developing in Nigeria, but localizing the production of these types of tractors would provide powerful, sustainable, zero emission farm implements for intensive farming and effective V2X, vehicle to everything charging solutions. Extreme environments, a huge challenge. It can be addressed by highly creative design and engineering development to achieve EVs that are durable, rugged, and compatible with extreme climatic and geographic conditions of Africa. This would allow development of EVs that will last and uncompromised service in the many different conditions of the continent. This will promote innovation and the empowerment of local design and engineering talent. This would expand to basis for global OEMs for extreme terrain R&D and product testing. We believe if a product is designed and developed to suit and be durable in Africa, then it could easily perform without any problems across the world because of the unique extreme characteristics of Africa. We also need stronger accords and enforcements globally. When you look at global policies, for example, we have countries setting targets for phasing out fossil fuel powered vehicles. What happened to those already on the road? Chances are many would try to import them into Africa. Yes, African countries will go ahead individually and collectively to ban the importation of these types of vehicles, but I believe it is important too that the originating countries also put a ban on exports. Because even if you do ban ICE vehicles at in Africa or countries through smuggling, these vehicles can make it into Africa. So it's very important that right from the source, exports of ICE engines is enforced from those countries. Raw material supply, strong global enforcement is needed of all relevant regulations on mining, relevant e-mobility related raw materials. You have cobalt, lithium, and nickel ores that are being mined or have the potential of being mined in Africa. It has to be done in a way that is not detrimental to the environment of the continent. End of service disposal, like I mentioned, when we reach critical mass, there will be the need to really look at how best to recycle these vehicles and their components in a manner that is most good for Africa. Finally, we must imagine, if we may, in the not too distant future, unbelievable accomplishments in Africa. A future where every man, woman, and child is empowered to lead happy and successful life. The future must be achieved through ubiquitous and sustainable industrialization, enabled by intelligent electric mobility to every relevant nook and corner of Africa. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Janali. You know, when the big brother speaks, so we have big brother Nigeria. Now we can have, if big brother Nigeria can take lead on EV, you know, even a 20% of Nigeria, that would be a good example for Africa. You are dealing with a huge market, huge potential there, and we are glad with the steps you are taking with the NDCC. That is the progress, the policies, and the local production. So those buses, those vans, and I like the name, Kona. Kona Electric. You know, Kona has got a very good, it sounds so nice. So we should promote that and pick it up, you know, the charging infrastructure, the collaborations you're talking about, involving the research institutions. That's a sustainable approach. That's a sustainable approach. The approach looks good. No wonder you're in the US. You must have gone there after me, right? Yeah. But that's a sustainable approach, which we think we can take on. Thank you, Mr. DG. First, hold your questions. Let's have all the presentations. So from Nigeria, we go to Egypt. Egypt, you know, we'll be holding the COP27, and maybe there we can set some bit of targets. So let's look at what kind of some setting of national mobility targets that we think we can do or achieve at the COP27 in Egypt. And to do that is Ms. Gada Moni, the program coordinator at the Center for Environment and Development for the Arab region and Europe. But I think when you say Arab region, you also include Africa, right? Yeah. Yes. So, Madam, please.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here and glad to be representing CEDARI, or Center for Environment Development for the Arab region in Europe, and at the same time also presenting e-mobility situation in Egypt as a result of all the actions and efforts that was done in the past years. Next. Well, I've segregated my presentation into actually 3 sections. I'll be presenting first the status of the status quo of what's happening in Egypt regarding e-mobility. And then I'll present the plans or what we have in mind for the coming period. And at the end, I'll be talking about the challenges that we're facing. Regarding the status quo, there were a number of studies done on e-mobility. One was by the Ministry of Environment, and actually they issued 2 economic studies on the economic return resulting from the shifting to the use of e-mobility or electric vehicles. A policy paper was developed by us, by CEDARI, introducing electric mobility in Egypt and the concept itself. And also the Ministry of Electricity actually developed an initial strategy for the requirements of expanding into electric transportation system in Egypt. The second one was the pilot project implementation. If you can go next. Actually, this is a picture or a photo of the electric bus. That's a pilot project that's implemented in Alexandria within the city. And there we have 15 buses. And this pilot project has actually been going on for the 3rd year in a row. So, and it's working fine so far. Next. Regarding manufacturing of e-vehicles and buses, a preliminary agreement has been signed between the public Egyptian car production company and a Chinese company to start manufacturing the first electric car. The agreement has been signed, but they haven't started manufacturing yet. However, the start of actual manufacturing procedures of the first public transportation system by the Egyptian private sector has started, and it's on its way. Next. Also, the charging station infrastructure, and it's one of the most challenging and expensive item in the e-mobility. But the Ministry of Electricity has issued the feed-in tariff scheme and for electric mobility, which this is encouraging investment by the private sector for charging station. Also, there are 2 companies in the field of electric charging station, and they plan to provide 3,000 charging station or charging points in the framework of investment. So, and this is underway, but hasn't been materialized yet. Next. Okay, now we're going to move into planned actions, or what we have in plan for e-mobility in Egypt. The World Bank has a project launched in Egypt to improve air quality in Greater Cairo, sorry. And one of the components is in this project is that it includes inducing 100 electric buses in Cairo Transport Authority, which is called the CTA for short. And these 100 electric buses also are going, in the project, is going to include their charging infrastructure and the capacity building of personnel dealing with these 100 buses. The plan of Egypt is to expand electric buses to reach 20% in the next 5 years. Next. Well, we all know that the COP is happening in November in Sharm el-Sheikh, and Egypt has planned to introduce 120 electric buses and taxis to serve transportation during the time of the COP. So I don't have the plans exactly of what they're doing in the COP, but this is for sure one thing they have published, that they will be introducing e-vehicles and buses. We have also the metro and train. In Egypt, we have 2 lines of metro. They're running, that is already established. Right now, they're working on the 3rd and 4th way. And believe me, they're really making a crowd because the construction is underway. And these should be completed in the next 5 years. And they should integrate or cover the whole of Cairo and Giza. Next. This also is linked to in Egypt, we have the new administrative capital city where they're planning to move all the governments, all the banks, all the entities, all the business entities, and it's been built. And while it's being built in parallel, they're completing the electric train linking the 3rd line that's under construction to the new new administrative capital city. Also, what's crowding Egypt very much these days is the construction of the monorail. And this monorail is also going to link whether the subway or public transportation to the new capital city, because it's really outside Cairo. I have a problem with Cairo. Next. Okay, another thing that's also, Alexandria is actually pioneer. I mean, as I told you at the beginning, they have the pilot project of the 15 buses running. Now they're working on replacing the existing diesel train that runs within the city of Alexandria with an electric passenger transportation. And the plan is also to reach and be extended to reach Eastern Alexandria. So they're not stopping at Alexandria as a city, but they're expanding. Now we come to the challenges, and our challenges, actually, separated them into a country level challenge and then an end user level challenge. On the country level, of course, as I mentioned actually in the panel day before yesterday, the financial cost of the infrastructure. And this on the country level needs a lot of funds, it's very expensive, and it's one of the challenges that Egypt as a government is facing. Also the public awareness of the long-term benefits of a high-cost e-mobility implementation. One of them, of course, is the expense of the infrastructure. On the end user level, again, it's the charging infrastructure. And I mean, a number of people has spoken about, even if they have an electric car, it's the charging point that's, or how far they can go, and they need to charge it for a long time or so on. So the charging infrastructure is a problem, is a challenge. And the lack of appropriate incentives for manufacture or purchase. I mean, this is a challenge that hopefully Egypt is working on, but it's the end user is the one that's really facing it for now. Thank you.
Wow, so you see, progress is not far from here, right? Huh? Progress is not far from here. If you move from Nigeria, you go to Egypt, that's a bit a notch higher. So thank you, Gada. Pilot project of buses, that's a dream. Manufacturing EVs and buses, charging stations. Copies bring opportunities, 120 buses and taxis, that will change. I remember when we had it in Paris, it changed the whole of Paris. Now it shouldn't, certainly it will not leave Egypt the same. Metro, train. It appears if we sat down, we have the problems and solutions in one place. The question is how to do them in a systematic and scale up manner. I think the challenges are good, but we should ask you some good questions. When Egypt says there's a problem with the financial, you think how we are going to do it, but it works. It works. There are those who say that things don't work in Africa and even developing world, but things work. If you want, you can always do some incentives, some policies, some interventions, and you can get a result. If you think things don't work, try Kigali, go to Rwanda. And let Javier Twajirimana tell us, you think things don't work, they actually work. And in Rwanda, things work. So, and Xavier is here to take us through on how they work. Why are things working in your place and they are problematic to us all? Eh? Thank you, Javier. Javier is the external links and donor coordinator at the Ministry of Infrastructure in Rwanda. We normally call it MIFRA. So these are the guys responsible for the infrastructure in that fastest growing East African country of the Republic of Rwanda. Javier.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, and many thanks to UNEP for giving us this opportunity to present what we have done so far and what we are planning to do in Rwanda. As the moderator said, Rwanda is a country where we believe that we dream big, and we think that what we dream can be a reality if we put much effort to do it. So we are going to talk about electric mobility. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Electric mobility, fiscal policies and incentives in the Rwandan context. Next. You're going to excuse us, technology is not on our side.
We needed to electrify it.
Absolutely.
You know, technology always waits for the right time when you need it and it challenges you. Why doesn't it do it much earlier?
Yeah, it's okay now. just a bit of background of the country, why they are fixing this.
Yeah, you could be
issue of,
telling us.
Yes, Rwanda is a small country, about 26,000 square kilometer, located in East Africa and actually between East Africa and Central Africa.
And it neighbors Uganda. Eh?
Yes, it has 4 neighbors. I was about
Yes.
to say that. Neighbors Uganda in the north, DRC in the east, in the west, Tanzania in the east, and Burundi in the south. It has a population of about 12 million. Though we are a small country, but our president, His Excellency Paul Kagame, always says that no matter what size you are, you can achieve big if you really are committed. And we believe that in Africa, we can do much. And we positioned ourselves as a country of innovations and opportunities. And we really are achieving that. About electric mobility, the journey started back in 2008. Sorry, not 2018. Sorry, the technology is not doing very well, but I have that in my head. When the technology comes again, we will maybe repeat or skip it. In 2018, where we were seeing that we have put much in money and investment in producing energy, and some of it were being wasted. Then, and also having a transportation system depending on fuel that we import in the country, and take all the money that we have to go and buy electricity, to buy fuel. So we thought which innovative way that we can solve this issue of volatile fuel. So we sat down and conducted a feasibility study to test the preparedness of the country toward the global trend of electrification of mobility, because that was the plan in many countries. Many countries at that time has put targets of achieving electric vehicles. And then we say how prepared we are as Rwandan in case fuel is no longer an option. What will we do? Then the study feasibility study at national level showed that it is feasible under, of course, a certain context, whereby we saw few challenges that needs to be addressed in order to have this electric mobility working in the country. Some of the issues that we had were mostly the capital, the high upfront cost, because electric mobility or electric vehicles being a new technology, and the level of development of battery technology at the time when we introduced this was too much high, even up to date, I guess. The upfront costs, which leads to the affordability issue that my colleagues from Nigeria said was very big an issue. And also compared to the pockets of Rwandans, whereby you see that many vehicles coming in the country are second-hand cars. That was an issue that needs to be considered and find a way to solve it in order to have vehicles penetrating in the country. Another issue was about the charging infrastructure. Capital related to it, technology itself, capacity building, and availability of electricity, especially in rural areas, and also capital investment in general linked to charging infrastructure. And again, another one was mainly on awareness, changing the mindset of people from buying IC-based vehicles to electric vehicle. Is not uneasy, even though we know that OPEX, operation expenditures for EVs, is low when you consider the whole life time, the whole life of the vehicle, or the total cost of ownership. We did everything that we highlighted that OPEX is low, but still the CAPEX was very much high. So the government instituted back in 2011 an incentivization regime, which covered the fiscal incentives, non-fiscal incentives, and any other administrative measures to ensure that electric vehicles can penetrate quickly in the country, because we have targets to reduce emissions, as we have finally submitted our NDCs to the UN, whereby we want to introduce electric vehicles no matter what, and with maybe government itself contribution, but also international organizations. So I think when the presentations allow, I will go deep into details, but that is the journey. So far, we are seeing results of those incentives that we issued since 2021 in April. We are now seeing a number of vehicles increasing day to day. In the same time, we are seeing also motorcycles, two-wheelers increasing day to day, and people now are much aware of it, and they are really considering to buy. I don't have the figures in mind now, they're in the presentation, but when you look at the speed of penetration of e-vehicles, we can see clearly that the incentives that we are giving are yielding results. And another thing I can maybe mention here, electric mobility is something feasible, but it requires the political push, like political willingness. If policymakers consider it as an option, that it can work. If the task comes to the technician like us to convince decision makers that this is the best move to take. Of course, you do it. You do feasibility studies. You do different analytical works along. But the best way is to convince decision makers, because those are the ones that will decide on which move to take. So that's what we did as technicians back in Rwanda. And really, we are seeing results. And we are seeing many investments, being nationals, domestic, being internationals coming in to just invest in electric mobility, charging infrastructure, though it is still a challenge because, like, for example, for buses, still a challenge because of much investment needed. But on motorcycles, we have realized that just a small push on tariff of electricity was a very big push. And then we are seeing many motorcycles, about 1,000, less than 1,000 motorcycles that are operational. And another thing that I have seen in East Africa, I don't know if I'm wrong or right. In East Africa, motorcycles are being used as motor taxi. I don't know in other parts of the world if it is the case, but in Rwanda, motorcycles are helping many people to provide door-to-door service. And we count about 30,000 motorcycle in the city, in the capital city, in Kigali. And we have a target to make them electric. And in that perspective, we try to see how we can retrofit even the existing fleet that we have and make them electric. We have tried with a pilot of about 8 motorcycles. They are now working perfectly. And together with the brand new motorcycles that we have, people are starting to see that electric mobility is something that can work. So I think that's it. When it's coming? Oh. So moderator, I don't know what happened.
No, you seem to have done extremely well. Maybe it is good the technology refused, because you have done extremely very well.
Maybe the presentation will be shared.
Yeah, we shall
if
share
we
the
cannot
presentation.
more.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
Yeah.
I thank you all.
Thank you, Javier. At least you raised the key thing. They need to diversify the transport modes, to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels, to introduce the EVs. Challenges which all the presenters have expressed: the upfront, the capex, affordability. I think even the DG talked about the technology, the capacity, availability of electricity, which I think we can still solve. These problems are, electricity is not a very big challenge, because even Nigeria can pick from DRC, even Uganda, we can generate and supply. As of now, I have about 1,200 megawatts of power that I am struggling where to sell it. So political support, standards, but there's a key solution which is running through amongst the presenters, the one of tariff. I've looked at that, the feed-in tariff. It's one of the incentives that can really work. We had it from Gada, and Javier states it again. So thank you very much, Javier. Now, still holding on, let's see what the fiscal and fuel economy policies we can have. And this will be from Chile. Chile, you know, is at the forefront of implementation of these policies on the fuel economy and the fiscal and non-fiscal measures. And Chile is at the, when we talk of examples, we always look towards Chile. Maybe we can understand. Just a minute. Okay, so magic has brought back the technology, eh? So yeah, so let's look at the Chilean case on the fiscal and fuel economy policies by Sebastian Garza, with the transport and energy sector program specialist at the Centro Mario Marina in Chile. This is remotely connected, so please, let's go on this.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm here to present on the session on e-mobility and fuel economy policies. And I'll give a brief overview of what has been happening in the region, but also some examples from how Chile has adopted strategies to promote e-mobility, but also promote fuel economy policies as well. So again, I'm sorry that I cannot join you personally, but I hope that these sessions have been fruitful, and we will remain available for any questions regarding the presentations that we're currently conducting for these sessions. Again, I'll start off with a very short global and regional context regarding EV deployments over the past couple of years. As everyone is well aware, the supply chain issues that have continued to wreak havoc in the transportation sector that had begun with the first COVID outbreaks have continued. And this has affected all supply chains around the world in terms of delivering vehicles, either internal combustion engine vehicles, but also EVs. Even so, EVs have proved to be resilient and have picked up the pace in recent years. And this is some good news, actually, because supply chain constraints have definitely affected the industry substantially. But even so, EV sales have proved to be resilient in recent years. And this has been very impressive, particularly seeing how Europe has taken over China as one of the main vehicle markets for electric vehicles around the world. And this took place over the course of 2019, 2020, and has continued to maintain the pace, basically seeing Europe taking this leadership. And we expect also the US with a recent amount of new vehicle models coming into market to pick up the pace as well. But in Europe, importantly, this has been driven in large part by efforts by manufacturers to meet CO2 targets by 2021. And these efforts have basically pushed the market to grow sales of electric vehicles and cleaner, more efficient vehicles as well, obviously. So this is something to take note in terms of lessons learned, of something that we can also learn from and try to adopt or mimic. And this is something that we're seeing slowly happen also in Latin America and the Caribbean. In Latin America and the Caribbean, EVs have, in essence, interest in EVs has remained high, but in essence have been, to a large extent, basically focused on e-bus deployments, particularly those in Colombia and Chile that have been considerable in terms of numbers. We're talking about fleets. Chile most recently tendered out close to 1,000 new electric buses to add to its fleet of around 113 vehicles that are currently on the roads, while Colombia, will be tendering close to 2,000 electric buses that will be coming into the city of Bogota over the course of the next few years. So, the interest around EVs has remained high, but again, a lot of this has been focused on e-bus deployments that had begun, or had really scaled more than anything in Colombia and Chile. As mentioned previously, Bogota and Santiago are taking leadership in terms of e-bus deployments in the region, but we're also seeing a number of different cities and countries around the region take up electric bus deployments. And this is very interesting because we have a range of cities and technologies also in place. Latin America has had a tradition of having BRT systems, and some of these have operated with trolley buses, electric trolley buses, for a long time now. But the most interesting development in recent years is obviously the deployment of battery electric buses, and that's something that has picked up the pace. We've seen a number of these initiatives take place, in other countries outside of Chile and Colombia, particularly in Ecuador, in Mexico, in Uruguay, but also in Paraguay, Brazil, and Argentina to a lesser extent. But this has also proven to be quite effective as a strategy in terms of focusing on EV deployments in the public transportation sector. But government efforts have not been limited to only those modes. Over the course of the past few years, governments in the region have adopted a range of different policy instruments to promote EV deployments. These have included, different sorts of fiscal tax exemptions basically for the sale or applied at the sale of an electric vehicle, but also different types of vehicle restrictions that are not applied to EVs. A lot of the cities here in the region have restrictions based on the emissions profiles of the vehicles, and obviously electric vehicles do not have to meet those restrictions. At the same time that governments have started to deploy different sorts of incentives for electric vehicles, they have also adopted a range of different targets to meet for not only light duty vehicles, but also for heavy duty vehicles, and for in particularly heavy duty vehicles or urban buses in public transportation systems. So we see a number of different initiatives here taking place across the region. I think some of the most interesting are obviously those taking place in Chile and Colombia that have taken a lot of the leadership in terms of deployment of EVs here in the region, with Colombia already setting a benchmark of having at least 600,000 electric vehicles by 2030, while Chile has most recently announced the ban of all internal combustion engine vehicles by 2035. So, some of the countries are moving more swiftly than others, but most of the countries are taking different sorts of steps towards the electrification of their transportation system, which also includes the charging network. And we've seen, EV charge points also pick up the pace around the region, particularly, in Mexico and in Mexico in particular, but also in Colombia and Chile that, as I mentioned previously, have, taken up the leadership role in terms of EV deployments here in Latin America and the Caribbean. But as I mentioned previously, EV sales continue to represent less than 1% of total sales. Sales of light duty vehicles remain, sales of electric light duty vehicles in the region remain low. Some of the markets are picking up the pace, particularly in segments in the top tier segments in the most expensive vehicles. We see a lot of uptake in terms of EVs, but in terms of the general public and also in terms of the average vehicles being sold, a lot of room is still open in terms of closing the gap between EVs and internal combustion engine vehicles. And this is one of the main reasons why this is very difficult to do in the global South. And when we look at the price gap between EVs and internal combustion engine vehicles, the price gap is substantial here in Latin America and the Caribbean. For example, this Chevrolet Sail is the most common or the most sold vehicle in Chile in 2020, and it was selling at a price of around a little bit less than $8,000, whereas the most sold electric vehicle in the market here in Chile in 2020 was the Hyundai Ioniq, which was selling for close to $32,000. Hence, we have a price gap or a price differential of over $24,000, or close to 4 times the original cost of the ICE vehicle. So, closing this gap is very tricky in countries where subsidies cannot be applied as easily or as substantially as in other countries, because to a large extent, as we've seen previously, the luxury segment is really taking up the pace or picking up the pace in terms of EV sales, and we do not want to be subsidizing those types of vehicles in particular, right? And when we see a comparison, for example, with the US in 2020, in the US, the most sold vehicle was the Honda Civic, which was selling for close to $20,000, while the most sold electric vehicle was the Tesla Model 3 that was selling for around $35,000 before incentives. So we can see, this is a much smaller price gap that needs to be breached. And this is also one of the reasons why we're seeing this uptake of electric vehicles in those main markets. So, taking these contexts into consideration, what has Chile learned in terms of promoting clean transportation strategies and electrification in its own country. And so this is very important to remind ourselves of what we just seen, but also keep in mind the objectives that we need to meet. And these not only include, sales targets for electric vehicles, as we've seen or we've discussed previously, but also decarbonization timelines that countries have established across the world. And so here, for example, we have a timeline to decarbonize the economy by 2050 here in Chile, and we see different initiatives that can help in meeting that goal. And we see here two that I'd like to point out in particular. The goal or the amount of effort that electric mobility can impact in terms of meeting those decarbonization goals, but also energy efficiency. And so in energy efficiency, this not only includes the transportation sector, obviously, but the transportation sector has played a crucial role in promoting energy efficiency policies here in the country. And so what Chile has done basically in terms of emission control strategies for the transportation sector has basically focused on these 5 different policies, right? One, the introduction of ultra low sulfur fuels, 15 ppm or below. This has happened, or this is available in the region since 2013. And with that, the adoption of stringent emission standards for all vehicle classes. At the same time, electrification targets have been developed to meet the 2050 decarbonization goals that I just previously mentioned. And different policies have been also put in place to promote fuel economy, which include vehicle labeling, fuel economy labeling, a CO2 standard that is in place right now for light duty vehicles and will soon be taking place for heavy duty and medium duty vehicles as well, and a green tax that is levied on fuel economy or fuel consumption, and also NOx emissions. And finally, the focus on public transportation as an entry point for new technologies, as we've seen discussed in previous presentations during the course of these sessions. And I'm just going to quickly go over some examples of how the country has adopted these policies. And the first is really the core of emission control strategies for the transportation sector in Chile, which is, again, clean fuels and stringent emission standards. And in that regard, as mentioned previously, we have ultra low sulfur fuels since 2013 in Chile. And in 2018, Santiago de Chile became the first city in Latin America and the Caribbean to adopt the Euro 6 emission standards for all its fleet renewal processes. We received a Climate and Clean Energy Award for that policy, which included the first introduction of Euro 6 buses to the Santiago fleet. That was a fleet of around 500 Euro 6 buses in 2018, which soon opened up the pace for the introduction also of electric buses to the transportation system. Keeping in line with emission standards, as I mentioned previously, the emission standards apply to all transportation modes. So although the Euro 6 emission standard was only adopted for heavy duty vehicles in the Santiago de Chile market, this was soon extended. And so now currently we have a standard that is currently being discussed or is under review. More than anything, it's currently under public consultation to adopt the Euro 6 standard nationally for all HDVs. And in the meantime, we've already adopted the Euro 6 standard for light duty vehicles and medium duty vehicles starting in September of this year, with the Euro 6B standard coming into place, while the Euro 6C standard will come into place in 2024, which will also coincide with a change in terms of the drive cycle under which all vehicles are being currently type approved in Santiago, which is the NEDC standard, which starting in 2024 will be converted to the WLTP standard as per the Euro 6C standard that was mentioned previously. Finally, just to note that also 2- and 3-wheelers are subject to emission standards here in the country, starting in 2019 with the emission 3 standard. In conjunction with these efforts to clean ICE vehicles, we have also adopted very stringent targets in terms of meeting electrification of the transportation system to 2050. And we see again, we have goals for all new vehicle sales for public transportation system, for the public transportation system have to be electric by 2035. All vehicle sales for light and medium duty vehicles also have to be electric by 2035. Interurban, intercity buses and heavy duty freight vehicles have until 2045 to meet, 100% of sales, while different sorts of machineries and off-duty equipment, off-duty road, off-road, equipment with, with a power rating of over 560 kilowatts have to be fully electric by 2035. And then smaller machinery with power rankings of over 19 kilowatts have to be fully electric by 2040. So we're seeing, these strategies being adopted across all modes of transportation, but obviously with a strong focus on public transportation, as I mentioned previously, where we're looking at having all public transportation vehicles be electric by 2040. And that, and this is in line with the goals and standards that we've set previously. In line with this, Chile has also signed on to different global initiatives that seek to promote electrification of medium and heavy duty vehicles. One of these is obviously the global memorandum the global MOU, on zero emission medium and heavy duty vehicles that was launched at the COP last year, and of which Chile is a signature of, which basically sets, the timeline for introduction of all vehicles, of all heavy duty vehicles by 2040, with interim targets by 2030 as well. Also, and this is, this is in line also with these targets for medium and heavy duty vehicles. Chile has also adopted an energy efficiency law that includes, different sorts of targets for light duty vehicles, medium duty vehicles, and heavy duty vehicles over the course of the next 60 months. And within these energy efficiency laws and these mandates to promote fuel economy, we will also see integrated different sorts of interim targets to meet with the electrification goals set out previously. So this is, the main source of fuel economy policies in the next few years in Chile will come from meeting these efficiency standards, which are feasible also because of previous fuel economy policies that were adopted by the country. In particular, in 2013, the first fuel economy labeling system was established for light duty vehicles here in Chile, which was followed in 2019 by the extension of the labeling scheme to all medium duty vehicles. And in 2015, a first tax was levied based on fuel consumption, NOx emissions, and the sales price of the vehicle. And this point, this is a sales tax that is levied at the moment that the vehicle is bought, but it is the first effort to develop a fiscal policy that places a value on emissions from the transportation sector. While on the other hand, these policies that began in 2013 allowed for the creation of a data set with, the emissions profiles of all the vehicles that are being sold in the country, not only to then promote different sorts of policies as the ones mentioned previously, like CO2 standards, or also the taxes that I've just mentioned, but also promote fuel economy standards as we've seen previously, and that we're going to be delving into a little bit more here, which basically are in line or are set to close the gap between Chile and the European markets by 2030 to 5 years. So we're going to be seeing, a very stringent progression in terms of meeting these standards by 2030 onwards. And these standards can only really be met with a large percentage of electrification of the light duty vehicle fleets here in the country. Together with that, we are going to be helping the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Transportation set the targets for medium duty vehicles and heavy duty vehicles in the near future, and we'll be also promoting those policies around the region with our partners, as this is also part of the Global Fuel Economy Initiative. Finally, I'm just going to switch back the focus to the public transportation system that, as I mentioned previously, Santiago or Chile has really focused on promoting the introduction of the best vehicle technologies through the public transportation system. And in the case of Santiago, this is noteworthy in terms of the amount of Euro 6 buses and the battery electric buses that have already make up the fleet of Santiago. And this is already, in line. We're already going to be seeing another 2,000 vehicles being introduced this year, which will replace a lot of these Euro 3 vehicles that are currently still operating, right? So we're going to be moving very forward in terms of that transition, and the public transportation system is a key source of introducing these changes, which includes certain incentives for battery electric buses. But as I mentioned yesterday, these are not, anything that closes the gap in terms of fiscal incentives for the procurement of public buses, but rather tweaks in the contract schemes and business models of the public transportation system so that you can provide this different sorts of incentives for the operators that choose to use electric buses. In the meantime, and what we're going to be continue to see in the region in terms of electric vehicle deployments is consolidation in the modes that have proven economically viable. And there we have, the public transportation system that has proved to be, a sector where, given different strategies and different business models, we can see a quick uptake of electric vehicles. We also see that take place in high usage vehicles like taxis and other modes of transportation. Also, private owners and private fleets have a lot of potential for electrification. And finally, in the case of Chile in particular, we have a strong focus also in being able to electrify off-duty equipment, off-road equipment, such as mining machinery and others. That corresponds to a large percentage of the fuel consumption of the transportation sector here in the country, but also in line with different sorts of measures, so that include clean production of different sort of mining outputs. So this is what we're going to be seeing happen in the country over the course of the next few years, again driven by the policies that seek to promote clean transportation and fuel economy improvements in Chile. Thank you very much for your time and for hearing this presentation, and we'll be accompanying you throughout the rest of the sessions, and please feel free to contact us with any questions that you may have. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Wow, that's something called water blessing. You move. I think Chile is a class apart. This is a country on the continent, right? At least you see Chile is out there. So it means some of these things can be done, right? I think now if it were possible, I would have hired a plane. We all go to Chile, do benchmarking, and return and give ourselves for some 10 years and make sure we have the same results. They seem to have the solutions for most of the challenges we have really fixed. We need to understand what exactly is unique about them that we can pick. Fortunately, we have a good delegation from Colombia, and they're also deploying there some 2,000 buses. So we shall ask them how they have achieved that. I think we've had lots of presentations. Maybe you are dying with questions. So let's have a brief. We have another presentation online. So Arvin, please hold it up. I have heard the audience for long. They have some questions. So we can have some few questions and then have one presentation, and then we can leave for lunch. So can we have some questions? Starting from, if you have forgotten, we started with the Director General Gerani Ariu, then Madam Gada Omoni, then Javier Tajirimana, although the presentation didn't come through, but he was able to put his points across, and then Sebastian. So I can now take some questions. Alex, you also ask questions. Please go ahead. You can also ask a question and answer it.
I'm sorry, it's not really a question. It's a comment. Now, what I found really interesting in that last presentation was actually that price difference between the Chevrolet Sail and the Hyundai Ioniq. Now, I'd say there are two problems, not only one. I mean, definitely one problem is that the price of the EV is still quite high. But then the other problem is that the price of the Chevrolet Sail is really quite low. I mean, $7,700 something. Is this after taxes or before taxes? I mean, I don't know. For a new vehicle is really quite not very much. So now the question is, how do you achieve such a vehicle at such low costs? And I think that goes into that discussion we had a bit earlier today, targeting the standards and targeting targets of the manufacturers, and asking the question, at what cost comes a vehicle which is sold at $7,700 and something US dollars to the consumer? And I think this has to do a lot with vehicles being targeted to not the premium markets. I would say the Hyundai Ioniq is I don't know, I forgot the term, but there's a term in the car industry for this, like a world car or something like this for premium markets. I forgot the term, but basically going to Europe, going to North America, and also going to Japan. But then, yes, this Chevrolet Sail you would probably not find in these premium markets because it's substandard. And now I think this is also something which needs to be tackled, and where we have some duty on those importing countries to now say, okay, yes, we acknowledge it's good for our population to actually have affordable mobility, but then can we find some sort of middle way to still make e-mobility a possibility in a couple of years? Thanks.
That's an important observation, because you say the difference is $24,000, but the selling price for that is $7,000. In the US, the difference is $15,000, but the price for the IC is $19,750. The other one is $35,000, so the difference is much smaller. If we had a $7,000 new vehicle in this part of the region, that would be a rocket solution here, isn't it? But that's a Corona KDG here in Nairobi, So 7,000 is really quite low. We need to interrogate that and see how do they arrive at 7,000 for a new Hyundai car, which is absolutely nice, brand new. That's okay. So that's a comment. Other question? Okay, so I take Zimbabwe. Then after you go to ECOWAS, their side.
Okay, thank you. I think my question is to Chile. Very impressive work being done there in Chile. My question was just to check what Chile plans to do with the ICE vehicles that obviously they are going to be phasing out. What's their plan with those vehicles?
So we take that. What do you do with the end of life? End of life. Ghana.
Well, thank you very much, Gerald, for the opportunity. My question goes to the first speaker from Nigeria. Very impressive delivery, looking at the challenges that Nigeria faces, and in the face of this, they are still coming out with policies to increase the appetite of EV vehicles. In fact, in his presentation, he made mention of raw materials, and I want to have his take on the opportunities that Africa has as far as raw materials is concerned. And even if you look at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, reports have it that, in fact, this has to do with the last intervention that Africa has for even economic transformation. And if you look at lithium ion, one of the critical elements in the building of EV batteries, information has it that 30% of these raw material comes from Africa. How do we leverage on this opportunity to ensure that Africa takes its place in value addition when it comes to the production of batteries? In fact, it is not for any reason that even Sweden is building a $1 billion factory to ensure that in 2025 is going to add up $250 billion in the EU GDP. And if lithium ion as a raw material is anything to go by, I think that Africa must take its place in value addition. I want to have his take on this. Thank you.
Very good. They are called rare earth minerals.
Sure. There were two hands up from Ghana.
Oh, there is another Ghanaian. I thought from Ghana we can go to the next neighbor, but okay, Ghana to Ghana, fine. Please go ahead.
Yes, so it still goes back to my big brothers in Nigeria, and the presentation was very crisp. And as my colleague said, the challenges were there. They were into R&D partnership with the universities, which in itself is good. My question is on the capacity of the local artisans and mechanics. I mean, it's a fact across board that we don't have that capacity in-house to take control of the repair maintenance of these new and emerging technologies. In Ghana, we have people who can repair up to Euro 3, Euro 2, Euro 1 vehicles. But any vehicle beyond these specifications is difficult. And I think that's where we need to start building that capacity to kind of encourage the consumer that, yes, if you bring in this vehicle, there's that capacity to maintain it in the country. I would want to know if there are some specific interventions they are doing in building the capacity of the locals, the garages to do this maintenance. Thank you.
Then we shall take one question and then handle that. Malawi?
Thank you. My question also goes to the first presenter. I think he talked about community ownership. I don't know whether it's 100% strictly. I think maybe is it in just pilot phase, looking at the fact that for us, I think most of these two-wheelers are more for income generation. And when you talk of community participation, is it just a pilot project or that's the way to go? The second question is on the refurbishment of these traditional engines to electric mobility. I just wanted to find out its cost effectiveness as well as whether you can conclude that that's the way to go, or maybe it's just also on pilot phase. Thank you.
Okay, let's first take those. I think we don't have Sebastian Lyon, but Felipe can help us address the first question. Felipe?
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I would like to say that I will transfer the question also to Sebastian, and I will let you know the answer. But preliminarily, I can say three things. So Chile, they already have this policy for scrappage all vehicles. So it's to enforce the policy of scrappage. Second thing is that in the current policy that they have for the end of life of different kind of equipments, they don't include vehicles. So what they are planning to do is to include vehicles in this policy and also to set up all the standards for how to deal with the final disposal of internal combustion vehicles, but also of electric vehicles. And the third thing I can say about how Chile will face the issue related with the final disposal of internal combustion vehicles is that also they are in this moment they have in place a financial mechanism for facilitate the replacement of internal combustion vehicles. I'm talking about especially light duty vehicles. They have this financial mechanism for facilitating the replacement of internal combustion vehicles with electric vehicles. However, as I said at the beginning, I will transfer this question to Sebastian. Maybe he can elaborate more on these policies.
Very good. But you've given a very good response, but still nevertheless transfer it to him and ask him to send me an email on his response. But on this, I know Egypt had a very good program on scrappage. You see, the solution we can legislate, but the best solution is a market-based solution. Once you create a market for something, then there will be supply. If you use Say's law, Say's the one who says that supply creates demand. But according to Adam Smith, it's demand that creates supply. So once you create a market for whatever you don't want, then it will actually be solved. That's an appropriate way of a market intervention without changing the market fundamentals. But I know Egypt was very successful on this program, and I've requested Madam Gadda here to give us what was the experience on this aspect.
Yes, that's true. Several years, Egypt government, they wanted to change all the old taxes because it was causing a lot of air pollution. And as part of the country's air improvement, quality of air, they gave an incentive to all the taxi drivers to provide them with low interest loans so that they can come and exchange their old taxis with newer cars. And actually it proved a great success because now you can't really see those old taxis with all the combustion problems and the breakage and actually they were causing more than air pollution, they were causing traffic jams too. So that pilot project, it was a pilot, but it ended up with a great success.
You see, so it works. That was a demand-based solution, right? Now, let's go to our brother here, the DG. You have a host, success has a lot of problems. The biggest problem you can ever have is success. So when you have success, you have a lot of problems. So Mr. DG, you can give us your experience, respond to this. Raw materials. I have seen so many Nigerian brothers in Uganda looking for those rare. Are they looking for the raw materials there? But it's one of the inputs. How are you sorting out the capacity intervention that you are doing? You are better placed to tell us how you are viewing how the industry is going and how you think you'll achieve your targets. Mr. DG.
Very, very important questions and issues. Definitely these are rare minerals abound in Africa. Nigeria especially, there's lithium ore, nickel ore, cobalt, and others that we all know are necessary for the EV space. I think this needs to be approached as a continent-wide issue. First, the mining of these minerals must be done in a sustainable manner with the least amount of disruption to the environment from within which they are mined. And then also look at more value addition to these minerals, materials, not just mining them and shipping them out of the continent. I think the automotive industry in Africa is definitely behind that of the rest of the world, where, for example, GM has been around for over 100 years. So generally, Africa is just starting, but I believe we have already come a long way and there's a huge opportunity. And the big opportunity here is for Africa to be part of the global value chain in electric vehicles. to go into not just mining minerals and materials, but into the production of components that would feed automotive production, not just in Africa, but that would feed automotive production around the world. That way, the continent integrates itself into the global value chain. And I think leveraging technology would allow us to do that, to really leapfrog and not have to go through steps that are further unnecessary and have been superseded. Training centers, yes, we do need to upskill in the automotive industry, and that is why NADDC, our agency, has built about 18 automotive training centers across Nigeria. And we're right now in the process of bringing in equipment from Germany to install for the training. And what we intend to do is use them as platforms for training in the automotive sector, specifically gas power, and most importantly, e-mobility, so that we get trained young Nigerians, youth across the country to be conversant with this new technology. Community ownership, that is relative to the type of vehicle. Maybe on a two-wheeler, you really don't need to do that. A person can afford one and sort of use it for commercial services. But when you begin to grow in scale for the vehicles, maybe minibuses or bigger buses, other forms of transportation that would be probably impossible for an individual person living in rural areas, or a tractor powered by solar, then the community can come in, either buy directly or lease it out from the providers. And then when you talk about conversion, it also depends on the vehicle. If it's a relatively simple type of vehicle, you could do that. But when you begin to scale up in the sophistication of such of a vehicle, it wouldn't be cost effective to do that. I'd rather right from the ground up, a vehicle is designed specifically to be electric and to be most applicable in the extreme conditions of the end market.
Oh, perfect. So that's, I think that's appropriate response. One point which I think I 100% agree with you is I think we need all these, most of these raw materials are coming from Africa. We need to be part of the global system. But I think in some parts, they're just living like raw minerals. You never know where they are going. I think it's important that we define them. Maybe Uganda, Nigeria, or another country is not manufacturing electric vehicles. It would be important to define that these are parts or inputs into the manufacture of an electric vehicle. When I was studying in Israel, I remember there was a factory which was making some parts for Boeing. And it's very clear what is being made here is for Boeing. That creates a value. And yes, I think we can act on a continental level so that we are in charge of these raw materials of ours. As I said, I've seen people, you know, there's now a rush we have in the eastern part of the country for these rare earth metals, you know, lithium, the ore. But nobody's talking that they're actually heading to the EVs. So I think we need to define this. This one needs to come out of our recommendations that let's label these, that this is a material which is going for EV. So we are also part of the manufacturing group, and this is our contribution. So if there is a profit from the EV, then it should be shared across all those who are contributing to that. Wouldn't that be fair? Somebody to demand what is yours? That's not so bad, is it? Yes. Mr. Commissioner, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm David Mutisia from the Minister of Energy, Kenya. I strongly concur. Last week, but one, I attended a mineral and energy transition platform in Abuja, and this was strongly discussed. Mining and transition to clean energy, we can't do without that. And we realize that we need to harness what is ours and create value addition to what we are exporting and make use of that and create employment and prosperity. Thank you.
Absolutely, because each country now is asked to give its energy transition plan. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
What is your plan? And then somebody is saying, I am manufacturing EV, right? Then they say, for you, what are you doing? But I'm the one who's giving you the raw materials. Am I not manufacturing also? So, so I think let's take that as one of our key output. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My question is to Egypt, Gada. As you said, your country is planning for the next COP27. I don't know whether you have any synergy with the secretariat of COP27, because NADDC as an agency is planning to feature there significantly. However, our experience from the last COP26 in Glasgow, we have limited space because Nigeria was given just one room, and we have component of EBs and other activities that the agency is doing that we want to showcase. And we also have more stakeholders to bring along, but we are given just 2 slots for agency. And we have relevant stakeholders, including the private sectors, that we want them to partake in the event and try to network with other nations and the other stakeholders in the e-mobility sector. So my question is, do you have any synergy with the secretariat planning for COP27 in Cairo so that we have the required space for our agency? Thank you.
Okay, Gada, you can take that.
Yes. Well, definitely there are plans, but they're not published yet, unfortunately. And because the government, as I told you, they're inducing under the framework of the World Bank project. In that framework, they're inducing those 120 buses and taxis. And definitely there would be an opening for that, but actually unfortunately I can't give you an answer right now, but it will be published, and definitely there'll be slots for agencies to and intersection with the e-mobility sectors in Egypt.
I think if you agree, we can give that assignment to UNEP. Huh? You know, I'm looking around, who is better placed? Because you see, we are talking of energy transition. We need to showcase the efforts in the developing and transitional economies. And that's one of the forums that we have where we can make our cases, get investments into this revolution. So I think without even seeking consensus, we are giving the assignment to UNEP. The chair has ruled, so be it. I will do politics next time. Now, yes, Madam at the back, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mine is just an observation for the MD Nigeria. The parastatal National Automotive Designer is uniquely housed in the Ministry of Industry and Trade Investment. Is that what made it, the progress that it has made thus far? Is it because it's not in the Ministry of Transport or Ministry of Energy? Maybe engineers are more technical vis-a-vis the Ministry of Industry. Maybe they are more business oriented and more result oriented. What was the reason or of it being placed in industry and trade investment in ministry vis-a-vis the technical side of it, energy or transport?
Okay. DG, where you are? But we have Javier here. Javier is, are you there, Javier? Yes. Yeah, Javier is under the Minister of Infrastructure. I think in Rwanda, they don't have energy. They have Minister of Infrastructure. It combines all that. So, and they are doing great progress. But you, DG, where did you go where you are? Why are you placed where you are? Hmm?
Why are we where we are? Yes. Nigeria has historically been dependent on one resource, crude oil. And now leadership has recognized the need to diversify into industry and agriculture. Industry creates jobs, it enables transfer of technology, and it locally provides the needed solutions, products, and ideas for that locality. And that is why we're under industry, because we're part of the industry, automotive industry, We are also a strong stakeholder in creating jobs, and our primary focus is in the development and production of automobiles within Nigeria. So we fall under transportation. But I think we're also in a unique position where we are also part of transportation, energy transition, and the environment. So yes, our parent ministry is Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, but we also are linked very closely in terms of our mandate and operations with the other ministries.
Perfect. There is always no standard thing. There is always some different countries will take different routes of evolution. So Nigeria, the big brother Nigeria is taking that route. The big brother Rwanda is taking the route of MIFRA. I don't know, the big brother Kenya is taking which route? Malawi and so you can say. If we can pause there for the questions, because we have Arvin online. Sorry, I'm going to request for you to just to take a glass of water if you have it, so that we can take some 5-10 minutes and do this. Arvin has been online and would like to hear his presentation because he can't have lunch with us. He's online. Arvin, are you there?
Hi, Gerard. Hi, hello.
Oh, fantastic. Please.
Yes,
please go
just
ahead.
to clarify,
Apologies,
my presentation,
here, so you can go ahead.
yes, my presentation is under the next session, actually. So the MRV session.
Yeah, okay.
Are we moving there already? Okay.
No, we suggest that you can, instead of keeping you for long, you can make the presentation now, if that's okay.
That's also fine, yeah. If I can quickly.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay.
We can't see you, but we imagine you are fine.
Yes. So let me just quickly share my screen. I'm just finding it. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're delighted to be part of this highly important conference, looking into shifting towards efficient and zero emissions vehicles in the global south. And we would like to thank UNEP, GFEI, and the supporting organizations for providing us the opportunity today to share some insights on MRV and e-mobility initiatives. So my name is Alvin Mejia, and I work with the Mobility and International Cooperation Research Unit of the Wuppertal Institute. Let me just quickly take this out. And yeah, I'll be sharing some insights regarding the work that we're doing in terms of MRVing, this local e-mobility interventions from one of the projects that we are involved in, the Solutions Plus Global E-Mobility Project, a project that is funded by the European Commission under the Horizon 2020 program, which is being implemented by a consortium of more than 40 organizations, including our friends from UNEP as well, and over 100 associated supporting partners. And we are also working with 10 cities globally to look into these demonstration projects. So it encompasses city-level demonstrations to test different types of innovations and integrated e-mobility solutions, complemented by various knowledge building, capacity development, policy relevant and scaled up types of activities. And in our case, so within the context of this presentation, I'll be focusing more on the M part of the MRV, so measurement part would be the focus, but we also do have, you know, the reporting and verification components, but more at the internal level. So essentially what we are trying to do in the solutions activities, we feature at the core of these demonstrations, electric vehicles. So the project focuses on smaller vehicles, your 2-, 3-wheelers, quadricycles, that are really meant to either bolster different efficient modes of transportation, so being integrated with mass transportation, for example, in the case of passenger mobility, and as well as introduce novel concepts focusing on the introduction of e-vehicles and unique use cases, for example, for urban freight. And we also have a couple demos looking into conversion, retrofitting, say, public buses in this case. But we do recognize that while the vehicles would play a crucial role in the demonstrations, that they only form a part of the components. We do have other technological innovations focusing on charging batteries, as well as integration technologies such as your vehicle or ride sharing types of applications or mobility as a service applications. And these technologies are being viewed within the project, within a wider socio-technical system that really recognize the importance of a multi-scalar, multi-sectoral type of collaboration, and recognizing the need to situate these technologies within a wider framework. So to put things into perspective, the project embeds MRV into its design for a couple of main reasons. So we would be talking about really feeding into the understanding of the impacts of the demonstration activities themselves. So we talk about the smaller scale components that we have, and having a grasp and understanding of this impacts would help us explore scale-up options. So we don't end up with just demonstration projects, but we also want to use these demonstration projects towards looking into wider impact-generating scale-up options, and provide insights into the scale of the impacts of these wider concepts. So in the case that the scaling up is indeed achieved. And this slide is just a mapping of the core steps that I thought would be useful to share to the group, but obviously it's not exhaustive of the different steps, but let me go through them quite quickly. So as we are currently in the process of doing the ex-ante assessment of the demonstration activities, I mean, we focus on this, essentially the ex-ante portion of the assessment. We need to define the goals and the associated key performance indicators. And then we thresh out the different components of the demo that would feed into the achievement of the goals, and define the baseline and map out the causal chain. So in our case, we can focus on thinking about MRV in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions impacts. And this is basically asking how each relevant component would impact the different factors. So in terms of transportation activity, in terms of, let's say, mode share emission factors that are relevant to the calculation of the GHG impacts. Then we set up data collection activities and embed these into the demonstration design. Then we do the monitoring later on and iterate if needed to account for potential flexibility, as we are using more of a living lab iterative kind of approach in the demonstrations. And once the data is in, we do the analysis, evaluate the KPIs, and really make those strategic decisions in relation to the scale-up concepts. I won't go through in too much in detail here, but the main thing to consider here is that we've also accounted for the assessment of the GHG impacts, for example, within a wider process of impact evaluation. And that within the project itself, we have come up with a wider set of KPIs reflecting the different aspects that need to be considered. And within this wider framework, we had considered things like financial feasibility and wider impacts in terms of sustainable development relating to, environment, society, and the economy. It's also important to note that also the formulation of the goals it really accounted for the goals of the different stakeholders that we had been working with at different levels. And consolidating these sorts of goals can also be tricky and a challenge. And once we are armed with the clarity in terms of the goals that the demonstration cities and partners have, then we consolidate this and iterate the components of the different demonstration activities. So really defining what would the components be. And in our case, so again, as I've mentioned, there would be a few layers that we need to consider. It's not merely just the introduction of the EVs, but other technological components which may have impacts on or interlinkages with several thematic layers, whether it be the transportation layer, the impacts of digitalization, impacts on materials, impacts on energy. So depending on the nature of the demonstration, we need to account for these sorts of different impacts but we also do recognize that there's a need to prioritize, and in practical terms, because we cannot account for all the impacts, particularly the smaller indirect impacts. So we need to assess which ones to consider. So it's also an issue of materiality and significance. So we need to later ensure that we are getting the direction and magnitude of these impacts correctly. And we then define the baseline, which can be tricky also in terms of mapping out the causal chain, meaning how would the demonstration components lead towards the intended impacts. So let's say in the case of greenhouse gas emissions. So just simplified example here, focusing on the transport layer. So this basically provides a depiction on how we might integrate the conceptualization of the project and the baseline scenarios and the different data strategies. Essentially, what we want to understand is the difference between what the project scenario and the baseline scenario would look like. So in terms of the greenhouse gas emission. And in the case of the GHGs, we can look at this in terms of the activity and structure, as well as the energy intensity and emission factors, the asset framework, and say, okay, for the demo, we need to monitor transport activity, the vehicle kilometers, the transport tasks, so the basics, as well as the energy consumption, and attach some, let's say, published grid emission factors. But in the baseline scenario, we also postulate that in a scenario that what if the project is not put into fruition, where would this activity go, or would the activity actually would have happened in the first place? So either we combine different data strategies, maybe in terms of embedding specific dedicated user surveys, or it could be in terms of looking into existing literature. And this is also where, for example, the fuel economy baselines would also prove to be very beneficial for the exercise, since it also takes into account, let's say for the LDVs, you can attach specific default data coming out of the fuel economy baselines. As well as the underlying data that goes into these baseline studies. In terms of defining the baseline and mapping the causal chains, in the past, and some insights here, like in the past, most of the e-mobility initiatives have really been equated towards, let's say, solely e-vehicle focused components. And if we use this avoid, shift, improve framework, that we primarily be on the improve side, which is, let's say, a bit simpler in the case of the MRV process. We can think of it more like a one-to-one replacement of a vehicle, a conventional vehicle with an e-vehicle, which would simply trigger changes in terms of the energy intensity and the fuel or factor of emissions, if you may say. But what we have also seen in the evolution of these initiatives is that we can see how e-mobility can be combined with other components to, let's say, impact modal shifting. For example, in the case of the provision of new mobility services that are enabled by e-mobility technologies. So essentially, we can think of these new mobility services as a combination of making sustainable mobility resources available, including electric vehicles, combined with the mobility services enabled by digitalization. So we can think about the rise of, let's say, vehicle sharing, ride sharing. These are also things that we are working on in terms of the demos. And a specific niche, we can refer to it as e-NMS has been rising. So once you combine these two things together, you can come up with quite interesting scenarios. So in this case, we can think about how the availability of digitally shared e-mobility services can potentially impact, let's say, main modal choice. So in this case, you have different types of trips being done by different vehicles or different modes, and then shifting these towards, let's say, more on the public transport side of things because of the convenience, the comparative advantage in terms of convenience, cost, service quality. When we talk about end-to-end, the trips being more comfortable, more cost-efficient, and provides overall better service quality. So we then look into changes also in terms of the structure, in terms of how the trips are being made. And it's missing here, but basically this is the avoid. What I want to say here was that we can also think about maybe not perhaps in the level of the demos, but we can also postulate a longer term scenarios that feature e-mobility as an enabler for avoid strategies, which really pertain towards the reduction of overall transport activity. So in this case, we can think about, how the integration or strong integration of these mobility services, e-pedelecs, e-scooters can potentially enable further densification if they are properly integrated with adequate high-quality public transportation services. So similarly with smaller cargo vehicles, wherein we can shift from a point-to-point type of service being done by larger trucks towards the use of smaller EVs for last-mile deliveries, combined with, let's say, distribution centers. Something to think about, particularly in the context of building up the case for e-mobility initiatives. So essentially, there's a variety of different choices that can be influenced by e-mobility initiatives, which might necessarily be, quite obvious at the upfront, but really depending on the context, the components, and the design itself, it could potentially influence some of these choices, if not all. So in the context of the project, again, after we've defined the data, the baseline scenarios, we then move towards setting up data collection and implementation of the data collection itself. I just wanted to highlight, we can combine, the use of technological aids. So in our case, for example, in the demos, we've integrated the sensors, IoT, GPS trackers, things like this, to be able to aid the collection of, let's say, the vehicle data. Then we combine existing resources, again, like the GFEI fuel economy baselines, whenever appropriate, we tweak them if needed. We also recognize the need to engage different stakeholders for ensuring the planning coincides with the attainment of the aim. And there would be a lot of conversations, non-numerical data that are also quite important in the conduct of these MRV exercises, which arises from such engagements. And finally, we also recognize the importance of embedding these data collection initiatives into the existing processes. So if we are working with specific, let's say, companies, operators, authorities, so it's easier to conduct the data collection. And finally, we do the calculations, evaluate the KPIs, which would then feed into the wider decision making. In our case, in terms of providing that guidance in terms of the different scale-up concepts. And in relation to this, I think Alex also has mentioned this earlier. So a lot of the guidance materials and tools that we would be producing, both from the Solutions Plus project and also the GEF Global E-Mobility project, we are compiling these into the emobility.tools website, which is basically a portal for tools relating to e-mobility, including those that you can use for such assessments. So, this comprises Solutions Plus tools, knowledge products, as well as external tools as well. So this is a joint product of Solutions Plus and the Global Electric Mobility Program of UNEP. And you can also find additional resources from the Solutions Plus website. So finally, the quick summary. Basically, MRV, it's really purpose-driven. It differs depending on the context of the application. In our case, it's really about evaluating the pilots and conceptualization of wider scale-up concepts. The availability of such fuel economy baselines would also be beneficial for MRVing not only e-mobility initiatives, but very much you can think of like any other transportation related initiatives towards reducing greenhouse gases. Situating greenhouse gas MRV within a wider framework would maximize the utility of the efforts being exerted. And yeah, again, like e-mobility plus the combination with the different transformative concepts, different impact layers, really have underlined the importance of more holistic approaches towards, mapping the causal chain, the associated key performance indicators, and how these things work together. And yeah, I also wanted to highlight again, like the importance of having this multi-sectoral, multi-scalar framework in terms of collaboration, which would ensure that we are getting towards the right path in terms of the MRV exercises that we are doing. So with that, thank you very much for your patience listening. I hope I'm not holding your lunch too much. Thank you.
I think you've done very well. Thank you very much, Arvin. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
And apologies, we put you at the lunchtime, so you are between standing between us and lunch. Not a good idea, but we didn't want to keep you for long. Now, what we are going to do is, I think we are going to keep the questions because we'll have this session continuing after lunch. So I don't know if you keep holding us, if you can wait for us for an hour so that we're able to ask you later on. Now, we propose we break off for lunch. We have many new people who joined us today. I can see some people moving, so first hold on. We propose we go out, we take a very big picture. That's your qualification for lunch. The vouchers are going to be given, so we rush, we take a picture, then from a picture, we can go and have lunch, which can take you, so we're going to be very generous and give you 45 minutes for lunch. There will be dinner, so don't eat a lot. So let's go take a picture and then head for lunch. I wanted the DG to send a picture home that he's here, otherwise they may think you flew to another country, right? So where's the picture? So can we walk straight to the stairs? But thank you very much. Thank you for everybody, all the participants here. And thank you, Arvin.
Thank you.
Okay.
But so two
I
of them?
cannot share my screen.
Sorry?
He doesn't have.
I cannot share my screen. I don't have that control here.
Okay.
Wilfred, yes, the error message, no microphone, is from which laptop?
Let me confirm if it's from the presenter laptop. Eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a moment. You can try again. It's on. You can try. What's this? You need to just come this side. He'll be able to see it when the mic is on.
Hello.
Where? Hi, Fred. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Okay, great, perfect. I'm gonna take a selfie of you and me.
Okay, if you want, but I don't have the control to share my screen. I think it's in the parameters. If you can change the parameters so I can share my screen, or if
They're
you
doing
can.
that, Fred. They're doing that.
Okay. All right.
Okay, no worries. They're taking care
Okay,
of that because
perfect.
I'm not the one who created the link. But you will have
All
permission
right.
for Zoom in the other two countries, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I can't see George.
Okay.
Huh?
I can't see George.
Do you have his number? Let me send it to you. Alexandra, if there's a if Frederick is having a problem sharing the presentation,
Yeah.
we could share it from where you are right now, from that laptop.
Okay, let's test. Fred, can you send your presentation? I'll send you the email address, okay?
You just open any document. on
Okay,
the
let me
desktop.
open, yeah.
Any document.
You want me to send the presentation
No,
through
that's
the chat?
fine.
Or?
We'll just try one presentation. No, wait. Wait,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this one. What do I do? Okay, so I share the screen. Where?
Just go back to Teams.
To Chrome.
Okay.
That's the problem of.
No, I cannot share.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Then use the app. Oh, the app itself. Yeah.
Are you using the app, Fred?
Yes, I am.
Okay. No, there's a configuration with,
We can log you in using the Teams app. Because this is the online one. We'll drop the connection for a few minutes. Then we switch.
Okay.
okay. We drop the connection for a few minutes and then we switch to the app. Just bear with us, Fred, huh?
Okay.
Try now, Fred. No, can you share?
You share from here.
Okay.
That's what is possible.
Okay, let me share.
I still cannot share my screen.
No, that's being resolved. Now I'm trying to share mine.
Okay. The wrong presentation. I can try.
Okay. This one. Yeah.
Yeah, just a minute. Just stop sharing. So many.
Fred, much better.
I'm in front of the window. So.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to use this one tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. Can you use it if I upload all the things here?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, because we have the PowerPoint, but if he can share the screen, then it's better, so he can present. Then we have a general slide at the beginning, and then one president's video message, and that's it.
I don't want to. I didn't want to. I don't want the notes.
Yes, Laura.
Just a minute, actually.
Yeah.
Hizi notes huanga zinatokea vibaya.
Okay, that's great. Is she doing it right now? Because
Nasema tu slide. Kimetoka. Hii view ndio staki.
Laura. Laura. Okay, no, okay. Just to ensure that she's on it right now. Okay. Oddio. Iola, usa il link che serve domani a Fred.
Ma scusa, ma non era che quando si usa il link poi scade non si può usare?
No. No, con i webinars, non con i meeting. Sì, amore mio, adesso non posso, sono solo davanti al computer, hai trovato quelle credenziali che ti ho mandato?
Hi, Fred, can you see the presentation?
Prova 2030, prova 2030.
We can't hear you.
Prova con e senza il punto esclamativo oppure...
Hello, let me, no, I cannot. I can see, yes, I can see your screen, yes.
You can see my screen, but can you see the presentation now?
Yeah, you can see the presentation in your screen, from your screen.
Can you see something like e-mobility initiatives in developing cities?
Developing cities, and this is shared by Haji Nasruddin.
Okay.
Okay, you change the slide. You change again.
Okay, then it should be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Actually, just remove that audio. The audio thing there.
What?
The volume thing. Or where is it? On which laptop?
What?
The audio. Monga, I think it's on the other. Then, Frederick, your audio levels are very low. Maybe you could either get closer to the mic or increase your.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, much better now.
Much better. So it's just a matter of increasing the volume.
Put the mic maybe closer to your mouth.
No, there's no mic.
Or move closer.
But I don't have to move closer. The mic is bundled in the headphone. So what I did is I've just increased the volume. So can you hear me better now?
Yes. Actually, how is the audio level down there in the conference room?
You'll need to increase it on the mixer there.
I'm hearing him well here. What about on the floor there?
We are hearing him, but a bit low.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're a bit faint.
And now, can you hear me better?
On the yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. It's okay now.
Yeah, but the issue was on your side or on my side?
No, I think it's on our side. Eh?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Just let me know so I can adjust if I need to.
Okay, I think they should be fine. Alessandra? Alessandra? Just a few minutes.
Yeah, I know, she's printing too.
We just need confirmation from Alessandra whether
I'm calling her as well because I think she'd be the one.
Yeah, Fred.
You're calling her?
Yeah, I'm calling her. I'm calling him.
Yeah.
Just confirm if from there they can record the meeting because they need the meeting recorded.
Which this meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, you can record.
Start recording. Here it is. Okay.
Yeah, so
okay.
You want us to just record?
Yeah, let's please test recording. Fred, start presenting as if it was true.
Okay, but this is not a good presentation.
So can you share the screen?
Yeah, we've already shared it.
For him, no, him. Can you share it?
No, I cannot. So you will have to handle the presentation from there.
Sorry, say it again.
We'll have to share the presentation.
You will have to handle the presentation from there.
Let's see, because our colleagues at UNON, they're solving the problem. So it might be that in the next few minutes, I was calling her. So let me call her.
Well, okay. Call me back. Right, call me back when you're ready.
Okay.
So, Okay, I leave the Teams conference. Huh?
Do you still need him on?
No,
online?
I think he needs to see, he needs to test if if he's able to share the screen. I don't have the words.
Okay, Fred, just confirm to us whether you're using the Google Chrome or the app, the Teams app itself.
No, the Team apps that is on my laptop.
So you're not using Google Chrome?
No.
So when you hover the mouse where the video tiles are, just next to where the mic is, there's three dots.
Right.
When you no, actually there's the button labeled share.
Right,
Is it grayed? Is it grayed out?
No.
It's grayed out.
Right, it is gray, and when I have the, let's say, the mouse on it, it says only meeting organizers and presenters can share.
Aha.
So,
Okay. So let me do this. Just hold. It's Frederic Ponsont.
This is it.
Okay. I've made you presenter. Just try and present now.
Okay, now I can do it.
Yay! Yay!
Voilà. So you tell me if you can see it.
Okay.
It's okay on your side?
It's not yet. It
Not
hasn't
yet.
come up yet.
Just to maximize first the document, then switch back to the app.
Yeah. Open the PowerPoint. Leave it maximized in the background, and then click on share. Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, we can see it now.
Oh, okay. Let me take a picture. Okay, so, and it's recording, right?
Yeah, it's recording.
Gambia.
Gambia, please present Kenya.
Kenya is not yet ready.
Okay. So the people will see.
Yeah, we'll see it on the.
Who's Nazruddin?
That's not anyone you know.
No.
Then we can see a remote user logged in called Nasruddin Haji.
It's on your side. Huh?
Okay, Nasruddin Haji, could you please identify yourself?
Okay.
This is your account.
I think I used my account.
Used your account.
Unless it picked somebody else's.
Yeah, most likely. it picked someone
Nazruddin
else's.
probably is the previous meeting, no?
Go to the chat.
Michael
likely.
Otieno, yeah, I think it's the previous one.
Yeah.
Let's go to the chat. I think it's somebody else's.
Okay. Fred, can you speak, Fred? Say something about the presentation, just to test.
Well, can you hear me? All right. So now I'm making some adjustments on my screen.
So Fred,
Okay.
it's fine, perfect.
So highlighting the Louvre, I'm reading stupidly. So this presentation is about Mobile Remit Africa. This is the case of Kenya. And the aim of Mobile Remit is to highlight the level of preparedness to support the uptake of mobile remittances in Africa. So in this case,
Fred, sorry, sorry to disturb. First slide, why don't you put your name?
Okay, we'll add it.
Okay, I think we're good. So you are controlling this? Would you be here? Who? Him?
Most likely him, but you'll be in good hands. Don't worry about it.
Okay. But do you need a run of show? I mean, am I telling you what time the presentation?
Yeah, you need to give us a schedule of how the meeting will be.
Okay, I have the agenda,
Yeah,
which I shared with.
Okay, then at that particular time when you want to present.
And it's after in Kenya. It's after coffee break, right?
Yeah.
So it's fine. It's after coffee break. That's perfect for him.
Okay, so whenever you want to present, just signal to that.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't get that, Archie.
So Fred's presentation is going to be right after the coffee break. So we have enough time to have him connected and be ready to start. Okay.
You spoke about some flyers that you wanted to display during the meeting.
Yeah, so I'm doing that, but let's release Fred.
Yeah.
So we close the connection. Fred, all good then on your side. You can hear us and listen to us properly.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. Thank you very much.
5 minutes in
Yes.
advance.
Wait, Fred.
No,
Yes, Moses.
We can release Fred, but don't leave the meeting because what your flyer is going to be displayed like a shared document.
Okay, perfect. All right. Fred, please don't forget to share the PowerPoint.
But do you need it now, Moses, or
Okay.
that's for tomorrow?
Thank you.
That's for tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Ale. Ale. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Logged in.
No, you see, because the meeting is being recorded, Archie.
No, we can stop recording because we have stopped testing.
Yeah, we can stop recording. I'm talking about the flyer that she wants to display.
So we stop recording. No, Nasruddin Haji started recording and transcription.
No, just I think that's the.
Okay, how do I stop? Stop recording. Okay, stop recording.
What I'm saying is she doesn't need to be logged in right now. The flyers can be projected tomorrow.
I think.
Yeah, but I want to test them now.
Do you have them right now?
Yes, I think so.
Isn't the flyer being?
I can see we're out of time, and the other meeting.
It's true.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we need to now revert to the.
It's just okay. Let me. Let me just try this. So you don't see anything now, no?
Dear friends, today's international.
Okay, so.
You have to share it.
Yeah. Okay, share.
Yeah, Isaac. Bado niko hapa nikimaliza nitakupigia. Niko around there. So. When you're sharing, there's a certain.
National Day of Family Remittances is a tribute to the 200 million migrant workers.
So
and their
the audio
abiding
doesn't work.
commitment to their 800 million family members and communities back home. Incredibly, despite the impact of a global pandemic, the fear that remittances flows will decrease like never before, leaving millions more vulnerable. We have seen that the money that migrant workers sent when they send home remain essentially the same. This is testament to the resilience, resourcefulness, and commitment of migrant workers driven by the reality of COVID-19 back home. Migrant workers adopted digital transfer at an unprecedented speed. The adoption of these services have lowered transfer costs and improved the financial inclusion of migrants and their families. However, we need to ensure that the advances in technology also reach the last mile making remittances more accessible in remote rural areas where remittances have the greatest impact, and reaching all rural people, particularly women. While it's true that remittances helps
Mic test 1, 2, 3.
Миша, направь.
behind, you know, not only country, but even us.
And I would even, I would even be that did not provide the vehicles in the end of the day, and this problem, but we still see a lot of added value in doing policies and also having a way an offer to start the Jeff project, which will bring the demonstration. So I think it is the perfect solution, which removes a lot of headache from us.
Okay. Give me the list of the people you're introducing. I changed the name of Anna. The person will be.
I want us to start and then people can join us.
Yeah, Amos also went to call the phone.
He might disappear there. Amos, we can start? I thought you went to pick everybody. Okay, so shall we resume? We will surely have I think the dinner will be properly utilized. The discussions are becoming very interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So we had so let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Make sure you've grabbed yourself a bottle of water so that you are not pulled down by the gravitational pull. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this afternoon session. Sincere apologies that we pushed the one in the morning and it went beyond the time, but you have recaptured your time. So no apologies because you've taken back your time. Right? So now we go to the afternoon one. We had started on the session on MRV. Now MRV, Arvind must have presented, and at some it sounds like, you know, like that history subject or something. But if you're looking for financing, external financing, and we are causing a transition, then you need certain MRV. MRV is monitoring, reporting, and verification. You can't avoid that. You've got to measure the progress you are making. And so, although it sounded like you know, abstract. The first time you do MRV, it looks like abstract, but unfortunately, you have to do it. You have to MRV your interventions. So we pick up on that, and we will have. I don't think Arvin is still online. He must have gone off to eat wherever he is. So we'll have Sudhir Gota, and Sudhir Gota is an independent consultant specializing on environmental issues related to the transport sector. He will take us on this session, and we shall also have another presentation by video link, and that will usher us into another session, a very important one on financing and funding opportunities. And guess what? Unfortunately, I will still be moderating all those. So please be prepared. keep seeing me. I pray for you. So, Sudhil, please.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for attending immediately after the lunch. Before the lunch, moderator asked a very important question. What makes Chile so unique, different from all of us? Is it the political willingness to act? Is it the capacity? Or is it the access to finance? Yes, all three probably. But the most important thing which separates Chile from the countries here is probably the MRV. They measure, they report it to the stakeholders, they build support with all the stakeholders to implement the policies. They implement the policies. And this is what it is lacking. So today, I had this opportunity and I asked UNEP staff, what should I present? My session was just before lunch. I knew that probably the presentations would be delayed and I would be standing before you and the lunch. So I asked, should I do a technical presentation or something about mindset? And I decided to talk about mindset because mindset is the most important thing. Technical, I think you can solve it. I have spent 15 years doing MRV and I've done across all the continents. I'm very proud of that. And I've made a lot of mistakes. So what today I'm going to do is I'm going to share my mistakes. What did I learn? And what is the best thing about MRV? And I'll use fuel economy as an example, just fuel economy as an example through the theme of my presentation, trying to prove that fuel economy measurement could have been done. It could have been always done better. It's only that we have delayed it. And what is the best thing since sliced bread? What is the best thing? And I have a solution for that. I found something which I fell in love with, and I'm going to show that later. Next slide. So let us start with on a pessimistic note, the bad and the difficult of MRV using fuel economy as an example. Now, everywhere I travel, generally the debate is the same. And I've seen this debate over the last 15 years that transport MRV is very difficult. It is very difficult. The data is not available. I think there was this point from Kenya saying that how many number of vehicles are there on the road? We don't know because this is cumulative. Actually, this is true. In fact, I've worked in Asian countries where the countries don't know how many kilometers of roads are there. So that is often a challenge. Transport data is not reliable. Now, this is often a big complaint that even if the data exists, you don't have confidence on it. We think that it is very expensive. Why should we spend all the money on collecting the data for analyzing it? Do you really want to get more consultants or hire more professors or university students to do this? Why should we even doing this? Why can't we just implement some solutions? It takes a long time. I've heard this many number of times that MRVs, it takes a long time. What is the point? You need complex models. You cannot do it simply. You need very complex models. Access to those models are very difficult. And local experts are not good enough. Now, this everywhere I hear that you need to get international consultants to do this. Actually, this is not true. Maybe some of these elements might be more stronger in some of the countries, but more or less, I think that these are wrong. I think there is a solution to all of this. And I will use an example as fuel economy to prove that actually you can find a solution. And the solution is sitting in front of me because many of you participated with UNEP and estimated the baselines. The baselines, we always thought was very difficult to quantify. There was no data. It was very expensive to do it. You can't really do this. So that is the solution. I have spent 15 years developing models. I have developed models which have been adopted by the Global Environment Facility. I have written guidelines which has been adopted by the ASEAN 10 countries. I have worked on various projects in different regions. And I can tell you with confidence that I have made many mistakes. In 2008, I started my first regional assessment on data. We were working on Asian countries, 16 countries we were planning to work on. I was working for ADB at that point of time. ADB was paying for it. We spent 4 months trying to find data in Asia. And 4 months later, we decided that there is no data. So we wrote a report saying that Asian countries today cannot adequately measure carbon. They cannot do that. And we purchased data then. We paid nearly $60,000 to purchase data for 6 countries. We paid a commercial organization to collect the data for us. and they provided the data. Next year, again, the ADB has to put in the money. So the project was in a way failure. But that didn't stop me. 2012, again, I did a project on data, again with Asia, this time with World Bank. We spent 2 years this time, 2 years to collect the data. We found that the data exists actually, but it sits in isolated ministries which don't talk to each other. In a way, I would argue that data is available, but it is not accessible. So that was the learning after 2 years. The data exists in Asia, but it is not easily accessible. Then after 3 years, again for ADB, we did one more data project. This time, we decided to use the data what we had collected and model it. We got the best experts. One of them are sitting in this panel to come and do the modeling for us. So there was UC Davis, there were TRL, the British consultants, Alex was there, and we did modeling. But again, that project was in a way failure. Why? Because people didn't trust the data. They said that the data is garbage. Even if you model it, even if you spend a lot of time, there was not enough confidence among stakeholders to own it. And that was again a challenge. Now, over the last 3 years, I'm again spending my time on data. I've been working for AADB. We are looking at Asian, we are developing something called as Asian Transport Outlook. And we have spent 3 years now, 3 years. First 2 years, we just collected data and we communicated to the stakeholders. We didn't model, we didn't do anything. We built the confidence among the countries. And this time, we are not tackling 16 countries. We are tackling 51 economies. And how many indicators? 450 indicators. We have collected data for nearly 230 indicators. For each parameter, we are looking at multiple sources. Of course, the multiple sources will not be consistent with each other. They will tell different stories. But we wanted to make the data accessible to people. So that was the idea. This year, we have started doing the modeling because people now own the data. We know that if we do the modeling, they will buy it. They will take it. So this year, we have done it. So what I'm trying to prove is you need to be a dog with a bone to do this. You need to be persistent. And I think all of us can do this. I'll give you a very good example. If you believe in these myths, I used to believe that at one point of time when my first project was a failure. In 2012, one of the GFEI partners asked me, Sudhir, can you come and help us do the baselines for fuel economy? So that was the first project which was offered by a GFEI partner. And I decided not to take it because I was very negative. I thought that the data doesn't exist. What if the data didn't exist? What will I do? I'm an independent consultant. Can I deliver quality without good data? I cannot do that. So I didn't do that project. I refused to take that project. Next year, I saw the report and I was living with that regret because the report was brilliant. They purchased the data and they did it. And I was living with regret for nearly 6 years until unless UNEP again offered me an opportunity to work with the baselines. And I've spent, I think I've paid all my sins, and I've spent the 4 months of contract, I've converted into 1 year, and I did the assessment for them. What I'm trying to prove is fuel economy baselines, we could do it because the data existed, because you spent a lot of time collecting the data. I think you know it better than me that how much of effort it took. But the thing is, initially we thought that we cannot do this. So what I'm saying is mindset is very, very important. Unfortunately, when we talk about energy efficiency, mindset is the biggest challenge. Now I'll give you a quick example. SDGs. There was reference to the SDGs in the morning, in the first day. If you look at the SDGs, there are 17 goals. Out of that, 2 goals are directly connected to energy efficiency. Goal number 7 and the climate change. If you look at the energy efficiency goal, you have the energy goal, you have an indicator for energy efficiency. What do they measure? They measure energy intensity, that is energy consumption by GDP. Now, if you have followed Nuwan's presentation in the first day, he said that in Thailand, we are reducing energy intensity of transport sector. We have reduced it by X%. This is how the countries do that. But unfortunately, in the SDGs, it is at an economy-wide level. You don't know which sector is performing, which sector is not performing, because you are not disaggregating the data among different sectors. If you have gone through the SDG reports, I would strongly urge you to do that. You will see that transport, you will not find enough data there. There is something called as VNRs, Voluntary National Reports. In the SDG process, countries communicate with each other. What are the challenges they are facing? What are the barriers? What are the best practices? What did they learn? If you look at all the VNRs which has been published till now, fuel economy or energy efficiency is prominent. I would argue that many countries are making a reference to it. You look at this the bar chart from 2017 to 2020 onwards, many countries are talking about fuel economy. Do you know how many VNRs present data on fuel economy or energy efficiency? Zero. No country feels comfortable in reporting that. So that is the challenge, because countries are not comfortable reporting it. Next slide. Transport energy intensity. Even if you crunch the data, what happens? I'll tell you. This is the figure which I developed for ADB. We did an assessment for across the region, talking about SDGs, trying to monitor if we are looking the sustainable development goals from the transport perspective, what can we see? So for energy efficiency, we did transport energy intensity. Now, logically, all countries, as the economy would develop, the energy intensity should go down. Why? The GDP will always grow faster than the energy consumption. But if you look at Africa, this is the official statistics reported by UN Stats, and this is the big problem. The energy intensity has not reduced. If you look at Latin America and Caribbean islands, the energy intensity has not reduced. All the other regions, energy intensity is reducing. Why? Because the data is not good. The data is not good. Many people, many countries don't realize that the data what they are consuming may not necessarily be very reliable. So at an aggregated level, it doesn't work. For example, I'll give you a very good example of Kenya. Kenya, from 2000 to 2020, energy intensity reduced by 55%. Yes, it has reduced. So for Africa, if Kenya, I would consider as a model for all the African countries, probably it should have reduced, at least at the regional level. It has not reduced. Next slide, please. Now, in my first day of presentation, I said that transport is becoming very prominent in new climate strategies. Why? Because transport is the fastest growing source in the last decade. Transport among all the other sectors was growing fastest. So countries realize that transport is the most difficult challenge or the most difficult barrier they need to cross. And countries have been trying to develop or put more prominence on the transport sector. If you look at the first generation of NDCs, 9% of the countries developed transport sector emission targets. By 2020, it was 17% of the countries. I'm talking about the global level, 9% to 17%. If you look at clean fuels and vehicles, from 47% to 56%, there is an increase. Electric mobility, from 16% to 50%. Every second country in the world is talking about electric mobility in the new climate plans. So it is becoming a political agenda for many countries to do this. Unfortunately, the countries are not comfortable reporting the numbers. I have done assessment and I have written a paper which has been quoted in the latest IPCC report 20 times. And what the report says that is, what my paper says that is, nearly 40% of the countries have done 2050 transport sector emission projections. Only 40% of the countries, 60% of the countries in the world, they don't really know what would be the transport sector emissions look like in 2050. Is it a rocket science? Definitely no. The countries should be able to do it. Next slide. Now, looking beyond countries now, if I look at international initiatives, again get disappointed. Now, this is World Bank, Sum for All, Sustainable Mobility for All initiative. 30 most reputed transport sector organizations are sitting in this particular partnership. And I will criticize it for one simple reason. They developed a global tracking framework. They call it as GTF. It has 100 indicators. 100 indicators. They collect data for nearly 100 indicators. There is only one indicator on energy efficiency or fuel economy. Again, what indicator it is? Energy consumption by GDP, transport energy intensity. We know that at an economy level, it doesn't work. At the country level, it doesn't work. You need to really boil it down to see why the energy efficiency is doing by looking at LDVs separately, by looking at two-wheelers, by looking at buses, looking at all the modes. And this was one of the questions, like how does it vary among all the other modes? So there are enough pessimistic examples I can pull in and to convince you that we are not really appreciating the fact of energy efficiency in this. If you go to the next slide, I'll give you a good example, the best example, the example which I'm in love with, and I'm not saying this because I'm standing in UNEP. This is the GFEI toolkit. This is a wonderful toolkit. For many different reasons, I will make an argument that why this toolkit is good. The modus operandi adopted by UNEP is actually very, very good. I'm in love with it for a simple reason that they don't purchase the data. They don't purchase the data. They work with the local stakeholders so that local stakeholders can collect the data. An easy way of doing this baseline would be that you just pay $10,000 to a commercial automotive company to provide the data for you. They'll cook up the data, they will give it to you, and you can use that particular data. But does the capacity increase if you do that? No, the capacity of the local stakeholders will never increase. Will people feel comfortable, have confidence on the data? People will not have confidence on the data. It's only when you work with the local institutions, when you work with the local organizations, you do that. So it's the difficult path. And UNEP, for many reasons, took this difficult path. And I should congratulate them for doing this. If you would have asked me to do the baselines 10 years back, I would not have felt comfortable. This, I have done it now for a simple reason that you guys have struggled a lot at country level, try to collect the data, try to collect the most disaggregated data. So what does the GFEI toolkit, what does the GFEI, next slide, what does the GFEI toolkit do? It provides state of art of fuel economy. It provides the best practices. It tells you about policies. It tells you everything. And it tells you how do you calculate the baselines, what formulas you need to use. If you don't have the data, from where you can borrow the data. How do you do the conversions? It tells you everything. Basically, it is like a Bible for me. So because I can look at it and then I can use it to actually do the baselines. There are some problems there. Probably in the end, probably I'll have certain recommendations for UNEP, but I think this is the best thing since sliced bread. And I feel very confident when I say that. The next slide. What I did was I tried to assess the GFEI toolkit with the gold standard of MRV principles. Why the toolkit is good. Now, if you look at the MRV principles, the first thing is the data should be accessible. Yes, the data is accessible. It is collected by the local institutions from the local governments. You are not purchasing the data. Only in one country we purchase the data, that is in Philippines. We spent $7,000 US probably, and we got the data for 1 year. In all the other countries, we have managed to collect the data from the local institutions by the local stakeholders. And UNEP is developing a website to make the data accessible. Anybody can download the data. Anybody can look at the analysis. So it is completely accessible. Second, comprehensive. You collect the most disaggregated data what you can find. It is not about just the vehicle type, the manufacturer, and fuel economy. You try to collect the weight, you try to collect the power, you try to collect the engine displacement. I've seen countries which have collected the color of the car. Some countries have even collected the cost of the car. Some countries have collected the registration number. So you collect the most disaggregated data what you can find. What else do you need? Relevance. It is very, very irrelevant. If you have this parameter, you can do assessments. You can evaluate any policies what you can find for fuel economy. Like I think there was this discussion, I think from Uganda, Gerald mentioned that like all the stakeholders want to increase the revenue. Nobody wants to decrease it. If you use this data, you can find out how much revenue or revenue increase or decrease would be there. If you implement, for example, fee-based policy. So it gives you everything. There is a toolkit which the GFEI partners have developed, which is called as FIPIT, the Fuel Economy Policy Impact Toolkit. You can use that, and it is free of cost. You don't have to pay for it. You can easily download it. It doesn't take you a lot of time, probably 2 days. You don't really have to spend a lot of money. It gives you step by step how to evaluate different policies. Now, if you increase today, I think in Kenya, they have increased the fuel price by 7 or 9 shillings, I don't know. What is the impact of that? You can actually do that. If you do certain subsidies, what is the impact of that? You can do that. So that toolkit is available. The toolkit is available. Transparency. Assumptions are explained. Now, if you have followed that Mauritius example, Mauritius, in that presentation, they said that they did 70 workshops to build confidence among stakeholders. How much transparent do you want to be? Because you are talking continuously with the stakeholders, you are showing the data, you are showing the results. That is what the confidence comes from. So basically, that is how you do it. Consistency. You collect the data from the same source, you try to work with the source, you try to collect it, and you try to be consistent with the methodology, what you have followed. You're not using a different methodology. You're not changing everything. So you have a very good, consistent methodology which is being followed. Accuracy, cost effectiveness, easy to communicate. I can go on and sing a lot of praises about GFEI toolkit. So it is, for me personally, it is a gold standard and it is very helpful for people. And the thing which we always thought is difficult is implementable. You can actually implement it, and it has been proven. I'm not saying that it can be implemented because you guys have implemented it. So I know that you have done it. So there is no reason to suspect that it cannot be implemented. It can be implemented. Next slide. So, okay, technical, how do you do the calculations and all? I think Alvin has already explained, and I think there will be one more presentation after this when they talk about the formulas and all. I don't want to go into that, but I want to explain how the policy evaluation works with the data pyramid or the MRV pyramid. Pyramid, generally at the base of the pyramid, you have the detailed data. So you collect the most disaggregated data. After collecting the most disaggregated data, you estimate the baselines. After estimating the baseline, you evaluate different policy scenarios and try to quantify how much emission reduction there will be, how much of fuel savings there will be if you implement certain policies. And this is what Chile has done. If you ask Chile, probably they will tell you that they know all these things. Even in the Thailand presentation, they mentioned it. So what I'm saying is, unless you evaluate the impact of the policies, the policymakers will not have the confidence to implement the policy. After implementing the policy, after getting the support of the stakeholders, you can actually monitor the policy and make the course correction, as highlighted by the presentation from Vietnam, from Thailand. This is what it is. It goes and you get the, like, will the revenue increase or decrease? That answer, you can get it. Once you know it, you implement it. After implementing it, you monitor it. So this is MRV. Anything, it's MRV. Basically, then the technical details comes, like how do you establish the boundary? Who are the stakeholders you need to talk to? And these are the various things which might differ country by country, project by project, but more or less the basic foundation of MRV is this. And for any policy making, MRV is the foundation. Without a good foundation, you cannot construct anything. Even if you have the political willingness, even if you have the capacity, even if you have the funding, you will not be able to know what you need to implement. The last slide, you could come up with savings. As I said the last time, 800 million tons of CO2 reduction, 837 million tons of CO2 reduction. How much of money did GFEI spend on collecting the baselines for getting 830 million reductions? So if you convert it by dollars to ton reduction, it will be 0.0001, probably something like that they would have spent. So what I'm trying to establish is, this is the most cost-effective solution which is available, and every countries are able to do it. They have the capacity to do it. I don't believe that countries cannot do this. Countries can do this, and it has been proven by you. So what ultimately I would like to conclude is, fuel economy baselines helps the policies, authorities make good policy choices and monitor those choices. And it also proves that it is not difficult. We have done it for 70 countries. And these 70 countries are from low income, low middle income countries. Data could be found, you have found it. It is sufficiently reliable. Nothing is perfect. I can tell you that there are many mistakes there. Of course, I have seen it. I have seen all the 70 countries data. I completely agree that it is not the most perfect data what you can. You can alternately buy the data, but getting decimal accuracy by buying the data rather than focusing on the stakeholders and improving the capacity is the big thing. If you remember the presentation by Cleaner Asia, they mentioned that even after the project is over, the impact should continue. And this is where the impact would continue after the project is over, because the local stakeholders are equipped. They have the arsenal, they have the tools with them to actually continue the work. It doesn't require a lot of dollars, can be carried out quickly, doesn't need complex models. Investing in local capacity and local institutions ensures sustainability. So for me, it is perfect. It can be made better, actually. Do you know how? By incorporating electric mobility. We have been having these discussions for the last 3 days. How do you do the conversions? How do you do the calculations for electric mobility? You can come up with the toolkit. I would strongly urge the UNEP to actually lead this and come up with a toolkit for electric mobility to do how do you calculate the baselines which are comparable among countries by doing it consistently. So what are the standards for this? How do the countries do that? The UNEP is already developing, like coming up with a lot of tools on this. Probably this could be added. One more thing which I want to highlight is many of the baselines actually stop in 2017. 2020 is very, very critical. COVID pandemic has resulted in transformative changes in the way vehicle trade takes place. I would strongly urge that you continue this baseline because the numbers would change significantly post-COVID. So you need to keep doing this again and again until for next few years to come up with more reliable numbers. And yeah, so this is it. So I would conclude by saying, if you remember, I said 2 cheers for the baseline. I would say 3 cheers for the GFEI toolkit. It is the best thing since sliced bread. Thank you.
Okay, I thank you very much, Sudhir. You know, your initial questions were very threatening, very expensive, very hard, takes long, needs complex models. Now at the end of the day, you say everything is possible. Yeah, complex but done. So we need to do these models, and yes, the GFI toolkit is quite user friendly. I think Alex, you are very much involved in that, on that toolkit. Yeah. So it works. You can do these models, but modeling takes a long time. Every time you do models, the first results you get, you should always assume that they are wrong. But if they are wrong, what else do you have? What's the alternative? So Sudhir, thank you very much for taking us through on that. So that's part of the MRV. You've got to monitor, you've got to report, you've got to verify. I think we can take some few questions before we go into a different set of discussion, right? But we also have, I think there's also another recording on MRV from ICCT. From ICCT, and that is by Zay Yang, the Passenger Vehicles Program Lead at the International Council on Clean Transportation, ICCT, a very good source. So can we have that?
Hello everyone, my name is Zifei Yang. I'm from the ICCT, International Council on Clean Transportation. Because of the time zone difference, I can't join this workshop in person. So I recorded this presentation to talk about the importance of establishing fuel efficiency baseline for the vehicle fleet and how it can support the MRV framework and quantification of transport emission reductions. So the first, I'm going to talk about the rationale for developing a fuel efficiency baseline. Around the world, we are seeing increasing efforts in decarbonizing the transportation sector, especially in increasing the adoption of fuel efficiency technology or zero-emission vehicles. The global practices have shown multiple policy instruments that can be effective in reducing tailpipe emissions or improve efficiency of vehicles. That include the vehicle fuel efficiency standards or the zero-emission vehicle mandates, some fiscal measures, the market-based voluntary approach, and also information measures like fuel efficiency labeling. The introduction of these policies will increase the adoptions of the efficiency technologies, therefore reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and fuel consumptions for the average vehicles. This improvement, coupled with the new vehicle sales and activities, has the potential to significantly reduce the fleet-wide greenhouse gas emissions compared with the business as usual conditions. So this figure illustrates the cultural change for this impact. And the key direct benefit of the fuel efficiency policies is to reduce the fleet average CO2 per kilometer driven for the fleet it covers. And this per vehicle efficiency performance is one of the key variables to monitor. And the other two variables are the numbers of vehicles and the vehicle activities. And these two variables have been showing significant growth in most emerging economies. And there are also likely induced activities from lower fuel operating cost as a rebound effects. Therefore, there is a strong need to closely monitor these two metrics over time. And these three variables altogether reflect the total fuel use of the vehicle fleet and the greenhouse gas emissions when combining with the emission factors related to the fuel usage. And if the upstream emissions is considered, then the information on the greenhouse gas emissions related to the upstream extractions, productions, and distribution of the fuel or electricity need to be monitored as well. And the figure represent examples of the overall impact of decarbonization policies on road vehicles globally. And the right line shows the baseline projections, and it shows how the global vehicle CO2 emissions will grow without further policy actions from the baseline year of 2020. And the purple and blue wedges shows the CO2 reductions that can be achieved if additional policies and accelerated electrification transitions are implemented in advanced economies and emerging markets. The green wedge indicates the need for supplemental policies in order to close the gap between the 2-degree trajectories and 1.5-degree trajectories. For whatever policy or policy package a country chosen, in order to develop and implement the policies, there is a need to project and monitor the overall impact on CO2 emissions and to estimate and track and compare it against with the long-term target like this. And the baseline analysis is the foundation in this process. Given that overall context, establishing a fuel efficiency baseline is important in several ways. First, it provides an assessment of vehicle fleet characteristics. Not only include the average fuel efficiency of the fleet sold in certain years, but also help the policymakers to better understand the feature of the fleet in the country. This will then serve as the most important input for developing different types of policies, including the standards, the labeling program, and also the taxation fees or incentive programs. Lastly, the baseline analysis is the starting point for estimating the CO2 reduction potential. It provides initial values to estimate the regulatory impact and monitor the progress. And for the next part, I'm going to talk a little more about the specific procedures on the fuel efficiency baseline development. I'd like to touch on the 5 key steps and use a recent analysis as a case study to reflect some detailed consideration of each step. The study is the baseline analysis of two-wheelers in Vietnam in 2019 and 2020, and the 5 steps include define the boundary of the analysis, gather vehicle and sales data, the third is clean the data set, the fourth is structure the data, and the 5th is the calculation of baseline fuel efficiency. The very first step is to define the boundary of such analysis, and there are several dimensions to consider. First is the geographic boundary. And it could be national, regional, or for some cases, it could be analysis at state level. And the second is the sectorial boundary, whether the study covers the vehicles sold by the domestic manufacturers, whether it also includes vehicles sold by the importers. There are also different segments of vehicles, including the light-duty vehicles, the heavy-duty vehicles, and also 2-3-wheelers for some countries. The third dimension is the regulatory target. For some of the data, it could focus on the CO2 emissions. Some go broader to the greenhouse gas emissions. And for some countries, fuel consumption is the most important parameters they have been tracking. For the case study of Vietnam, on the geographic boundary, we're focusing on the analysis of a national fleet. On the sectoral boundary, the analysis include vehicles domestically produced and imported by the importers, and it specifically look at the 2-wheeler vehicles sold in Vietnam. And the metrics is looking at focus mainly on the fuel consumptions. The second step is to gather vehicle and sales data. And for a fuel efficiency based on analysis, there are 3 main data. First is the new vehicle sales. The second is the CO2 emissions or fuel efficiency of the new vehicles. And those values should be under the official test cycle requirement required by the government. And the third is the relevant vehicle characteristics, including the weight, the wheelbase, area, power, etc. And there are some traditional sources of such data. Most of the time, it could come from the national authorities that has been gathering such data, like the Ministry of Transport, Environment, Trade, or Industry. And sometimes it also, like the Standardization Office, also have such information. And in some cases, such data are also collected by the national manufacturer associations or kind of the third-party vehicle data vendors. There are also some alternative sources of data, but may need some merging and additional data for the quality check. Some information can come from the automotive website, and for example, OICA, which is the International Trade Association, they also provide some aggregated sales data for some countries. As for the case study for Vietnam, we collect 3 types of information. One is about the basic vehicle information, the manufacturers, the model name, model year, the engine type, and also vehicle segment. The second tier of data is the key data used for the baseline that include the fuel consumption in liter per 100 kilometer per each model, the mass, which is the curb weight of each vehicle, and the sales of each models in the year of 2019 and 2020. There are also other vehicle characteristic information in the database, including the fuel used by the vehicles. For the 2-wheelers is mainly the gasoline 2-wheelers. There are also other informations like rated power, the transmission type, and body type for analysis. The sources of the data, we got it from the third-party vendors, which include the sales and fuel consumption information of some models. And because the database is not complete, we also look for information from different sources, including the manufacturer's website, where we get information about fuel consumption of the models and vehicle characteristics. We also got information from the showroom, wherever the information on the website is not clear or not complete. We also got information from the Vietnam Register, which is the government agencies in Vietnam that collect and manage such data, especially on the sales side for verification purpose. After the data set is put together, the next step is to clean the data set. There are some key considerations here. First is the source of the data. In general, the information from the official sources is more reliable than the alternative data sources, but both sources need to be clearly checked and validated in order to come with more accurate results. So there is a need to check the data quantity and the quality in general. In addition, for the fuel economy and CO2 emission value, especially for some countries that import or get vehicles produced that meet test procedure in different countries, the test cycle used for reporting those information may be different. So in the database, those information need to be clearly indicated, and eventually when do the calculation, the information under those test cycles need to be converted to a unified test cycle. As for the Vietnam study, there are two key issues that we face during the data cleaning. One is that the vehicle types in the database do not align with the official definition. For the two-wheeler segment, there are different types of vehicles in the database, like the moped, scooters, and motorcycles. But according to the Vietnam regulation, there is no clear boundary between the scooters and motorcycles. So we need to look it up in the regulatory document and make sure the definition in the database aligned with the classification in the regulations. And the second issue is in the original database, there is no ready-to-use fuel consumption information. Because of that, we have to collect the information from the manufacturer website. Because doing such search for all the models is a challenging work. One interesting thing about the database is that we find the top 50 two-wheeler models in Vietnam already constitute of 97.6% of the total sales. So instead of collecting information for all models, we focus on collecting detailed information for these 50 models, and we do analysis of these 50 models to represent the status of the entire fleet. When we look at the data filling rate for these top 50 models, the data filling rate is 100% for almost all of the parameters, except for the curb weight, only have 98% of the information available. When the data cleaning is done, then the final data should be structured in a neat format that can be used directly for calculations and analysis. So the table here is examples of part of the database we have for Vietnam that have different columns, including the brand, model, segment, the fuel injection type, the fuel consumption, curb weight, the sales number, and the other. Last is to calculate the baseline fuel consumption and CO2 emissions. And here we're talking about the sales weighted average calculation, which is to take account of the difference of sales of different models of the same year. So the table provides examples of two models. In 2020, there are 1,000 Model A sold to the market and 500 Model B sold to the market. In terms of the fuel consumptions, Model A has assumed 1.5 liter per 100 kilometers versus Model B has a slightly higher fuel consumption level of 2 liter per 100 kilometers. The example gives here, when calculate the sales weighted average fuel consumptions, the average between the two models after weighted on the sales is 1.67 liter per 100 kilometers. And using the same sales weighted average to calculate the mass or the curb weight is 113.3 kilograms among the two models. This table summarizes the values for the key parameters of two-wheelers sold in Vietnam in 2020. And for the fleet average for each parameter, we not only calculate the average of the entire fleet, For analysis purpose, we also look at the average value for the internal combustion engine vehicles only. There are also other analyses by segment and by manufacturers, which are not completely shown in this table, but it shows that such database can do a lot of useful analysis that can be used for policy development purpose. The established fuel efficiency baseline will become a very important input for the greenhouse gas emission quantification, which I'm going to touch on the next. For a complete greenhouse gas emission quantification, additional inputs needed to be considered. First is on the boundary side. There are need to consider the temporal boundary, which should go beyond the regulatory implementation timelines, and it could also align with the long-term targets year in order to monitor the progress against the target. And for the sustainability effect, the main effect of adopting fuel efficiency policies are in general reducing the fuel consumptions or the CO2 emissions, but depends on the regulatory target. The policies can bring additional benefits if target design involving the tailpipe emissions of other non-CO2 greenhouse gas emissions. There are also secondary benefits of reducing the upstream emissions from fuel productions, which can also be considered in such evaluation. There are also additional data that can be collected, including the vehicle stock, the growth projections, the vehicle activities, retirement curve, the in general fuel use for validation purpose, and also the upstream emission factors by fuel type if that analysis is needed. And such information are all needed to for the ex-ante and the ex-post evaluation. Just for illustration purpose, I want to show one analysis regarding the Canada light-duty vehicle CO2 emission standards. For this analysis, it focused on the national standards and on the vehicle segment of light-duty vehicles, including passenger cars and light trucks. The regulation is CO2 emissions, so that's the metrics that are showing in the analysis. And we use the 2020 as a baseline and extend the projections to 2050. And for the analysis that I'm showing, we're focusing on the tailpipe emissions, which is the tank-to-wheel analysis. So this figure projects CO2 emissions of 3 alternative policy scenarios compared with the baseline of light-duty vehicles in Canada. A bigger context here is Canada has set economy-wide greenhouse gas emission reduction target of 40 to 45% from 2005 to 2030. And the business as usual scenario won't get Canada anywhere close to that target in 2030. And among the 3 policy scenarios is the alternative 3 that can get Canada closest to that target, although it will not help Canada meet that target in 2030. But considering that Canada have a net zero greenhouse gas target in 2050, the alternative 3 scenario will get Canada really close to zero in 2050. So this is just like a general illustration to show that such analysis could establish the emission baselines and be able to project emission reductions of policy and monitor the reduction progress throughout the implementation. That ends my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Since I'm not here in person, feel free to reach out to me if you have any question. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
I think we can still clap. I'm sure she will pick, she will be very interested in seeing the recording of this session. She should know that we clapped. If you have met Zaif Young, the first time I met when she spoke, I couldn't understand. But now, going through her session, this is a very perfect lecture, isn't it? If you have not done a baseline, you can get this. I think we are going to have these slides on somewhere. You can get it step by step you can actually do a baseline. But of course, I think she demonstrates very well the rationale, the steps. The biggest challenge is actually getting this data and cleaning it. When we are doing the baseline for Uganda, we found some vehicles which were like 45 years. And you can no longer even find what was their fuel efficiency, if it was even, I think we were working with the Professor Nyanga, and it was a disaster. Some models are no longer on the market. Then some are there. Then some is a vehicle which you know, but the recorder takes diesel, it takes gasoline. You start struggling. So baseline can be a very problematic, but I think Say has simplified it, she has made it very simple that you can actually do. And you need it because if you are going to set projections, you certainly need to have a baseline from which you can set your targets. And certainly you can't avoid having the challenge of numbers. But once you have them and then you're able to project, then you can convince the policymakers. So it's an inconvenient truth that you have to deal with. Okay, so you can't ask Zay, she's not around, but there are very many modelers here who can answer those questions. We still have some, we still have Sudil. We have even Alex, we have struggled with that GFEI toolkit, so there are many people here who can answer them. Even me, I can answer them, as you can see, I'm very good, eh? But I will pass most of them to someone else. Okay, do you have some questions? Alex, you're asking a question or answering?
No, sorry, I'm doing a comment again.
Okay.
Now, I think the presentation of Sudha was brilliant on the baselines, and I think there's actually something to add. So I think these baselines, they are to have a very important role to play in the very near future. They have a role to play as we want to measure the impact of certain mitigation options. So for example, now we're doing electric mobility projects. We're actually doing a lot of electric mobility projects. And all the donors are asking, so how much CO2 are we going to save? And it's very simple to calculate how much CO2 we are going to not emit. Because we know, okay, we brought 5,000 electric motorcycles on the road and they did not emit a certain amount of CO2 emission. But actually, having that idea about the baseline is the difficult task. What would have been emitted if these vehicles were not electric? And this is a question which really relies on that data. And this is a question where I believe a lot of nonsense is happening right now. Every bank has their own person evaluating the projects, doing some environmental screening and so on and so forth. And they are asked, okay, so we have these buses and we have these cars now. How much CO2 are we going to save? And at some point they need to ask this question: what is the fuel consumption of that bloody car in Sri Lanka? And they don't know it. They don't know it unless they look into the GFEI database. And I can tell you, in these sort of project development things, a lot of strange things are happening, and a lot of strange values are used to assume fuel consumption of vehicles. You see some, I don't know, some presentations from countries in Southeast Asia which have pretty nice vehicle fleets, and then you see a project proposal where the average fuel consumption of the ICE vehicle is set to 12 liters per 100 kilometers, while in reality it's maybe 6.5 or 7 or something like this. Now this is a big difference. Now, if that big difference is only for project proposals and words, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's not that important. But there will be very soon, or there is already, the point in time where this difference is worth money because somebody is paying for it and wants to have emission rights for this somewhere else in the world. And now imagine if all these assumptions to set the baseline are wrong, and then narrow by 30% with regards to what could be the fuel consumption of an average car in a certain country. An error of 30% is nothing. Nobody will ever see whether this is wrong or right because it all looks fine. But if you now multiply that error of 30% times 10,000 electric vehicles times usage over 10 years times emissions saved, and now give this ton of CO2 a price tag because it's traded somewhere, then suddenly these 30% are very important. And these 30% are making a big monetary difference. And for this, we need to have this data right, because otherwise it's just not good. I mean, that is my opinion. This is why I think actually that these databases are going to have a lot of value. And I encourage sort of every country who did collect this data under a GFEI project, and which maybe is not active anymore, but to still go on collecting this data and calculating these calculations. It doesn't cost a lot of effort. This doesn't cost a lot of money. You have the data in your country, as Sudhir said, and to just continue doing this, because that data, that know-how is going to be worth money. And I think that is what I wanted to add on the GFEI baselines.
No, you make a very important point. When somebody is doing a proposal, he or she can actually use any figure and justify the project. But now, as we are deploying these technologies, for instance, like the green mobility, they would hardly be done for one country. They could be done for a region. So if you have somebody says in Nigeria, the fuel consumption is 15 liters per 100 kilometers, when the actual one is 10. If you multiply by the demand factor for Nigeria, that's huge money if you have to trade that on the market. So what that speaks is that every country should tend to have its own baseline, so that we are not someone does not make money off us or does not give a wrong picture. Okay, yes, Felipe.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for Sudhir, Sifei, and Alvin for their presentation. Maybe I have a comment and I have a question for Sudhir. The comment is to talk a little bit about our experience in Colombia and Latin America with the baselines.
Please go ahead.
Just to mention that when we have different meetings with other organizations that are working in transport, and we present this work of the baseline, they find this information very important for their own project. So as soon as we show this, they would like to, they ask for share this kind of information with them, because this is a very useful information for, as Alex said, for develop any kind of transport project. Personally, I call this baseline as a energy photograph of the fleet, because it can give you an idea of what happened before and what happened if you implement any different type of energy efficiency strategy. In the case of Colombia right now, they are using this information, the baseline, the field economy baseline, for developing an energy efficiency standard. Indeed, this is part of the work that the University of Pereira is implementing nowadays with the Environment Ministry of Colombia. But maybe Juan Esteban or Juan Camilo can elaborate more on this idea. But basically, we also found that it's very important to encourage the country to develop some kind of regulations for reporting CO2. So it's necessary to have this data, and most of the automakers, at least in Colombia, they don't report they don't report CO2. They report other pollutant emissions such as hydrocarbon, non-burning hydrocarbons, or CO2, but not or CO, but not CO2. So something that they are also doing is to proposing the regulation for reporting CO2. This is also mentioned yesterday by Marcelo Fernandez from Chile. He said that it's very important to develop some kind of regulation for reporting CO2. This is a comment, sorry, it's quite long. And the question is, GFEI launched the GFEI 2.0 in 2009, and it includes more other transport modes, like heavy-duty vehicles, buses, and 2- and 3-wheelers. So they set a target for this. Something that when we work with the GFEI methodology, at least for light-duty vehicles, we find that it's very good because it can give us an idea of how to compare different automotive markets. So we can, for example, compare Colombia with Kenya and with other countries. But how we can do this, for example, for heavy-duty vehicles or for 2- and 3-wheelers, because that will be the challenge on the next year. So this is the question for Sudhir, maybe based on your experience, how do you think that we can also do the same assessment for other transport modes?
Thanks, Luis. I think it can be done for all the modes. I believe that it is not that difficult to do it even for SDVs, because you have rated fuel economy for SDVs. You can find it for buses. You can find it for 2- and 3-wheelers, as the ICCT presentation showed. The choice is, probably Alex mentioned that you need this now, but the problem is we only have for LDVs for nearly 112 economies. How many countries do we have the baseline for 2- and 3-wheelers? How many countries do we have the baselines for buses? How many countries do we have the baselines for SDVs, for the trucks? We don't have it, at least from the UNEP side. I don't know whether they really have done it or not. I have no idea, but it can be done. It's just that that's what my request was, that UNEP comes up with a more expanded guidelines, because you have come up with targets now for all the modes. Under the GFEI 2, you have the target for 2-wheeler, you have the target for buses, you have target for trucks. You should also do the same for now. You should also come up with the guidelines of what kind of, for example, if I'm doing an assessment in Vietnam, or if I'm doing an assessment in Thailand, what kind of carbon intensity should I use? A grid emission factor, what kind of grid emission factor should I use? From where should I borrow it? Because then there can be consistency in countries choosing the right source. That is lacking now, and I think that's what my suggestion was for the GFEI, for the partners to actually expand it, because the more you delay, the more the countries would delay, and by the time we have the baselines, it would be 10 or 15 years down the line. Right now, we have 27 baselines, and we have finished it in 2022, which is 5 years down the line. So if we are working with a lag of 5 years, we are never going to make it. So yeah, we need to be fast, and we need to do this across all the countries.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. I just want to make a remark on what Felipe said. And I would like to also expose a challenge we are facing currently in Colombia, and it is the fact that manufacturers are so many times not believing on the baseline we develop, because as we don't have the first-hand information regarding the CO2 emissions of the vehicles, we had to use a second or third source of information for taking this information up. So I guess we will try to involve in a more important way the role of the manufacturers on the development of these baselines, and is something that we are particularly working on that in Colombia. We are trying to involve the manufacturers and the car dealers locally in order to provide information and analyze what the difference is between the baseline we developed before and the baseline we can develop with this information. And the second fact that we are also challenging is that even though this baseline was developed in conjunction with the Ministries of Environment and Energy of Colombia, they haven't taken that information as a tool for developing policies or making decisions. We have also identified that it is like if they don't believe too much on that information, so we also have to involve those decision makers and organizations on this process, because the information we have taken, I guess it is very important for the region even.
Yeah, I was going to ask you whether you are not dealing with the manufacturers. Where are your vehicles coming from?
Mainly from South America, but Europe and USA too. So Felipe can.
Yeah, we have some industry assemblies let's say, for example, 30% of the market is provided by this national industry, but 70% is coming from Brazil, Mexico, Europe, and Japan.
Yeah, okay. Because your neighbor, how far is Colombia from Chile? Can you walk from Colombia to Chile? Your neighbor is having a good progress on the labels, which would pick that.
They are helping us for developing this energy standard.
Yeah. So when you have a good neighbor, so please just walk over, cross over, and see how he's doing it. For us, it was a challenge because vehicles are coming from all around the world. So yeah, but I think the labeling does sort out the issue. So if we start the labeling program, with time we shall have all the information. At the beginning, it will be very hard because for some of the products you can't go back to the manufacturers. But if we take a label, and for even other developing countries where you're having pre-shipment inspection, pre-shipment vehicle inspection, I think it's called PIVOC, something like that. You can have that information captured. At the beginning, we didn't know what it was for, but now we know we need it. So we can add it on those parameters to be checked and added on. Okay, any other question?
Sir, can I make a remark?
A remark to yourself, yes. Good.
No. Basically, like the most important thing, why I kept repeating that this was the best thing since sliced bread was involvement of the stakeholders. That is the beauty of this particular approach. See, easier way of doing this is just buy the data and do it. You might get a very reliable result. But working with the stakeholders, doing the stakeholder consultation brings up the transparency. There is an ownership which is coming from local institutions. If you are doing the baseline right, the data would be owned by the ministries and the data would be owned by the private stakeholders, the civil society, they would own it. And that is what the importance is. It is not about the number. It could be 5.1 liters or 5.6 liters. For me, it doesn't make it that much about a big difference until unless there is an ownership. Ownership is very, very important. See, any tool, it's a means to an end. It's a means. You have to use it to use the right policy, go in the right direction. As far as you can do that, I'm happy. From my particular side, this is my individual viewpoint that you don't have to be really precise with the number. As long as you are working within a margin of safety, I think that should be okay. What is more important is, did you get all the stakeholders in and doing that? And that could be very, very difficult, as you would have seen from the Indonesian presentation, that the stakeholder mapping would be very, very complex. So you really need to identify the right stakeholders and bring them in at the start of the project to get the ownership. That is the key.
Fantastic. I think we can give presenters a round of applause. Now we go to another session. So, but I think I can give you 2 minutes to stretch up. Can you please stand up? Everybody, I can see somebody is trying to hit the neighbor. Can you stand up, somebody? Now you're allowed. And you look at me. I'm the one leading the session, okay? So look here. Make sure you have enough space. Put your hands this way. And go that way. And go that way. And go that way. Then put up. Bend back. Don't fall over. Go backwards. Then go back. And relax. So that's good. Okay, so let me have, I have Alex Kona, then let's have Beatrice Motoni. Is Beatrice Motoni around? Yes, I think I saw you. I saw the name and I knew you were the one. Then also, let's have Nyamwange Amenya. I think Nyamwange Amenya is online, so please get ready. So we are going through the session. Everybody has been talking about financing, the funding, where do we find the money, the capex, so the people who understand the money are going to talk. Huh? Beatrice, come up here. You have a lot of money, right? So come and tell us, how do we finance these things? The issue we are going to look at is the financing and the funding opportunities for sustainable e-mobility projects. How does this happen? You know, how can financial institutions help us to bridge that financing gap? And Beatrice, I have to say Beatrice because Beatrice is my auntie, so I fear that name. She's very big. When I say the name, she beats me up. So Beatrice is the business development manager, East Africa at Infraco Africa. And you can take us on the role of multilateral development banks on how we can bridge this gap. So you can stand wherever you want, apart from the table.
Good afternoon. Well, the disadvantage of talking in the afternoon is that everybody's looking at their time, people are full, tired, and then it's the last session of 3 days, but I hope I'll be very quick. The money people are a bit quick. I have had a lot of technical terms, and I'm an engineer, actually. I'm an electrical engineer by profession, but today I have learned quite a lot. And I've been here for a very short time, but I've learned about policies, MRVs, I've learned about baseline fuel economy. So I'm a bit more enlightened. So I'm Beatrice, I'm a business development manager with Infraco Africa. So Infraco Africa is part of a bigger group called the PIDGE Group, the Private Infrastructure Development Group. I don't know if anyone of you has heard about it, but I'll give you a brief of what PIDGE is about. We call it PIDGE. PIDGE is funded by several governments. The UK government is the largest funder of PIDGE, and then we're funded by the Swiss government through SECO. We're funded by the Dutch government through DIGIS, and the UK government through FCDO now. It used to be DFID. So PIDGE has several companies under it. Infraco Africa is one of it. I'll come to Infraco Africa later. But you have Emerging Africa Infrastructure Fund that does debt, senior debt, mezzanine debt, any kind of debt to projects. We have PIDGE TA that provides grants, early stage seed kind of financing to projects that we are looking at.
And Beatrice, sorry for the interruption. For us, we like money in paper form, but the terms we don't understand them, you know, mezzanine, the senior, junior, we don't understand those things. So if you can make it simpler for us to understand, thank you.
Okay, well, to be honest, you didn't make it easier for me to understand the technical terms, but I will try. I'll try. So PIDGE TA provides grants. So there are various forms of funding projects. So we can have grants, which is like free money, money that is used to catalyze most of the early stage investments and technically bring projects up from like the ground. And then we have equity, and that's where Infraco Africa comes in. We provide equity into projects. So equity is like a shareholder in the company. So we, as Infraco Africa, we bring in our money and then we become shareholders in the company. And then we have debt. Debt is what all of you would get from the bank, but now in a bigger, maybe in a larger amount, and to a company that is developing something. Most of the time we deal with infrastructure as a private infrastructure, as a PIDGE group, and electric mobility is a key sector. We just introduced electric mobility as a sector to invest in, like as one of the sectors that we invest in. Electric mobility is one of the strategic sectors now for the PIDGE group to invest in. So if you approach Infraco Africa anywhere, Infraco Asia, we actually have Infraco Asia, does the same thing as Infraco Africa, but in Asia. So Vietnam, East Asia, India, all those countries are covered by Infraco Asia. So if you see Infraco Africa, Infraco Asia, Emerging Africa Infrastructure Group or PHTA, and you have an electric mobility project and it needs funding, then we are one of the people that could do that. So InfraCo Africa has funded quite a, we fund other sectors, and maybe I'll just talk of the relevant one. We fund renewable energy sector, which, and renewable energy, we are trying to merge our mini grids, or we're working on a very interesting concept where our mini grid projects, mini grids are like decentralized grids in the rural areas. So we have funded quite a number of them as InfraCo Africa, and we are trying to introduce electric mobility in the rural areas where they can be, a lot of times you find the rural areas don't have access to energy. So whenever we have a mini grid project in an area, we try as much as possible to add on services that could use the demand, that could use the electricity, so that whoever is developing the mini grid can get more money, but like the electricity can be used a little bit more. So we are trying to actually partner our mini grid projects to our electric mobility projects, so that they can work together, because we think it's very complementary to each other. InfraCo Africa has invested quite a lot in sub-Saharan Africa. Our geographical mandate is sub-Saharan Africa. We have, I think, investment in most of the sub-Saharan African countries. You can visit our website, you will see a lot of our investments there. We apart from funding the projects that we fund, and I'll specifically talk about electric mobility, we fund electric mobility is a bit in the early stage. So a lot of high level banks, the big bucks are not yet ready coming into the electric mobility sector. So we are transitioning the electric mobility sector from being a very early stage investments to a certain level where we can bring in the big bucks into the projects. So we as InfraCo Africa, apart from bringing in the money, we also work with the projects or the companies that we invest in. We bring in standards, like a high level of standards, operation standards, governance. We set up the companies so that they are ready for the big investors, the IFCs of this world. Those people come with like lots of millions of money. So InfraCo Africa invests between around $1 million US dollars to around $30 million US dollars. We take shareholding in the companies, and we walk through with the companies until a point where they can now scale up and get debt and other, like scale up into the region, for example, or like have scale up quite big. So this is how we see the electric mobility space progressing in terms of, like, as investors. I believe the last couple of years, it has been proof of concept. We've seen a lot of electric boda-bodas. I don't know if everybody understands boda-boda, two-wheelers. I think it's commonly known as boda-bodas in East Africa. We've seen a lot of electric tricycles. We've seen a lot of, now we are starting to see electric buses. There's a little bit of electric matatus, like these are the 14-seater small vans, basically. But from an investor's point of view, the largest number of investments in the sector are in the two-wheeler and three-wheeler space. That's what we are seeing. But increasingly, we are getting on to the buses. But the last 2 or 3 years, there's been a lot of two-wheelers and three-wheeler developers coming up, entrepreneurs starting all over East Africa, especially, I must say, and Southern Africa, Eastern and Southern Africa, and Nigeria, because I know Nigeria is big on two and three-wheelers. So we have seen the electric mobility companies transition from proof of concept where they get grants. Grants is the free money I talked about earlier. So at the beginning, most of them work with grants. When you have exhausted your father's money or your friend's money or your auntie's money, then you start applying for grants as a startup in the e-mobility sector. So we've seen quite a number of grant providers in the sector, and they have actually managed to transition those companies from 1 or 2 vehicles on the road to at least 20, 30, 40 vehicles on the road. When we get to that scale, then InfraCo Africa and others in that space, the private equity, then we can come in and provide larger sums of money in the tune of 2 million, 3 million. Right now, the numbers we are seeing requested for by the electric mobility companies are between 2 million and I think the maximum I have seen so far is around 10 million. So that's the range we are playing at. I would say that's like now the scale up blend finance. That's when you start moving away from the grants now to the equity. You scale your fleet from at least maybe 20 or 30 to, if it's electric boda-bodas, to at least 2,000 space. I think very, very few companies in Sub-Saharan Africa specifically have more than 200 two-wheeler electric two-wheelers on the road. So that's the space we play in, perfect space for us. So we bring in the 2 million or the 3 million or the 10 million. We help the companies scale up from the 20 vehicles that they had on the road to 2,000 vehicles. And past that, then the company is able to become, I don't want to use terminologies, but profitable. I wanted to say EBITDA positive, but once companies reach a certain number of fleets on the road, then they become profitable. Once they're profitable, then they're very many financiers are happy to invest in profitable enterprises, and debt providers also come in. So for investors, there are quite a number of drivers that actually attract us to countries, to developers, to entrepreneurs, to some technologies. The first one I would say is the technology, and we've seen the technologies evolve. I think the battery technology, I think that has been covered by specialists in the battery sector, but we've seen technologies evolve in this sector. And for an investor, when you're evaluating a project or a company to invest in, you look at the maturity of the technology. If it's too early stage, then you're not very sure that company will be existing in 2 or 3 years. So technology is quite important. So the fleet management, that we are seeing a lot of battery management services, BMS. So for example, we have invested in Zembo. I'll mention Zembo because Gerald is from Uganda and probably is aware of Zembo. We've invested in Zembo and several other companies like Zembo. And one of the key factors we consider when we're investing in them is how can you trace your vehicles? Do you have a dashboard that tells you where your vehicles are? So technology is quite important. Fleet management is important. Charging infrastructure is key because, as I said earlier, quite a number of houses in Sub-Saharan Africa don't have access to power, for example. So it depends. If it's in the city, maybe a lot of people have access to electricity in their houses. However, the business models that we are seeing being deployed are where I'll give a case of a good example with Zembo. Zembo is, and I'll talk about it maybe much later. Zembo is a two-wheeler company in Uganda that basically is, they bring in electric boda-bodas. Allow me to use the term boda-bodas. When I say boda-bodas, is the motorbikes. They bring in the two-wheelers, they lease the bikes without the batteries. They lease the bikes to boda-boda drivers. The boda-boda drivers pay a certain amount of money per week or per month over a certain period of time and then own the bike. However, the battery, because the battery is is more expensive than the boda-boda itself, the battery is owned by the company itself. So they charge the batteries. So for each bike, there is like 1.5 batteries or 1.8 batteries, so that you have a bit of more extra batteries so that it's easy to swap. The swap model can work. So the drivers own the vehicle eventually, but then the companies that we invest in own the infrastructure, the charging infrastructure, the batteries, and they operate a swap model where you come in with your empty battery for lack of a better term, and then they exchange with the full battery where they have charged, and you pay only for the amount of charge that you buy in kilowatt hours. So that the business models are evolving and technology is evolving, and we will evolve with it. But we are happy to fund companies that are like taking up technology and trying out different business models. I don't think in say sub-Saharan Africa specifically, because that is where we operate and that's where I can confidently talk about. I don't think we have reached a level where we know what business model would work eventually. So we are trying out different business model, the swap model. We have also invested in a company in Kenya called Nopia Ride. Nopia Ride is like Uber, but now they operate electric vehicles in Kenya as taxis. So we are seeing quite a number of technologies around, and we're happy to invest in technology as long as there looks like there's a future to it. So we haven't yet settled on a specific type of technology to invest in, but we're quite open on that, and we're seeing a lot of them coming up. Also, I think there's a lot of talk of policies. So for an investor, you look at the policy, the country policy. So when I'm evaluating a project, say in Rwanda, I will look at the Rwandan government policies on e-mobility. And if they're favorable, then that is a more lucrative market for me than a country that does not have electric mobility policies. So we are increasingly seeing a lot of I would say African countries adopting electric mobility policies and regulations. It's still quite early stage, and I think the likes of UNEP are quite aggressive in that area and helping countries adopt policies, and that helps us as investors, because when you invest in a country that already has established policies, you're more or less assured of your getting back your money, recouping your investment in a country that has policies than in a country that does not have proper policies. Well, as we're investing, we also look at the impact. And I think right now electric mobility has very high impact to the communities and to the environment in terms of it's a clean form of mobility if you compare it to the ice bikes, for example. And then most of the models that we're seeing are scalable. So whatever model, for example, the Zembo model of swapping and charging the battery can be implemented in Kenya very quickly because it's very easily replicable across countries. So eCurrent, as I said, is one of the companies that we've invested in. It's a cab hailing app. Nopia, actually, if you Google Nopia, you'll find it. It's like Uber, but you'll also find some Uber taxis are Nopia, they're electric. So these are electric cars. The reason why we invested in Nopia is because it was the first in the country. So it's quite innovative. It's a model that can be replicated in other places. We invested 1 million and we helped by the time we were investing, they had a fleet of 30 vehicles. It's the same model as the Zembo. The drivers pay for the vehicles over time. And that is the model they want to adopt eventually. Cars are quite expensive and not everybody can afford. So these creates employment. It has given like jobs to young men and women. So we helped the company scale up from 30, a fleet of 30 vehicles. Now they're heading to 100. And at 100, the financials are quite, they're better than when they were at 30. And so the next time they need funding, it's quite easy for them to actually attract private equity funding. The second one, that we have invested, I've talked about this quite a lot, is Zembo, Uganda. We have invested 2.5 million euros, and we invested alongside DOB Equity and Mobility 54. So actually the message, when I was talking earlier on to someone, I was telling them the message I've brought today is there is funding available in the sector. So a lot of times, 2 or 3 years ago, I think, attending these workshops for electric mobility, one of the biggest challenges that was raised is access to capital. But I believe that is no longer a big challenge because there are quite a number of companies that are currently funding electric mobility. So that is no longer a big challenge. You just probably need just to tailor make the projects to suit certain investments. So the 2.5 million euros invested in Zambia will increase their fleets from 200 and to 2,000 electric border borders in Kampala. If anybody who has gone to Uganda knows that border is one of the main ways people move from place to place within the town. One of the key elements that we insist or we try to push for is assembly in country, because that then creates more jobs for the countries that the project is implemented. At the same time, there's capacity transfer or technology transfer and knowledge transfer to the local team. And so far, what we have seen in the market is a lot of companies are importing CKDs and assembling them in country, which is quite recommendable because then there's skill in the country even for operations and maintenance. You don't have to rely on the original equipment manufacturers to come and do maintenance and operations. Infraco Africa is still looking around the continent for electric mobility companies that need financing, and we are open to investing in electric mobility. Thank you. I think that will be it. Those are my contact details in case you need to contact me, and I'm open to any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. We are certainly open to many questions and to many financial requests. We shall certainly ask you. Like one question is, how many retrofitting companies have you discussed? But be writing down the answer, because we're discussing at lunch, and the question is why the retrofitting companies are not, want to understand the financial models. So be preparing the answer. How many have you dealt with? And if few, why few? If not, why not? Now, let's go to, we can have, we start with Alex. I think let's start with the Nyamwange Amenya, project manager at the WI, to tell us about the NAMA facility and the mobility project. Is Amenya online?
Thank you so much. Online?
You can see us. For us, we can see you. Can you see us?
Yes, I'm seeing you.
Please go ahead, Mr. Nyamwange.
Thank you. I'll do a presentation.
Or due to time zones, you couldn't be here. It's okay. We understand it.
Just I shared my presentation to your team. I think I'm having some challenges on my end.
Let's try to see if we can find it. Keep trying. If we are successful other than you, then we go. If you successful before us, then you go. Is that the one?
Yes, thank you so much.
Good.
So basically, I am Nyamwange Amenya. I'm the project manager in charge of a NAMA facility that's being managed by World Resources Institute. We're currently doing a detailed proposal phase. So you can scroll to slide 2. Basically, on the NAMA facility, we had a timeline. We had an outline to do a proposal in May 2021. We did an in-depth assessment in September 2021. This is where we interacted with most players from the government side, several ministries, then the banking sector, financial institutions, fintechs, players in the e-mobility sector, that's assemblers, manufacturers. Then in November, we did a selection for the DZV phase. We were selected as one of the beneficiaries in November 2021. In April 15, 2022, we did our launch of the DPP phase 1, whereby we went back to the players whom we interacted with in the preparation of this facility. That's the government ministries, several stakeholders, that's private players in e-mobility and other players who are currently in the ICE sector. We have a deadline on July 15th to do an NSO recommendation. This is basically a partner whom we want to work with in terms of financing, because we have several options of doing this. One, we have a grant option, we have a guarantee option, and also the grant option will address the supply side mechanisms and also the demand side mechanisms for EV uptake in Kenya. We'll be working basically on two-wheelers and three-wheelers. By October 15th, we want to do an interim report. Then on November 2022, we get a notification. On August, we will get an NSP proposal due and submit it. If we are successful after August, we have five years to run this project. That's the NAMA support project implementation. That's 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027, and 2028. Next slide. Basically, our goal is to accelerate transition to electrification of transport in peri-urban areas and rural Kenya. Our four aims are to reach 15% market penetration of electric two-wheelers and electric three-wheelers, have 80% of local assembly of these EV components. We understand currently most of the components are imported and assembled locally. We have an aim of reducing up to 1.101 million tons of CO2 emissions and create 3,500 jobs in EV sector. So by the end of the NSP, if we are successful in 2028, the NAMA project will help to achieve the following. One, EV supply chains for manufacturing, assembly, sales, and after-sales service strengthened, basically in Kenya. Affordable E2W and E3W models will be available in the market due to growing market competition. Charging infrastructure, which is widely available in target geographies. A policy framework that enables e-mobility in place. We're working with the government and the private players to formulate a policy framework. We understand most of the policy frameworks are at infancy stage, and we believe by the time we roll out this, they'll be at maturity and they'll favor e-mobility. That's E2Ws and E3Ws. The last one will be reaching a tipping point for mass adoption in E2Ws and E3W segments without further support required. So the next slides on the NAMA facility proposal. Basically, we have a financing mechanism whereby we intend to do direct purchase incentives, that's subsidy, for up to 60,000 E2Ws and 5,000 E3Ws. We hope to de-risk the development of financing EV models. A total of approximately 70 million euros will be invested in the NAMA facility into financial mechanisms. Basically, here we're looking at also pulling in private sector partners and other financing mechanisms. We're also looking with the government of Kenya, whereby we're going to markets that will trigger the EV sector in Kenya. So we're going to leverage on the investment through private and public sector contributions to have this achieved. On the other side, you have technical assistance, whereby support on policy or regulatory improvements that promote local assembly of E2Ws or EDWs and low cost of imports more e-vehicle components. So basically, the DPP partners are here in the next slide. We have the government of Kenya, we have WRI, we have NetFund. NetFund basically coordinates all the ministries, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Environment, National Treasury, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Industrialization, and the Council of Governors. We have Cement Foundations, we have P4G, we have other partners, that's parastatal agencies, GFEI, P4G, Cement Foundation, civil society groups. We do have other partners in research, basically like Shell Foundation, McKinsey, who are doing some researches on e-mobility. We have some universities like Strathmore also assisting us to do some research on gender. We have other partners who are doing research on charging infrastructure. One is ChargeUp. Also, we have approached EV manufacturers. An example I can give of Rom and others. We look forward to a favorable partnership to trigger e-mobility sector in Kenya. That's in terms of supply side, demand side, and financing side. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Oh, that's very interesting to know, Mr. Nyamwanga. You have reached there before me, so I was thinking of going there to the NAMA facility. Now, if you reach there before us, so we're gonna share that money, right? Yeah. This is East Africa now, isn't it?
Yes. You're highly welcome.
Yeah, I want to have a discussion on how we can utilize how we can leverage some of these things. Let's have, okay. So, Mr. Nyamwanga, please keep online because application for the NAMA facility is very complicated. So I think members will want to know exactly how you've done it. So keep online. We have another presentation, then we're going to return with the question. So
thank you.
Please listen in. I think the geographical time zone will allow you to listen in.
Okay.
So let's have Alex. Alex is going to show us on the GFEI mobility funding option. So yeah, there are very many funding options. This is one of them, but they can sound like there are many, but getting them is not easy. They are not easy. So, but Alex, take us through what is this GF? The time when we were at the COP20, when did we sign the Paris Agreement? 2015, 2016. We said GF was one of the fair ways of accessing financing. So, and UNEP is at the forefront of this. So take us through how do you approach that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerald. By the way, I'm holding a presentation on behalf of our GEF Climate Change Mitigation Unit. So within UNEP, Sustainable Mobility Unit is basically a technical support unit. GEF Climate Change Mitigation Unit is sort of the administrative and managing unit to actually manage the GEF process. So that's two different things. We are providing, let's say, the technical support and the support with regards to content to GEF projects. That is the task of our unit, and the task of the GEF unit is basically to do all the administrative and managerial work. So I'm providing a presentation which I don't really know very well. But anyway, I think I know quite well about the content. So first of all, the GEF, which is Global Environment Facility, they are working in 4-year cycles. Yeah? So every 4 years, the donor countries, which I believe are 36, coming together and they refill that fund for the next 4 years. Yeah? Now, in 2022, there was just the start of a new 4-year period, which goes from 2022 to 2026. So basically, it is now where the countries are informed through the GEF Secretariat to the GEF operational focal point about the allocation they have for the next 4 years. Yeah? So the thing is that entire pot of money, which is replenished by the 36 donor countries, is distributed to, I think, 120 eligible recipient countries. And every country gets an amount which is allocated by the GEF Secretariat, which I believe is based on a pretty complex formula. Yeah? So, for example, a country like Nigeria, I think in the past cycle, in the GEF 7 cycle, got something like 27 or 25 million US dollars. for as GEF star country allocations. Now, the information about how much your country is receiving for the next 4 years has not been communicated so far. It's going to be sent out in the next days or hours or minutes. We don't know, yeah, but it's going to come very soon. And then some sort of rally starts, because this is, as our colleague from Infraco put it so nicely, and I think everyone was very great to get this knowledge about equity and whatsoever, because we are sitting in these conference and smile all and say yes, but then maybe we didn't know so far. Most of us probably knew. Anyway, so it's free money, yeah. So it's, as you say, a fair, nice amount of money. So there's basically quite some competition around these resources. These resources can be used for 3 things: for climate change, for biodiversity, and for land degradation projects. Now that means really that covers a quite big area of things which can be done with these funds. And that also means that since it's government money and you just access it through projects which are submitted through a so-called implementing agency, there's competition around the use of these resources. So, as I said, you need an implementing agency for this. The GEF star allocations cannot be, they are not directly distributed from the GEF to the country, but you need one of 18 implementing agencies, and UNEP is one of those. UNDP is another, UNIDO is another, ADB is another, AFDB is another, World Bank is another, FAO is another, and then, I don't know, there are still some other agencies which basically manage the process of developing the project proposal, submitting the project proposal, and then also manage the implementation of the project. So in the country, there will be an executing agency, which is taking over the on-the-ground management, dispersing the money, hiring the consultants, buying the demonstration vehicles, these sort of things. And this execution agency will report to the implementation agency, which, for example, is UNEP, which is our GEF unit, and they sort of administratively manage the project, and then finally also report on an annual basis to the GEF, telling them how resources have been spent, what activities have been implemented, and basically whether the project is on track or not. So that is the role of the implementing agency versus the executing agency. As I said, yeah, there's different funding areas. Yeah, you have so-called integrated programs. One integrated program is, for example, sustainable cities. Sustainable cities is one of these programs which GEF is funding, and which, by the way, also UNEP is leading, and where, in addition to star money, some additional resources can be used. So that's all fairly complex. Let me focus a little bit on our e-mobility program and how to access funds there. The e-mobility program is part of the climate change pillar of the GEF. So if a country wants to develop an e-mobility program funded by GEF aid, this will be using climate change resources, and not land degradation, and also not biodiversity. Now, under this climate change focal area, the GEF basically pointed out that scaling up zero emission mobility for people and goods is a target area which they now have identified to be really of importance, and that's why the GEF wants to actually also encourage countries to work on electric mobility. Next. So now, for the first time, the GEF has actually proposed a budget to be used by country projects for e-mobility or for zero emission mobility projects. And that budget allocation is actually quite significant. It's $93 million. Now, when they are talking zero emission mobility, then this does not mean only electric mobility, but can also include like active mobility. Like, for example, in many of these projects, we are doing strategies, but we could also now do some national urban mobility planning instruments, which include a more holistic approach to how to make sure that cities in your country are following a sustainable approach towards planning of mobility, integrating mass transportation, thinking about last mile connectivity, thinking about how people actually can go walking or cycling to access a certain bus route to sort of travel through the city to go maybe to work or whatsoever. Basically, an integrated approach which sort of includes all different modes of mobility, and which makes sure that the entire sort of transport system of a city is becoming more and more efficient. Next. So, I mean, the objective of the e-mobility projects for the donor is greenhouse gas emission reduction. Why I'm saying for the donor, because I believe for many of the countries that is important, but there are other equally important things which we call the co-benefits. For example, reducing dependency on of fuel imports, which many of the countries are actually buying through government, and where government takes a financial risk to now buy these resources on the volatile market. Or air pollution. For many cities in the global south, air pollution is a huge problem. And working on e-mobility is, of course, also working on the reduction of air pollution. It has other co-benefits, job creation, which we just discussed before, noise pollution. There's a whole plethora of co-benefits, and while for the donor, greenhouse gas emission is the most important objective, I think for the countries itself, it is important to be cognizant of all the other co-benefits, which might, to some extent, even outweigh the greenhouse gas emission objective. Now, if we look at these country projects, then typically we sort of design these projects together with the countries. And when we design these projects together with the countries, we sort of suggest to work on a couple of strategic areas, which are more or less the same areas in all the country projects which we have so far. And so far under GEF7, it is now 30 countries which have developed, and which are some of them already under the implementation of those country projects. And it's so far 50 or some $60 million dedicated to e-mobility. Now, all these projects follow a little bit the same approach. In the first component of these projects, we usually want to, or we suggest to work on the institutionalization of zero emission mobility. So that means, for example, putting in place some sort of national coordination entity, which coordinates all stakeholders. As we have heard already from Sudhir, transport data, all this is spread over multiple ministries. It's Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Energy, Finance, Ministry of Infrastructure, Ministry of Industry and Trade, whatsoever ministries, all of these ministries are involved, all have something to say, but very often these different entities don't really talk to each other. So putting in place some national coordination body, which meets maybe twice a year, and which makes sure that people are aware of what is going on and that people can contribute on how processes can be improved. So that is one of the goals we want to implement through these projects. Secondly, I said national strategies. I mean, I would say almost all of these projects in countries which do not have yet a national strategy, we propose to write such a strategy. Where does a certain country want to be in 2030, 2035, 2040 in terms of e-mobility? Looking into different modes. For many countries, that is different. There are some are targeting 2- and 3-wheelers, and for many of these countries, this is the lowest hanging fruit. Hence, a lot of effort can be concentrated on 2- and 3-wheelers right now. Others are more looking into public transportation and buses. Again, others are more looking into individual mobility and electric cars and the respective charging infrastructure. A lot of this institutionalization has to do with capacity building. I already said this morning, in this regard, the platforms are very important because a lot of trainings and a lot of whatever events will be organized through these platforms in the future. Now, secondly, we most often suggest a demonstration project. So here, the GEF puts aside some money which can be used for investment to buy a certain amount of 2-wheelers or 3-wheelers or electric buses or electric cars. Now, it's very important that the GEF will not fund the entire vehicle. And the GEF will only fund a vehicle if there is the idea of scaling something up behind this. So there needs to be a clear plan, and this clear plan needs to be already formulated in the project documents. What is going to happen after the demonstration project? Why should we buy 2 electric buses for the city ABC? How do we make sure that we are not just buying these 2 buses and then these 2 buses are going to be used and nothing else happens? We need to formulate a plan why we want to buy these 2 buses and how they can lead to, let's say, 20 buses in 5 years and 200 buses in 10 years or something like this. So that is very important. And secondly, as I said, the GEF does not buy the entire vehicle. It's not present. It is an investment whereby the other partner also shall be invested in. So for example, the GEF buys off the price difference between the electric alternative vehicle and the ICE baseline vehicle. So for example, we're having a couple of projects where we demonstrate, for example, electric 3-wheelers. Now, these electric 3-wheelers are going to be demonstrated with a local partner, that be, for example, a commercial taxi operator. Now, the commercial taxi operator needs to come with its own money to basically buy the cost of a conventional tuk-tuk. And the GEF would come with additional funds to now make that tuk-tuk electric. Why the GEF wants to do it like this? To make sure that the vehicle is actually used and not just standing somewhere around, not being used, and by making sure that partners' money is involved, the GEF thinks that these vehicles are going to be used. Scaling up, I said it before, we want to develop some sort of partnership, some sort of cooperations with financial partners to see how we can build on, let's say, the demonstration project to make it bigger. How can we leverage financing from, for example, the GCF or from development banks or from Infraco Africa, for example, to develop a bigger project, which maybe has already a loan component in it and which looks into, instead of 20 motorcycles, maybe 2,000 or 20,000 motorcycles. Now, this is a little bit the step-by-step approach. And last but not least, there's environmental sustainability in the project. And this really looks into, on the one side, how do we deal with used batteries? And on the other side, what can we do to integrate renewable power? For the GFEI cycle, the idea is to look for projects which are +- $3 million. And of course, we need to make sure that all relevant stakeholders are on board. Next. What is the GFEI application and development process? First of all, to basically commit a part of the GEF STAR funding to electric mobility, we need to receive a so-called letter of endorsement. That letter of endorsement is a one-pager which basically says we are all happy to do an electric mobility project. That electric mobility project should amount to X million US dollars. UNEP is the implementing agency, or UNDP is the implementing agency, or ADB is the implementing agency, and we basically lock these funds in. So this goes to the implementing agency. And now the implementing agency will support with the preparation of a concept note. So that concept note is basically a relatively short document, 10 pages, which provides the rationale of that project. What is going to be done? Who are going to be the main stakeholders? How can we mobilize co-financing? All this. Now, that letter of endorsement can be sent basically right now. Yeah, we should wait until after 1st of July because it's by then when the countries actually receive the country allocations. But anyway, this letter of endorsement can be sent as soon as possible. Yeah? Now that concept note will be prepared throughout the second half of 2022. Now at the same time, we UNEP are going to prepare a new global project which will support the country projects under GFEI. And basically that new global project, together with all the letters of endorsement from the country projects and the concept notes of those country projects, will be submitted to the GEF around February next year. Then some sort of back and forth between the GEF and us is going to start. And the idea is that basically the projects are approved by the GEF mid-2023. So now the actual project development starts, because this is also the time when the GEF releases a small grant to prepare the project. Usually that's $50,000, or if the project is really big, it's maybe $80,000 or $100,000. Now the country can decide whether they want to develop the project themselves, hiring a consultant who's writing the project documents, or whether, for example, the implementing agency such as UNEP is going to take over that duty to develop the project. In that case, this $50,000 stays with UNEP, and we are hiring a consultant and develop together with the country the project documents. These project documents, they're actually quite substantial. It's about 100, 120 pages with a lot of detail. Yeah. For this, we have until mid-2024. That is then the entire full project is going to be submitted, and end of the game is that the project execution starts. And yeah, now we're already talking about 2025. So that is a little bit the drawback, that money comes for free, but it comes not entirely for free, because there's like about 2.5 years of process to actually get the project started. Next. Now, what is happening right now, and I had already a couple of discussions with partners who asked, what can we do to access these funds? So what is happening right now is a consultation process within the countries, which involves all these different ministries who propose projects to use these funds. Now, if we want to prioritize e-mobility, then I think it would be necessary that you engage in these consultation processes through Ministry of Environment or through Ministry of Transport, but basically saying, okay, yes, we would like to develop such a concept on an e-mobility project. And we, UNEP SMU, are very happy to support you in this process. I'm very happy to already develop an email which gives a very a light overview of what can be done, similarly to what is in the presentation here. And that is something with which you can go participate in these meetings. Next thing is identification of that executing agency, but this is already, this is already a couple of months ahead. Issue letters of endorsement, start the process of developing concept notes. In any case, UNEP, we are always there to sort of support this process and to provide detail of what can be done and what can be suggested. Next. Okay, so here we are. For more questions, you can of course always ask us, Jane or myself or Amos. You can also ask directly the GEF unit. In that case, that would be Julien Leroux for African countries, Asia, Eastern Europe, that is managed by Sudhir Sharma, and the Latin America and Caribbean region is managed by Asher Lessels. Now, one last slide. I think if Infraco Africa had a similar slide, I'm not going to spend money because we're already over time, but there's not only GEF in the world. That is the only thing I want to say. So we spend a lot of time on GEF because now, yes, that new cycle is starting, but there are the other fundings, there are other funding sources, there are foundations, there are bilateral programs, such as, I don't know, the climate initiative of the Germans or CEDA or Norway or whatsoever. There's a lot of money around. It's not only GEF, and we are happy to sort of support development of all kinds of e-mobility projects funded by all sorts of donors. I mean, that's probably the main message of the last thing. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds great. At least we have known where the money is. The issue is on how you get it. If it takes you 3 years to get the money, I think the business people, 3 years to get the money. If you are a business development manager, you would even have moved on to another company, isn't it? But that's it. The funds are there. So I think you're going to ask questions. But let me shoot the first ones. To Beatrice, I had already given you a question, right? Give you a question and you remember it. What is it? So you can answer that one. To Nyamange. Nyamange, are you online?
Yes, I'm online.
Hey, we are going to shoot you questions, but a very good question. The first one is a very easy one. You are going to receive money. I see you have gone very far. The number facility is not an easy process, but you have managed to go to a significant stage. And I saw a list of your partners, but finally, so when you receive the money, what do you do with it? Are you an implementing partner? How are you going to receive it? How are you going to provide it? Are you becoming a bank? How are you transferring the money to actually achieve the targets that you are talking about? And of course, can I be part of the group to share on that money? Because we are implementing the projects. So I'm sure the participants here would like to know when that facility goes through. Did you say 25 million euros? Yes. So how shall we benefit, apart from appreciating your process, how shall we be able to access you? And is that fund available outside Kenya? Yes, I think to Jeff, this one we are certainly going to consider. It's on this allocation we are. It's time for us to have a discussion. So these are my 3 questions to each one of them. But I would like to take more so that we can answer them at once. Question? Yes, so the first birds 1, 2, 3. Good. 4. So I have Nigeria. Is that a country? CCI, Kenya. ECI. Okay, go first.
Okay, so my question is, good afternoon, everyone. My question is to Alexander and the GEF unit. How does GEF keep countries accountable for the funding granted for different projects being implemented? That's my question.
Okay. Do you accountability? Is that an NGO, CCI? Yeah. Okay, accountability. Rwanda?
Yeah, thank you very much. Mine is just a proposal. We, to Nyamwange, Rwanda also have been fortunate to bid, if I can say so, to bid to NAMA, and we got a preliminary approval. We are now in the process of developing a detailed design for the NAMA facility, whereby we requested about 20 million USD. And hopefully we pass the second stage, which is the detailed design of the proposal. So I would like to get in touch with him because they already finalized they got the funds. We want to know how we can do to be successful. Second one is about the last.
They haven't gotten the funds, but they are near there. They are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay, maybe at a certain level, I think they are ahead of us. We would like to learn more from them, how they are, they approached it and how, yeah. Then the second one is about this GEF funding. I'm much interested because we have been struggling to, to the risk and get funding for a demonstration of buses. We did a lot of analytical works all along, but financing was quite difficult to get. So my question is there we need to develop this concept note that is understood, and then the global program framework document? Is there any format to, once we agree with the country agrees that this is the project to go with, do we need to have a kind of dedicated global, format of this document? If yes, we can get it, and then be advised how we can proceed so that we can be successful as well. Thank you.
Yeah, then Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you. My first question to UNEP is, to whom will the letter of endorsement be addressed to? That is one. Then secondly, to Improco Africa, is there grant component in your funding, or it's just equity and loans? And if there is a public institution, that is government agencies, can they be beneficial of Improco Africa intervention? Thank you.
Yeah, that's which country are you? That looks like a county, right? This is a county in Kenya. Yes.
In fact, it's Kenya. My name is Dennis Wakaba from Rome Electric, formerly Opibus. So private sector gets excited when it hears about money. So my question is directed to both the Infraco and GF and Alexander. We've talked about financing electric vehicles, but have we thought about financing charging infrastructure? And can Infraco maybe mentioned whether it's open towards granting for funding charging infrastructure? Secondly, for GF, can a private entity or manufacturer be part of the executing entity?
Yeah, that's a perfect question. You got that. I wanted to ask you. We have Opibus. This guy is running the business every day. He's just a few meters from you. Why haven't you financed him? Huh? Why haven't you financed him? They are here. You see, now we have financiers, we have the need. I can take you after here to him. You give him the money. Opibus needs to expand. Robert.
Thank you. I think my question is actually related to what Wakaba's asked. It goes to Beatrice. Given that there's a lot of interest in financing towards the 2- and 3-wheelers, I think also it's a great opportunity in terms of propelling the sector. I know you guys are in business, but at the end of the day, we have to consider that there's usually the issue of range anxiety, which is now a term which is common in e-mobility sector. That is us as now private users. We are unable to actually move into purchasing EVs because there is not so much of charging infrastructure. So at the end of the day, I personally know there are companies in Kenya, and I've talked to them, which actually have invested their own money in charging infrastructure, but they don't have enough funding to scale up the availability of these systems, as well as now for 2- and 3-wheelers, at least they have now the battery swapping aspect, of which I think they are majorly covered. But are we actually considering 4-wheelers as well as buses? When we talk about having a fleet of the BRT fleet of electric buses, are we also considering to finance now the charging infrastructure that comes with it? Because actually, Rome, or rather Opibus, they've launched a fast charging DC station, which is actually expensive. And at the end of the day, if they can't be able to scale up now, that kind of infrastructure is going to actually now kill the industry in itself. Thank you.
Okay, so where do we start from? Let's start from those who are challenged by the time zones. Nyamwange. Nyamwange, are you there?
Yes.
Did you hear the questions very well?
I got the questions.
Shoot them.
One, I will answer my colleague from Rwanda. We were to have a session with them 2 weeks ago. They were doing their submission. We have booked a session at the end of June. So we're gonna meet and interact, and we'll learn more with him and the team from Rwanda. Question number 2, I'll answer you on a few questions that you gave me. One, we succeeded because of the ambition we had on addressing greenhouse gas emission, ambition to increase e-mobility in Kenya. And one of the major pillars to our success was stakeholder engagement. You cannot talk of e-mobility in a vacuum. You need government, you need financial institutions, you need private players, so that it can be a successful project. Another answer to a question on availability of these funds, basically they'll be deployed in Kenya. We will looking for an organization, a multinational bank probably, or a national bank in Kenya that can manage these funds. Such that we're gonna deploy mechanisms in terms of guarantees to supply side and demand side to spur EV growth in Kenya. Currently, we're working closely with governments and other partners to formulate and shape policy. We've had several engagements with private stakeholders, manufacturers, the government entities, and also private entities in terms of banks and other financial institutions and microfinancial institutions, each level of government in Kenya to address e-mobility, also access to charging infra and access to energy. We're also having a larger conversation with microgrid players, since we're gonna plug into their system and also give them a life. Have I answered all your questions, or I missed some?
No, you've actually answered them. I think, first of all, congratulations. This process is not easy. I took 2-3 months to write the concept to get it ready. I think the problem within Africa, so you write concepts and people can steal them. So, but I think we're also going to schedule a meeting with you so that we learn from your experience. Maybe you can loop us in that conference with Rwanda, and then we all learn from your experience, and we should encourage all participants to make proposals. What I've seen at this international body, when the NAMA facility is announcing, you see which countries are benefiting. I think we should make all our proposals there so that you see one Nigeria, see Malawi, see Chile, see Colombia. Let's compete for these funds. I think let's go out for them. At the COP, they always announce big monies, but after the announcement, monies disappear. So I think let each country make sure we put in, and if they reject our proposals, then at the next COPs, we tell them, why are you not giving us the money? I wanted to go to these other ones, but Mr. Commissioner, maybe you can ask your question, they can answer it quickly.
Sir, I'm not asking. I'm just confirming what Nyamwange has said. I'm part of that team. I want to confirm, yes, much as we are talking about Resource Institute, the ministries that are part of that process are very alert and very supportive. We have a strong interministerial committee that is in place assisting this process. And we have cascaded even down to a technical committee that is involved in the process. So it is a process that is keenly followed by the government so that we benefit, and we will not let it slip off. I can assure you.
Fantastic. Mr. Nyamwange, you must have had the commissioner from Ministry of Energy. So They are all watching you and we are all praying for you. So we shall learn from your experience and take forward. Let's go to Beatrice. You have very specific questions. OPBAS, CABS, you have financed Zembo. Border Work was asking me for money the other day. They are there. I can give you the address. Do you have the money? Tell us why.
We have a lot of money, yes. So I'll start with your question on retrofit. We have seen a few retrofit companies coming to look for investment. However, we ask three main questions. What is their scale? How sound is the technology, the retrofit technology, and are they supported by like OEMs? And then what is the cost of the retrofit?
What is OEMs?
Original equipment manufacturer. So like the engines, the motors and stuff. So if the company, like the case is solid, then we're happy to invest. However, the ones we have seen, and I think OPBAS started with retrofits, the scale is not like sufficient to put in lots of funding. So we encourage them to start with like thousands of dollars, and then once they reach a certain level of scale, then they can come to the millions of dollars. But yes, we support retrofits as long as they tick the technology part. We'll go to Nigeria. In terms of the grant components, so as part of the PEACH group, we have PEACH TA, which provides grant component in small amounts and in large amounts. However, the mandate for PEACH generally is to support the private sector. So more often than not, we will support projects that are like spearheaded by private sector. However, we work with lots of government agencies, and we actually give grants to government agencies through our the PEACH TA I have talked about, with the hope that it will activate or it will stimulate a bit of projects that will go to the private sector. So we work a lot with the PPP units of countries. And then to OPBAS, Wakaba. We are very happy. Infraco Africa is in fact, Infraco means infrastructure company. PEACH is an infrastructure group, and we are happy to support infrastructure. So as Robert says, we know of a few companies that are actually doing the charging infrastructure specifically, and we are very happy to actually engage with them if they need funding at this particular moment, because we think the charging, in fact, our end goal is will probably end up being the support of infrastructure, of the charging infrastructure, more than the support of the vehicles, because we think the way it is panning out, most of the vehicles will probably be financed by asset finance companies, and then we'll need more funding in the infrastructure, the charging infrastructure. So yes, we are happy to support such companies, both for two-wheeler, three-wheeler, and four-wheeler. So if you know of such companies, happy for me to have a conversation with them. I think I have covered most of the questions that are directed to me.
Yeah, except the one on the retrofitting is that market is huge. You see, we're looking at the supply side, but retrofitting is part of the demand side for those units which can change. We just have to, we had a discussion, I think, with Amos, and we just have to look at their numbers. Yes, OEMs, you can confirm that, but in the absence of the scrappage industry taking a real commercial angle, retrofitting can be a very good thing. So you need to look at it more carefully. It is a very good business. Yeah, the risk which you stated in the presentation that you have to get hold of, I think is for all operators. These units, the operator has to know where his units are. You know, Africa is not like Asia or Europe, where you can leave your bicycle there and go and find it. Here, if you left your bicycle outside, I can promise you it is not there. In the UN, yes, but outside the UN, it's not there. But there is a solution, because on a pilot, we got a program from India. I think it's even an agency in here, Teletonica. You can monitor where your units are. So that kind of de-risks the project.
Well noted. We will probably look at more.
Alex, Jeff, funding.
Okay, so I think there were a couple of questions. So I think ECI was asking about how the GEF does hold countries accountable. I mean, through some reporting. I mean, that's basically the way like all the other donors are doing it. But I have to say the GEF reporting is actually quite light. Yeah, I mean the big task is to develop the project documents and submit them and talk to the GEF and address comments and all this. But once this is done, the reporting to the actual during implementation is actually quite feasible. I'm just doing it right now for the first year of the global project, and I have to say it's okay. Now, there was another question on what sort of documents need to be prepared, and I think there was a little bit of confusion. Yeah? There was somebody talked about the global document for the global project. I mean, that is us developing it. UNEP is implementing that global project with the support and investment platforms and with the working groups and all this. So that has, I mean, this is not the duty of the countries to contribute anything to this. That is basically our support project, which we need to develop as UNEP. What you as a country basically need to do right now, if you want to have such an e-mobility project, is writing such a letter of endorsement and suggesting an amount of budget to be used for such an e-mobility project, and also suggesting already the executing agency. It's really all about that letter of endorsement at this point in time. There was a question from Nigeria to whom that letter of endorsement shall be addressed. Actually, we are going to share a template of that letter because it's a very specific letter. It's a GEF template. Now that letter needs to be sent to UNEP if UNEP shall be the implementing agency, or to UNDP if UNDP shall be the implementing agency. Since we as UNEP are keen in implementing projects, I of course suggest to send it to UNEP and not to UNDP, but that's basically where you need to address it to. It needs to be actually addressed to the GEF coordinator of UNEP, and for the time being, that is Miss Victoria Luke Banadero. And that's basically it. Then there was another question. Sorry, I need to put the question here. Okay. There was a question from OPBus. Can OPBus be an executing partner? Yes, it can. It's depending on the project design, what sort of role a manufacturer or assembler such as OPBus could play in such a project. I mean, one thing to keep in mind is that unless there's a co-implementing partner, which is a bank, for example, I don't know, AFDB or any, let's say, development bank with the ability to implement e-mobility projects funded through the GEF in Africa, the investment part of these projects is relatively small. But now, of course, it's just about the definition and the roles and what OPBus can bring to the table. And that's just something to be discussed. And yes, private sector is actually encouraged to be project partner. And then I think the last question was from Robert from CAPS, whether, for example, GEF or similar projects would be able to look into financing of infrastructure. Yes, they would be. We have projects in our current portfolio which are looking into charging infrastructure. One project is actually on hold because it is taking place in Ukraine, and unfortunately we have a situation which is horrible and which doesn't allow implementation. But basically that project is co-implemented by EBRD, and EBRD is bringing in a loan to finance private sector initiatives to build charging points. And actually the project targeted the installation of 350 charging points in Ukraine, and I hope that we are going to be able at some point to actually build them. I think that were the questions, and I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But Beatrice, there's a small question for you. Anika, you want to ask it?
Yeah, sorry, I had one question for Beatrice, because you said that isn't free. What is the cost? Like, how do you calculate interest rates and like just like ranges? Is it different from like if I go to a commercial bank, do you have beneficial rates for based on that? Because I think that's an important part, no, because money isn't free.
Well, yes, money is not free. For InfraCo Africa specifically, we do equity. So our returns are the same as those of the developers or the project. However, our debt partners, Imagine Africa Infrastructure Group, their interest rates are definitely better than those of the commercial banks because these are long-term concessions, 7, 8, 10 years. And on the dollar or on hard currency. So the interest rates are usually way, way lower than the commercial bank. I won't say a specific number so that you don't quote me, but I would imagine they're very way less.
Okay, fantastic. I think we give them a round of applause. So we just concluding now, maybe just 5 minutes. I called Anika to take us quickly, just 5 minutes on the support and investment platform, then we conclude. We have heard you for long. I've been watching to see if anybody is tired. I don't know. You guys are still very young.
Yeah, sorry, now I have the worst possible slot, of course, just me before the dinner. So I'll make it, I had an hour allocated, no worries. It's not gonna be an hour, we'll do it in 5 minutes and then we can continue discussion over dinner. So yeah, I just, because it was mentioned already before, know that UNEP under the Global Electric Mobility Program, we have these regional support and investment platforms. And I just want to give 2 more slides or so on what these platforms involve. So next one, please. So that's just a slide. And the reason why I've circled 2 there is because my colleague Felipe, who is here, and our colleagues from CMS in Chile, they are leading the platform from Latin America. And we here at UNEP, we are leading the Africa regional platform. And on the next slide, you will just see an overview of the different country projects that we're already supporting under GEF and other funds that we have. And you can see there's a long list in Latin America and Africa. And the icons actually show the mode that's being supported through the pilot program. So if you see a motorbike, that means that the pilot project will be on motorbikes. If it's a bus, then it's on buses. And it's a car, it's light duty vehicles. So that's just to give you an idea that there's actually a lot of countries in these regions that are working on e-mobility projects. And as Alec mentioned, we're also happy to support more countries in their efforts to transition to e-mobility. Next one, please. Yeah, okay, this one, I think we'll just skip it. No, this is just about the different barriers that we have identified. This is more specifically for the African context, right? And what we try to do with the regional support investment platforms is actually to lower some of these barriers, right? And I know that we have like some economic things like high upfront costs, but now we've heard, okay, money is actually there. So it's more in trying to help countries to tap into these funds. And as Alex also mentioned, we're happy to support applications to the GEF. We can discuss NAMA. So there's help out there for this aspect, and the same for the technical parts. No, we have, for example, we had our colleague here in the room, Robert, who works at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, did a presentation on how Kenya developed standards for electric mobility, which I think is very relevant. We actually had someone from Nigeria reach out to us to get support for the Nigerian Bureau of Standards on how to develop these standards for electric vehicles and charging. So I think that is also an important aspect. The policy side, no, as Beatrice mentioned, no, policies are very important that they're in place. Otherwise, investors will not be ready to invest in these projects. So that's why, as Alex mentioned, all of these projects, we work on the policy level to have the enabling framework in place for these projects. And then knowledge and behavior. So of course, creating awareness about the topic in general. And that is what, for example, can be done through pilot projects. Next one, please. Yeah, so what type of support is offered of the platform? Those who paid attention to Alex's presentation in the morning, they have seen the slide before. So this is just the 4 components that we have for all the regional platforms. And I'm gonna talk to each of them briefly. So communities of practice, what do we mean here? So the idea is basically to establish what we call task teams on specific topics. For example, for Africa, we have identified, and I think all in the room here, we have seen that electric 2- and 3-wheelers are one of the priority modes. So we want to create one group where like people from the different countries can work together to discuss, okay, what are the main challenges for 2-wheelers and what are the solutions? And also how can we feedback to, because we have these global working groups, right, under the program, and there's 1 and 2 and 3 leaders. But then maybe these experts, they don't know what are the challenges for Nigeria, for Ghana, for Malawi. So the idea is to have people from the countries also to say, okay, we need a product on how can we calculate CO2 emissions reductions for electric two-wheelers, so we can report on this and get a project approved by the NAMA facility, because they look at how many CO2 emissions you can reduce from the project, right? That's just one example. And the other group will be on buses, and there's actually a lot of activities going on now to electrify bus rapid transit systems in some African countries. But I think, and as we all know, the main mode is still the minibus in terms of public transport. And there I've actually still have to come across an initiative to help to electrify these. I think that's something that we could also address within the platform if the countries agree or the participants agree that this is a topic we want to prioritize. So this is really to get the demand from the countries together, so we can see, okay, there's a critical mass who's interested in looking into electrifying minibuses as an example. Next one, please. And yeah, this is the other main aspect, trainings. Since it's not a new topic, but it's evolving very rapidly, and many countries are like this event right now. We learned a lot, for example, how Chile managed to move to electric buses, how Nigeria is moving forward in manufacturing of electric vehicles, right? How Kenya is developing standards, how is finding. So all these topics, we're trying to collect them and then offer them for now virtually. So we're planning to have one training session every month. And this is just like preliminary topics that we have identified. So the next one we'll actually hear from our colleagues from Rwanda. And I think it was great because we didn't have Janvia's presentation today. So we'll see it online next month on the policies that Rwanda has implemented for electric vehicles. And then we learn about how to develop a pilot project for electric vehicles and so on. And here I'll share my email later. Also, if there are other topics that we haven't covered here and that you think that are important, please reach out to us and say, hey, like I would really like to learn about XYZ. And then we can see, we'll try to, through our network of experts, find people who can actually share their knowledge on the topic, because there's many people in different countries who know a lot, and we'll try to get them speak and share the knowledge they have in these sessions. Next one, please. Yeah, this is just a target group. So it's not only, for example, for policymakers, but we also want to address people working on the ground, private companies, bus operators, motorcycle riders. So here we would then need the support from all of you to identify the right participants from your countries, right? Because you say, okay, for me, I work on electric buses. I don't care about motorcycles, but of course, there's someone in my country who would like to hear about electric motorcycles. So I pass on this invitation to this other person, right? Because I think this is important, because of course I'm very new I just moved to Kenya in November, so I don't know so many people yet. So I depend on all of you to like spread the word basically on this. And next one. And I think this is already the last one in the, so yeah, this is the help desk. So that's basically for now our team here at UNEP. We're here to support. There's the email address, UNEP eMobility@un.org, where you can raise questions, ideas, comments that search around the topic, and we'll try our best to answer them or refer you to someone else who can answer them, or just say, sorry, we can't. But yeah, that's the main idea behind it. And yeah, for Latin America, my colleague Philippe is here also. And yeah, I think with that, we can take a wrap and let Jane and Amos take us home, I guess. Okay, thanks, and sorry for being quick.
Okay, so that's perfect. We certainly, it's good to have a general consensus on doing these things at a large scale. So we'll be sending the topics, and we can handle them as a region, as a continent, as a globe. Yeah. So that's it. We need to. What is the gentleman from ICE? Because you ask, how do you account for your being here? Maybe he has gone, or he's going to ask us another question. How do you account that you are here? You account that you are here. Accountability by having some recommendations and outputs, isn't it? So what are the things that we have agreed on? When people go back to Colombia, they say, when you flew to Nairobi, what did you bring? What was the agreement? So let's agree on some points. Amos, are they ready? put them up and you can say participants were here, but I was also here. Have you added me? 61. Okay. Yeah, you can go through very quickly.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Hari, for the opportunity to take this through. Before I begin, I would like to appreciate the people who were behind this, compiling this list of takeaways and our conclusions for the day, for the 3 days we've been here. So the meeting was shifting to efficient and zero emission vehicles in the Global South, held on 13th to 15th June, 2002 at the UNEP headquarters in Nairobi. So I'll pass over the background, but we are basically 60 participants drawn from across the globe. Participants noted that over 1 billion additional vehicles are expected to be added to the global fleet in the next 3 decades, with the highest fleet growth happening in the Global South. The highest growth segment in many countries in the Global South is in 2 and 3 wheelers. Many cities in the Global South are also planning efficient public transport, mainly through dedicated bus corridors. Many of the countries in the Global South, for example, Uruguay and Costa Rica, have 100% of their electricity from renewable energy sources. Increasing global fuel prices and the COVID-19 pandemic present good opportunities to shift to zero emission vehicles. Some of the countries in the Global South, like in Africa, have in abundance raw minerals that are used in electric vehicle production, like lithium. There are many co-benefits to promoting zero emission vehicles, including green jobs, better air quality, improved energy efficiency, climate change mitigation, etc. While a significant number of countries in the Global South started with better fuel economy baselines, subsequent fuel economy improvement trends are shrinking mainly due to increase in engine displacement and carb weight. Many of the countries in the Global South rely on used vehicle imports, and as EV sales are ramping up rapidly in the Global North, the number of used imported EVs will increase rapidly in the Global South as well, and countries need to get ready to absorb these vehicles. And finally, access to finance is an important hurdle to the introduction of low and no emissions mobility. So all this provides good justification to shift to efficient and zero emission vehicles, as one, a significant share of vehicle fleets in the Global South are yet to be imported or produced, hence an opportunity to introduce cleaner zero emission vehicles. Local value addition opportunities exist, hence the Global South needs to play a role in global value supply chain for zero emission vehicles. Locally available electricity can be utilized in zero emissions mobility instead of more expensive fuel. A differentiated modal approach is possible with a focus on 2 and 3 wheelers and buses where the highest growth will continue. Cities present opportunities to introducing zero emissions mobility, even as national programs are pursued. The import of used electric vehicles provides both opportunities and challenges to bring affordable e-mobility to the Global South and to tackle the issue of second life and end of life for EVs. So the key recommendations, there are under several titles. One is data. Countries are urged to carry out fuel economy baselines, as this is key to convincing policymakers and the public on the cost of inaction and savings from more efficient vehicles. Countries are encouraged to update their fuel economy baselines post-COVID, as the situation may have significantly changed. Expected savings in terms of health improvements from low emission vehicles and fuel consumption needs to be qualified. Feasibility studies are encouraged to support policy towards electric vehicle technology shift. Feasibility studies can look at the cost-benefit analysis of zero emission vehicles, capital infrastructure needs, including charging infrastructure. Data from vehicle emission programs can support policies to restrict polluting vehicles. There is need to strengthen MRV frameworks to quantify transport emission reductions, evaluate demonstration pilots, and to conceptualize scale-up. MRVs should be used for public awareness. There were discussions on economic versus environmental argument to shifting to cleaner, more efficient vehicle targets. There needs not be a conflict between the need for increased affordable mobility and need for cleaner, low emissions vehicles. Targeting clean vehicle imports or production needs not to be expensive. If fiscal incentives are used to lower the costs of cleaner vehicles through revenue collected from polluting vehicles, resulting in a sustainable growth. 2, policy. Countries are encouraged to introduce minimum fuels and vehicle emission standards to improve emissions from internal combustion engine vehicles. A minimum of Euro 4 equivalent standards are recommended. Age limits are proposed to complement the technology restriction. Used vehicles play an integral part in vehicle growth in the global south, which could be an opportunity to encourage import of efficient and zero emission vehicles. Both the global north and south have shared responsibility to promote efficient and zero emission vehicles through restricting exports or imports of substandard ICE and zero emission vehicles. This may include safety and battery standards. Equally important is the enforcement of these standards. In the absence of minimum standards, the global south may also become a dumping ground for old technologies for newly imported vehicles. Countries are also urged to, in tandem, set target dates to phase out ICE vehicles and shift to electric vehicles. It was noted that already the global north has or is setting ICE phase out targets, and global south will be left behind. Roadmaps to achieve these targets are equally important. Countries and cities are urged to develop e-mobility strategies. There is also need for a legal framework to support zero emission vehicles. Local governments are encouraged to develop policies to support a shift to zero emission vehicles, for example, through provision of land for public charging infrastructure. The surge in 2 and 3 wheelers in the global south represents an opportunity to shift to electric modes, as these are easier to implement. Sustainable electricity is critical for electric vehicle rollout. This can be linked to solar and mini-grid solutions, including for rural communities. Countries are also encouraged to support decarbonization of the national grid at the same time. Shift to zero emission vehicles can be embedded in different national policy frameworks, including energy, transport, finance, industry, urbanization, and environment. It was noted that public procurement is a big driver to shift markets. Thus, governments are encouraged to procure efficient and zero emission vehicles. A fleet renewal can target zero emission vehicles, for example, in public transportation. 3, fiscal incentives. Taxes play an important role to shift vehicle purchase to efficient and zero emission modes. Other incentives need to complement taxation to promote zero emission vehicles and penalize dirty vehicles. This will address the issue of high upfront costs for electric vehicles. Governments need to define clear budgetary commitments to support zero emission vehicles. Shifts to efficient and zero emission vehicles can provide green job opportunities in manufacturing or assembly, charging infrastructure, etc. Governments are encouraged to review the electricity tariffs to support a shift to electric vehicles through lower charging costs. Incentives for private sector investments in charging infrastructure is critical to ensure wide coverage and alleviate range anxiety among consumers. Innovative funding and financing models that are cost-effective needs to be explored, including leasing and battery swapping schemes. 4, enhancing capacity. There is need for capacity enhancement for all stakeholders on the importance of shifting to efficient and zero emission vehicles. Capacities need to be targeted to different stakeholders like parliamentarians, private sector, importers, governments, etc. Setting up of intersectoral national teams is encouraged to support development and implementation of cleaner fuel and vehicle policies. Global and regional exchanges and experience sharing are encouraged. It was noted that some countries in the global south are ahead in introducing cleaner and zero emission mobility, like Mauritius and Chile. Sharing of lessons from these countries is welcomed to support the upscale of efficient and zero emission vehicles in the global south. Training of mechanics and garage owners is critical to alleviate the fear of lack of repair services for electric mobility. There is need to enhance R&D to support local manufacturing or assembly and design of electric vehicles for durability. Such R&D is needed to adapt electric vehicles to local conditions like extreme heat, dust, etc. Considerations for gender parity are important. Effective transfer of technology from the global north to south needs to happen. Safe disposal of end-of-life vehicles and batteries needs to be addressed and can be tied to vehicle scrappage programs. Case of Egypt was provided where old polluting taxis were replaced with newer, cleaner fleets. Piloting of zero emissions vehicles is recommended as proof of technology and to support upscaling. Zero emission vehicles need to match social, cultural, terrain, and economic needs for the regions. 5, consumer awareness. Consumer behavior was noted as critical in the shift to efficient and zero emission vehicles. Majority of the population in the global south still fear electric vehicles as they see the technology as new. Hence the need to avert such perceived risks. Programs to educate consumers, such as through vehicle labeling, are proposed. And development of communication tools targeting decision makers, automobile associations, and public are proposed. It was noted that electric vehicles association in some countries have also played a role in educating consumers on the viability and repair of electric vehicles. Communication materials need to be tailored in several languages for various regional uses. Number 6, regional approach. A regional approach may be appropriate for implementation of some standards and regulations. However, it was noted that some of the policies still need to be adapted to local and national conditions. There is need to take advantage of regional initiatives such as SICA's Sustainable Energy Program and regional ministerial meetings to promote zero emission vehicles. There are various support and investment platforms under the Global Electric Mobility Project that will be important platforms for training and to share regional experiences. UNEP is requested to coordinate national submissions of actions taking place in the Global South towards zero emission vehicles at COP27. Sustainable mobility, as we come to a close, it was noted that no car is better than an efficient car, hence the need to promote efficient and zero emissions public transport and non-motorized transport. This can be done through safe and adequate walking and cycling lanes. The avoid, shift, improve approach to sustainable mobility is recommended. Sustainable mobility plays an important role in ensuring development of goals in the Global South are met. Sorry, let me take that again. Sustainable mobility plays an important role in ensuring development goals in the Global South are met. International organizations and donors are requested to support this shift to efficient and zero emission vehicles in the Global South to support these development goals as well as meet global climate targets. Access to finance. It was noted that access to capital in all forms is a barrier of the introduction of sustainable mobility. Often, this restricted access to finance is a result of a lack of bankable projects rather than the absence of resources. It is therefore important to build on relatively small grant projects to put in place the conditions, including capacity, awareness, policy, planning, readiness to access sustainable mobility finance. And this marks the end of the submission. Thanks for listening. I hope I didn't read too fast.
No, there you say, I beg to move. Or I submit. No, but thank you very much. That sounds, that looks real awful. Whoever was involved in this, thank you very much that you've captured all this. Now, what we are going to do is to have these things finalized. So we can't open the discussion now because we may never finish. And you are really tired, you need to go and relax, have some dinner and what. So we can suggest that you send in your comments. If you have seen the point, send in a comment preferably by tomorrow. We want this to be finished by Friday so that it is shared along with the presentations. Wouldn't that be nice? So that when you reach your offices by Monday, as you are reporting back, you have the slides, you also have the recommendations, then you are complete. Otherwise, they can ask you where you're coming from and what was the outcome, and you can't explain. So, meaning that you can send in your comments today, tomorrow, and then we can have the work finalized by Friday. Would that be okay? Yes? Okay, the ayes have it. There's a question there.
Yes. Is it possible that we can have this sent to us now then we have a look at it and see what may have been missed so that we can put in our suggestions and comments underneath.
Yes, we are going to send right now. So as you go for dinner and you finish, then in your rooms, make sure you don't take so many, so that you so when you are relaxed, please review. I actually strongly encourage that we review them before we catch our planes back, because you know when you go into the moods of the plane and the brain is kind of switch off. So tomorrow morning, review, send your comments, and then we say thank you very much. Make sure you've sent the person sent to you. We also send you the email on which to send our comments. Then we can have our product fully done, and Monday you report to your office with your slides, and you go to your minister, MD, CEO, Director General. You say, here they are. This is the outcome. Some of the comments will be there. I have some, but I'm going to write them as well. That's agreed, right? Very good. If I think the next item is not the one that you want me to lay you on. Having said that, I must take this opportunity to thank you for your patience, your participation. I was looking around. This is the first time I'm seeing a group. I didn't see the ones online. I don't know if people online were dozing, but that's fine. But the ones who are here physically, everybody was attentive. Thank you very much for your attention, for your participation. And so I wish you can clap for yourselves. And for having given me the opportunity to tolerate me for the whole day, being here looking at you. So I can imagine what you went through, but things happen. It was nice to see you. So have a nice dinner, enjoy yourselves. And those who have come from very far, when you return, please pass our greetings and look forward to seeing you again at some fora at one time. And we must say, we must improve the fuel economy and the green mobility, and we must reduce the emissions. The challenge is with us. We have an opportunity to make our contribution. People who will come after us will say, while you are there, what did you do? So you say, I manufactured the vehicle, I reduced the emissions, I reduced this from this tonnage, that tonnage. This was my contribution. Now you people also take over. We have done our bit. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Maybe just as a final point is to thank all the moderators for the last 3 days, Kathleen, Juan as well, and as Gerald. So thank you for that excellent moderation from the regions. All the participants, it's been long. I know there's a lot that we've learned that we can continue to, share. And hopefully, we will continue this conversation as you had, at regional levels, at country level. We will continue to support and work with the countries in the various areas that have been identified. To thank all those who are helping with the logistics. Thank you. And the dinner will be served just in the next room, the delegates meeting room. Please do join us. Let's continue a bit with the conversation. The afternoon was very rushed. We had hoped to have more discussion on financing and how to move forward. Hopefully this can be taken in our next meeting dedicated just on financing. So dinner will be in the next room, and please feel free to join. And those who will be going back, I don't think today, later today or tomorrow, safe journeys. I know we are already sending the recommendations of the outcomes. Please, we look forward to you all, to receiving back your comments and all the presentations, the videos that will be available online. We will be sending or sharing the links. Finally, maybe just to add on to Sudhir, which was a very good, aggregate of where countries, where's the global south. He's actually prepared a report on all the fuel efficiency in the over 100 countries. So we're just finalizing the report with him, and this will be published hopefully within the next month or thereabout. And it will also be something that we'll be sharing with all of you. Thank you, and looking forward to our future collaboration. Thank you.
And on that note, we also thank UNEP for having organized this global conference successfully. We give them a clap. We have closed, right? And by virtue of the powers given by yourselves, you are dismissed.